We got a great show for you today. I say great because we're fired up to be here. How about you? We have Blazing Silverman. He's your intern today. We welcome the golden ticket seats in. If you're traveling, please travel safely, and we look forward to seeing you today. That's in a couple of hours from now. We have a lot to discuss. We know the Wheel of Meat's going to spin because it has not spun all week, and it's Friday. Ha! All right, so let's bring everybody in now. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
Gentlemen.
What's happening? Y'all good?
Yes.
I'm good, but I'm a little concerned about my device over here.
Uh-oh, is it acting weird?
Your device ain't good?
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, no.
It won't hold a charge. My computer won't.
What's up with that?
I don't know. The other day, it did something funny, and I thought, well, maybe I just left it on, and it just drained the battery down or whatever.
Yeah.
Now it was closed, so I thought, well, that was kind of strange. So I never take my charger. I just unplug it and take it home and my computer. And if I need it, I usually need it for maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours max. Usually it's like 30 or 45 minutes because I've got several other computers at home. If I never even bring them, I just jump on those. Like they're in the living room and, you know. So I didn't touch this thing yesterday. When I left, it was at full charge. It was closed in my bag, and it wouldn't cut on this morning, completely dead.
Uh-oh.
So I had to charge. So I got a battery issue, I guess. And now it won't even, like, it's charging, but it's not gaining any ground. Like the percentage is not going up.
Hey, look at me. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Is the Genius Bar appointment, is it in my future?
Well, you can't go online to book it, but I'll book it for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe it's just so dead, if it could talk, it'd say, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
That's
Almost.
sound.
Yeah.
I almost want to just shut this and just see if I can get. It's slow too. Everything it's running slow.
Really?
Yeah. You know me. I'm patient too. You know.
Yeah.
When it comes to stuff like this, I'm real
Greg,
patient.
If it had a voice, I think it would be screaming.
Now wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Just let me charge.
So I don't
Wait
know
a
what
minute. Could you wait a second? Just wait.
Now wait a minute.
I got one
Now,
of those.
wait a minute.
I got one of those Google Chromebooks at the house. I guess I'll just have to get it.
Oh, watch out now. All right, so we got some updates, and I got to tell you why I feel like I'm wearing my headphones weird. I'll tell you, I'll break it all down
If you
for
wouldn't have said anything, we would not have even noticed.
Well, you'd have to kind of get above me and look down.
But I mean, your headphones right now
Normally don't do that.
Your headphones don't look silly to me.
Yeah, they're a little forward for me. It's like
I can tell now that you've brought it up.
Yeah, they don't line up with your ears to the top. It's like I got them on my ears, but then I've pulled the top forward a little bit more towards my forehead.
And why is that, Speedy?
Because I knocked the mess out of my head in the attic yesterday. And Reese
worse
got home from work, and he said, Dad, I found another hard hat. And he said, I hate to tell you this, but I think when you go in the attic, you're going to have to start wearing a hard hat.
Not a bad idea.
And I said, son, that's really not a bad idea. And I know it, okay? You do the bent over walk, the doggy walk whenever you're in the attic.
And you raise up just
and
a
you
little bit.
know that the ceiling's right there. You know it. But then you get lackadaisical and maybe just kind of lift up just maybe a half inch, and then bam.
And that's a whole different game when you bald.
Yeah, you have no hair to soften the blow.
Yeah.
And, man, it hit, and it just –
They bleed.
yeah, and it just
cry?
ripped the skin off the top of my bald head.
It does.
So,
When you showed me a minute ago, it did look like it was a bleeder.
yeah, and it's got like I got a little Mount Everest, on top of my head with the snow cap.
Fuji Mountain.
So anyway, yeah, and you'll find out how far along you are in your cussing and and all that, and if you throw things when you black out.
The only one close to that is when you have the cabinet door open and you bend down and you raise up and don't realize the cabinet door's open and it hits you in the top of the head.
Yeah.
And you don't see it coming.
Right.
And it just rattles you.
You're right. Well, our garage over time, and I'm sure a lot of you are the same way. It gets to a point where you go, that's it.
I'm
It's
at
just.
that
I mean,
point.
the garage just.
I'm at that point.
It has thrown up. Okay, and it's just miscellaneous things where you just throw them down because you're in a hurry, and then finally you just go, okay, that's it. We've got. I don't even know where anything is, and now my path to just even get over here, I'm stepping over things, and so yesterday it was a walk everything out of the garage and clean up and then put it all back in.
That's fine.
And so some of the stuff I knew needed to go to the attic. And so I had to go up there and then place
the
it
price
up.
for that.
Yeah. And Terry even apologized. She said, hey, I got to apologize for something. I said, what? She said, I went up to the attic the other day, because I was looking for some curtains that we had at our old house, and I'm thinking about incorporating them in one of the rooms or whatever. And I know they're in a Rubbermaid folded up. I know that. I just can't find them. And she said, I was in the attic and I heard something and something scared me, so I just left and everything is a mess up there. She said, because I was piling through. I said, really? So I
left it.
So I lowered the steps and I go up and I peek up and I look around. I went, yeah, she sure did. You can tell where she was.
I'm out.
We have, those old white seats that you can put for the elderly in the shower.
Yeah.
You sit down. We have one of those up there to where if you go up there, you can sit down and go through stuff.
That's funny.
And you can tell where she was sitting and what boxes she was looking through and the Rubbermaids that she was going after, because that's exactly how it was left. So I'm up there, doing all that, and I lift up and turn around, and I guess I was in between two little beams or whatever, and bam!
And all of a sudden that chair come flying down.
Yeah. I'm like, honey, we got us a bleeder. So forgive me for that, and I feel like it's very noticeable when it's not. But when you're hurt and it's just weird.
I don't think Greg and I would have said anything about it.
I'm not hurt. It was just annoying.
And if you would have been wearing your headphones like you are now, I wouldn't have even said anything about it.
Yeah, well,
but you got in front of it, and I get that.
Yeah,
he's kind of wearing them on his forehead.
Right,
yeah.
right.
But you wouldn't have noticed that if he wouldn't have told you.
No, well, y'all, you might have, because you noticed things. He wouldn't have.
Yeah.
He wouldn't.
I'd have noticed.
I will tell you this
trying to be sharp.
on TV. We just have a still wide shot, so I know y'all can't tell. But anyway, so that's that. We also have some other things to discuss. We have the Beth Mowens game of the weekend. That's there for you. We know the Willamette was spent. I've already said that. Last night. Didn't get to see, but just a little bit of it. You know how when you kind of just have a ball game on, it's just in the background.
So I did.
You're not really following it, but you know it's up there.
I may watch 10 to 12 plays of it.
Yeah. And Thursday night NFL prime game, the Ravens beat the Buccaneers 27-22. The Bucs are now 3-5, and it's Tom Brady's first straight 3-game loss in 20 years.
Wow.
And so he's got
all kinds of firsts this year.
He and the Bucs are in a handle.
Al Michaels was sharing a conversation, he and Herb Street.
And his wife's mad.
It's another reason. That's another reason I watch that games, because them two are doing the broadcast.
Watch out.
But he talked about how he and Brady had a conversation this week, and he said still the competitor in him and the fact that, how hard he said he's working harder right now than he ever has. And he did ask him. He said, look, talk to me about the off the field stuff along with this. And he said Brady's answer was, it's real intense. It is real intense.
And you can tell, that like Evans and others, they've been with him, so they kind of can read his mind. But you can tell he's thinking, and he's so advanced, he's thinking so far ahead. When he's making calls, he's expecting everybody to be on the same page.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of times he would throw the ball, and you could tell the receiver wasn't exactly where he thought he would be, and he'd be like, like, come on, man. So some of it, I know everything's going to be, if the Bucs lost, everything's going to be Tom Brady's fault.
Sure.
That's just the way it is. But there's other factors involved. But no, the first 3-game loss in 20 years for him that's pretty intense.
It's a remarkable run to know that you've never had to deal with that.
It really is.
Yeah, it is. But they're 3-5, and Ravens made a good halftime adjustment, and so that's there for you.
I don't think this is a good sign. A minute ago, it said it 3 hours and 22 minutes to fully charge. Now it says 5 hours and 38 minutes to fully charge.
Yeah, you got your
problem. Hey, buddy, you're going the wrong way.
It's not a good sign.
Does it have a port on the other side? Can you try another?
No.
You don't? Wow, buddy.
Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link Terms and conditions apply. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID flus and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't stop
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're headed this way, if you're part of the golden ticket seats today that open up in a few hours from now, drive safely. We look forward to having you in studio today. We know the Wheel of Meat will spin. We're going to try to keep it as fun zone as possible, but there's a lot of news out today that we'll have to cover. But some of it is so bizarre, it's laughable. So we'll try to keep it lighthearted. Rick and Bubba University this weekend is with Jay Payleitner. He has got a new book, The Next Verse, What You Never Knew About 60 of Your Favorite Bible Passages. Some, like John 3:16 and others that everybody knows, but do you know the next verse behind it, or in front and behind? You know the story and what was meant by it, and the context of it. So all of that is broken down in his new book, and the guys just dive into it. It's going to be a great podcast for all of you. Make sure that you subscribe and follow Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, on all of your podcast apps. That will drop Saturday morning. We'll also put it out on social media. You can follow social media at Rick and Bubba on just about every platform. That's what it is, as well as it'll hit YouTube and other places. So be looking for that. Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, Facebook. It will be published Saturday morning. All right, so there's a lot of things to talk about today. I do want to say this, and we'll make a bigger deal out of it on the main show just so he might could hear it or see it, because he'll jump on YouTube in a second, and that's one J.C. Wilburn. Can you believe my middle son is 21 today?
21
Is he really?
years
21 years old.
Grown man.
Y'all gonna drink a beer later?
No.
That's a joke. Playing the role of Greg.
I didn't say a word. Thought it.
It's funny. It's funny on my Instagram story I put out. There's never a dull moment with JC. That's one thing I love about our three boys is, even though morally they're all the same and just their belief system and how they were raised, but yet they're all uniquely different, and
Sure.
Love each and every one of them for that. And there's never a dull moment. He's the kid. Hey, there's never a dull moment. If he's in the room, it's fun, and he tries to make the most of it. And I put on my Instagram story, he was showing Terry that he'd learned how to line dance.
Oh, really?
And I was coming in.
They teaching that in college now?
I don't know. I was coming in the front door, and I heard. And I was like, "What's that? What is that music?" And then I looked through the front door, and he is cutting a rug, and Terry's just laughing. Dogs don't know what's going on. They're barking.
Yeah, they're
so
running
I
circles.
grabbed some video. I went through the little front door window, grabbed some video of him doing it. I put. He's probably gonna get mad today, but anyway, happy birthday to J.C. Wilburn.
21.
He is 21 years old today. I just makes you feel so old.
Yeah, really.
And then Tyler will be 26 in November. And Reese will be 19 over in March of next year. So it's just they're getting
Everybody's
older,
grown,
man.
man.
They're getting older.
Everybody's
It's crazy,
grown.
crazy times. All right, so we have a number of things to discuss. There's bizarre stuff from Biden yesterday. One thing that I'm being extremely entertained by is one Elon Musk.
Yeah, he's messing with them. Man.
He actually tweeted out, "The bird is freed," and he has fired
Out of its cage.
executives. Now they might be laughing because one of them walked away with $42 million as they were
you
kicked
can fire
out.
me tomorrow over that.
He has reversed lifetime bans. He's taken the helm of CEO and has welcomed Trump back to Twitter. He is making. I'm talking about. At one point yesterday, he kicked all of the Twitter executives out from logging in and all of their little people that do all their little stuff.
Yeah.
And he brought in Tesla engineers to take over and I guess redo everything to where they couldn't get back in. Don't really know what all that. That's just kind of what I know and what I saw.
Yeah.
And people are losing their minds.
Can't believe it.
And it's just kind of funny to see. And I'm sorry for that, but it's entertaining.
Well, I bet the fact that he let Trump back on got him.
Oh yeah, yeah. So there's a lot to be discussed today, and the main show we'll just dive right into it. Helmsy, you said when you could get on your computer that for some reason there was an uptick in questions sent to us yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of questions
Not
from
an
the
uptick.
audience.
And
a lot of QFTAs.
And you're not really sure why.
Don't know why. I got a ton of questions about that, and I got a ton of questions about golden ticket seats yesterday.
Okay.
Not sure why everybody yesterday at the same time said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to email Helmsy about these two things.
Okay. There's Big Papa. He's here.
Morning, boys.
What's up? Old Burge is here. Look at him. He's looking a little free today. Like he might kind of like he wants some, Greg.
Yeah, you
get
out
out
there.
there.
Frisky, don't you?
Yeah. Maybe it was because they know today is Golden Ticket Seat Day and made them think about it.
Possibly.
There's a lot of great
grade 8 talk.
We
yesterday.
love y'all.
Let me see if I can get one. What was here was one I think from Charles. Charles Jr. wants to know what your first car was. Okay.
That I owned.
That you drove.
We drove our parents. None of us, when I was growing up, now every kid and mine were the same. We got their own car. We didn't have cars. We borrowed what our
But at
parents
some point, you got your first car.
My dad's work car was a brown Pinto, and he let me drive it.
See, I don't think that doesn't count.
Well,
I want to know
point.
your first car.
Chevette.
Okay.
That I bought.
Yes, correct.
Oh, that you bought on
either you bought
what about
or
your parents?
you were given.
Your parents
Yes,
bought it,
it's fine.
I drove
We just drove whatever they had.
Yeah, I drove a Chevette, and I can't remember. And then I had my Honda Prelude. That's what I went to college in, and it was the kind that the lights would lift up. Yeah. And one of the lights was broke, and so I would be winking to everybody because it would stay down, and I would have to push it up to where it would stay. Ran out of gas so much in that car. But those are the three that just jump out at me.
Toyota Celica, and it was a family car, but it was kind of me and Rick shared it.
Yeah.
But the first one I bought was and it was plain. It had none of the extras. It was a brand new though, Toyota 4-wheel drive pickup truck. Mm-hmm. When I finally got a job.
First one I ever bought was a Bronco. Old blue. Yeah, I know. Old Bronco. That's what I would go out in and do some speed racer stuff. Yeah. And we'd just get white shoe polish and ride on the side of it. And that was kind of my little station van that I would go out in.
Rick and Bubba.
If all home purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science in air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is how you help stop colds and flu from taking your whole family down. This is how you destroy allergy-inflaming toxins and mold from the air your family breathes. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, use the code BUBBA for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. So that's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. Now, we use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. When a threat is detected, Simply Safe's monitoring professionals promptly contact you and dispatch first responders to your home, even if you're away or you're unable to respond. 24/7 professional monitoring cost under $1 a day. That's less than half the cost of ADT's traditional professional installed plans. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Don't miss this chance to save big when you protect your home with the best. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs number one in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick is here. Bubba will join us shortly. Adler, for everybody to be here for the main show, and it is going to be a great day today. If you're with the Golden Ticket Seats and you head this way, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. A lot on the table today, a lot of things to discuss. We mentioned just briefly Tom Brady last night and the Bucs getting beat. Now they're 3-5. There was some college games last night. Utah outlasted Washington State 21-17. USM took care of Louisiana 39-24. And in a really close game, NC State beat Virginia Tech 21-22. So those were some college games last night. I know, Greg, you despise Friday night college football, but if you're around the tube on ESPN2, you're going to have East Carolina and BYU. And then on this CBS Sports Network, you got La Tech and Florida International. Those are your college games tonight.
I missed those.
Just some mentions here. We got College Game Day at Jackson State in Jackson,
Helms
Mississippi.
Has got his hoodie on. He's ready.
Yep, he's ready to go.
Well, College Game Day's there, and that's why this is prominent today.
I
Probably going to be
on.
honestly one of the last times that I get to wear it.
Oh, why?
It's gonna still be cold.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, this makes sense that I'm wearing it today.
I lifted my glasses up for
College
that.
Game Day.
Yeah.
And if they win, maybe the championship day, I'll wear it.
Yeah, they got a tough game against
If
Southern.
you get
so
one
we'll
of them
see.
flat bills with that J on the front of it, like
Yeah.
Deion wears,
Right.
that's when you'd look sharp.
Well, if somebody send me one, I'll wear it.
Would y'all consider Notre Dame this year a discippointment?
I consider Notre Dame a disappointment every year.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
not
what
really.
is their record?
I'm
They
just-
lost 3.
I don't know. I just know they're not ranked, which looks weird.
yeah.
It looks weird, but they got Syracuse in the early game. You've got
Syracuse
Ohio
pretty
State
good.
and
Yeah,
Penn
they are.
State. Ohio State and Penn State.
Yeah,
Penn
Ohio
State
State
for a
will
while.
destroy 'em.
I know they played with Michigan. I thought, well, this will be a good game, and then I looked at it when it was over, and they got
Are they
destroyed.
ever going to be? I mean,
I
they're
don't
not embarrassing, but they're not great.
I know. It's number 2 Ohio State against number 13 Penn State on Fox. That's the 11 a.m. game. SEC Network, 11 a.m. Arkansas and Auburn.
Oh, boy.
You've got in Jacksonville at 2:30 the CBS game, Florida and Georgia.
World's largest cocktail party.
Yep. At the same time on
You think
Fox,
they're done with that and they'd rather just play home and home?
Probably. On Fox at the same time, 2:30. All these times are Central. It's Oklahoma State and Kansas State.
Nah.
SEC Network around 3. You got Missouri, South Carolina. This one here I'm interested in, and that's ESPN, 6 p.m. Central Time, Kentucky at Tennessee.
Yeah, that one I'll
we'll
get
see.
a look at.
UAB makes a trip down to Florida Atlantic. That's a 6 o'clock game on CBS Sports Network. And then at 6:30 on the SEC Network, just kind of want to see how Jimbo responds, because I know Lane Kiffin's kind of had some quotes this week about Texas A&M. Ole Miss and Texas A&M play 6:30 on the SEC Network. So we'll see how that plays
Jimbo
out.
drop another one?
I don't know, buddy. I mean, he's at home at night. I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. But boy, I tell you what, he
well, they suspended some players, right?
He's not doing well. Yeah,
3.
yeah. There's a joke running around, and Helmsy, you even mentioned it yesterday on the main show briefly. Between Texas A&M and Auburn, how many kids have entered the portal?
Yeah.
It's hey, wow. College football is just a little different. Really, all sports. I mean, the portal and everything has changed so many things. Just being so close to college baseball, that looks different.
Yeah.
You know, and it's tougher on JUCO players and others, because a lot of the D1s and the 4-year schools, they're just swapping around. Yeah. So that's a little.
You asked about Notre
different.
Dame, and I took a shot, and I was kidding, but they are 4-3. They lost to Ohio State, which makes sense.
Yeah.
They lost to Marshall. That hurt a little bit.
That hurt.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And then they lost to Stanford. But even after that, they're playing better than Texas A&M.
Right, true.
That's true.
I just know that they're normally the darling that
they are.
You know, that's in the top 7 maybe, and you're looking at it and I'm going, I don't know about that. But all right, so that's just briefly just me glancing at it, and I on purpose I skipped over the Beth Mowens game. We'll leave that to Beth as we check in with her a little bit later.
Love that.
Yeah, sure. As I mentioned too, there was what was it? So yesterday, as I was out and about, I was out during rush hour traffic, which I'm normally not because of our schedule. We try to miss it a little bit. And I saw just a large number of people just texting and in the left lane, and that's just standard. I know for those of you that travel, Greg, you commute.
Sure.
You probably on the way home see a lot of stuff out and about. I had one interesting thing where someone in the left lane was going 60 in the left lane, laid back, okay? I'm talking about really laid back, phone up above the steering wheel, like I ain't even hiding it.
Yeah, you know.
And there were so many people piled up behind him. And then you know what happens then, right? Everybody starts panicking. I got to get around this guy.
Oh, yeah.
So I got to get around, and I don't know about y'all, but y'all ever have to look like, who is that?
Yeah, I'll check them out.
I had to give me a look. And he looked over at me like I couldn't care less.
Oh, yeah.
He just piled in the left lane. Yeah, and I'm now it's 3 deep. Everybody's going the same speed, and you can't get around them. And he's just got everything blocked up. And behind him, I know we were about third in line, and I started counting behind me, and I'm not exaggerating. I think there was 15 to 16 cars in line. Nobody could go anywhere.
I experienced what you hate on the interstate. Since I travel on the interstate a lot, there is nothing worse than you look and there's them tail lights. And everybody stopped, and you're barreling down on them, and you get to a complete crawl. You got your two situations. You got the crawl, which I don't like, but it's better than the sit still. When you pull up and it's like a parking lot on the interstate, that is a bad day.
That's how quick do you check the app, and you're like, oh, okay, good. It's only last around the corner. Yeah, at what point do you go, okay, that's it, I'm getting off the interstate? Because I know you like to do that.
Yes, I'll drive backwards up and off ramp. I'll do whatever it takes. I mean, I can't sit there. If I can somehow move, I don't care if I drive 50 miles out of the way, as long as I'm moving. I can't stand to sit.
Right.
But it was a slow roll, and we basically had one lane closed because somebody had done crashed, and they had the road partially blocked.
Crashed.
So it didn't. It ended up. It kept moving. And finally, it wasn't that bad. But that initial look when you go and you look, I immediately look to see if I'm close to an exit that I can ditch, that I can at least drive through the median and find. And if there's the place you can cross the median, I'll do that too. In a minute, I'll do anything to avoid sitting on the interstate.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
It's worth the ticket.
There was just a moment where, and I almost saw a couple that they went for it to try to get around this guy, and they almost got clipped. And I'm like, this is how it happens right here. I mean, a lot of things is just distractive driving, which the guy in the left lane was doing. But a lot of times I'm somebody driving really slow in the left lane below the speed limit, and everybody starts panicking, try to get around them, and they make stupid decisions. And here we go. I almost saw one.
Patience.
Real close to seeing one. But I thought about something, too. I was like, I'm not really – I think we're on time, so why am I really worried about this?
It don't matter.
But it was bothering me.
Being held up.
One thing, Helmsy, you might care about tonight. I know Greg's not, and I need to mention it, and that is the World Series begins tonight.
Is that tonight?
Don't care about it, but I will – if I'm – hanging out, I will watch a little bit. I'll give it a few innings just because it's the World Series, it's baseball, and atmosphere will be great.
It'll be at Houston tonight. Phillies is at Houston.
Astros and Phillies.
All righty.
Anytime Bryce Harper's batting, I will stay and watch. Those kind of things. Altuve, really like watching him. So there's a lot that I enjoy about this matchup that. If I find myself sitting around, I will make sure and flip over. It will be in my top 2 or 3 that I'm going back and forth.
Right.
If I find myself in front of a TV, for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
I'm going to wait till the deciding game.
Are you?
Whenever that is.
It's,
Game 7.
Whenever we went.
I'm pulling for the Phillies.
Yeah.
I think I am too.
Something different.
Minute Maid Park, where the Astros play, is, I don't know if y'all remember this. I don't even know how many years it was ago, where Reese and a bunch of his friends, and then a bunch of the dads.
Yeah, you couldn't believe that they wanted to drive to Houston.
We got some vans, and we went to St. Louis one year, and then we went to Houston the other, and we all just piled up in vans. It was kind of like a father-son road trip kind of thing, and every time I see that place, because we walked around to all areas, and every time I see Minute Maid Park and the train and all that. Takes me back to that road trip where we went and hung out for the weekend.
That's back when they were beating on the garbage cans.
Is that when the kid got hung in the
escalator?
Yes, Ryan, who's now at South Alabama playing.
Escalator.
Yeah.
Remember that held y'all up for a minute or two.
It did. And it was funny because Ryan is normally the kid that is in trouble because he did something. This one, he was just riding down the escalator.
Got him.
And his foot got hung up and ripped his shoe off. And then Cowboy with huge belt buckle was not happy. He came around maintenance, and we shut the whole place down because they had to stop the escalators and everything, and people had to be rerouted.
Oh my God.
And they couldn't believe it. They didn't know what was going on. Here we are.
Why don't y'all have a reunion trip?
Just
Get
a bunch of
everybody together.
goodens.
That was on there, and the boys are all grown now. And y'all make another trip.
Yeah, the boys would probably say, "We'll meet y'all there." How about that?
Probably.
But yeah, Helmsy, you're right. I think that's when they were beating on the drums, and I kind of mad at myself.
Cans.
And I didn't hear it.
Ah,
yeah.
What
if you would have been the one to figure it out and tell everybody?
Right.
Yeah, you were the.
You spoke out about it. Hey guys, I don't know. It's not my place.
But I kept hearing a trash.
But
can.
I kept hearing a trash can, and every time they beat on it, it seemed as if they knew what pitch was coming, and they were launching them.
Yeah, they were just ripping.
And I just think there's something to it. I think you ought to check into it. And then, like 6 months later, they're like, this bald guy came to us, and he was like, "Hey, there's something to this. If y'all just listen to me."
Yeah, he had that kid got hung in the escalator, but he knew what he was talking about.
Oh, standing up.
Yeah, I'm back there.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
We got 22 minutes, actually 8 minutes. I don't know why I said 22. I have no idea where that came from. We have 8 minutes until top of the hour. And we thank you for being with us. And this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by ekpure.com. We've talked about this great product protecting our military personnel in critical, important situations. U.S. Defense Department selected EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board all of the Navy ships. I mean, this is real stuff here. It's new science, and you need to take a look at it if you haven't. And you can do so by going to ekpure.com. If you want to use promo code Bubba, you can. That's going to save you 10%. You also get a free air quality monitor plus free shipping when you do purchase at ekpure.com. We've talked a lot about this product. There's even a school system in Georgia that just installed these units, and within 30 minutes of starting them, up to 90% of the germs and airborne toxins were gone. And within one hour, it was 100% gone. So if you want to take a look at this great product, you can do so at ekpure.com. And when you do, you can save 10% by using promo code Bubba. And as I said, you're going to enjoy free shipping as well and a free air quality monitor with that purchase. So check it out right now, ekpure.com. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. Love, love, love. Great products and great sponsors that come on board believing in this audience that y'all always support, the folks we talk about, and they believe enough in us to partner with us, and so we thank them for that. All right, as we come back 7 minutes till top of the hour, you know, one thing I love about this show is that you never know. It could be good or bad, actually, because my wife could be listening at times, but you truly never know who's listening or who's watching. You don't. I mean, and that's what I love about it. And we get a lot of times people that we know, and they reach out to us. It could be old friends. Hey man, I'm listening, and they'll be in some crazy place. Oh yeah. We get pictures all the time from Mount Everest. What was it, a week or two ago? Right. They're watching or listening there. You just never know. And
they were at base camp.
Yeah, got some really cool emails from where people are. Watching and listening. Do you remember when we did the Sports Czars?
Well, I do.
We would say, send us how you're
Never
watching.
Forget it.
Yeah.
Send us how you're listening.
I do.
And people would send us all kinds of stuff. Got one here. Hey, loving the show today. We're playing your show in the kickoff hour at church. We're in the kitchen.
That's scary.
And we're prepping a pig for the high school game tonight.
Get that pig ready.
Huh? How about that?
There you go. Got a little barbecue going on.
Greg Howell and his friends getting ready for the.
Well, you got to prep
for the high school game tonight.
Come on.
How about you got to get the pig going?
That's right.
You can't wait last minute for the pig.
No,
I know that.
You got to slow cook that mug.
Yeah. But also this one here was interesting. Everybody's got a bald friend or two. And this guy,
I have several.
This guy here says bald heads and eye beams. And if you don't know,
bald heads and eye beams.
I hit my head in the attic,
That's
and
right.
it's giving my head a little doozy here. I got
a little
I'm
tender
marked up.
spot. You talking about a little tender spot on top?
Yeah. If you heard something from my attic, it was me.
Did you call your neighbors and apologize for the language they heard coming out of the attic?
This one says here, my brother-in-law was bald, and worked as a mobile home mover.
Wow.
So he gets out there working for a living.
Yeah, get that head burnt.
Yep. He said that your hair actually warns you that you're about to hit your head.
No.
And for those of you that aren't bald, you don't know, so you can't
Your
really
hair
talk.
warns you?
Well, you might feel a little something like, hey,
Well,
I got
that's
something
true.
there.
You're right.
Before your head is hit, and then,
no
you got you a problem. He said so his tactic was he wore a toboggan all the time, and that gave his head a warning that he was about to hit something so he didn't get lumps.
Are you going to go toboggan next time you go? Just do it when you go in the attic.
I
really
really
don't have to do it all the time.
I have got, and I don't know how I still have this, and I don't know where Reese found it. Reese rounded the corner yesterday, and I mentioned this, but it was a white hard hat. And I'm like, oh my gosh, where did you find that? And he's like, it was in the closet somewhere. Do you want to know where that was from?
Where?
All right, so what was that show where they were like, move that bus?
Oh, yeah. Home Improvement.
Home Improvement. There you go.
That's not right.
No, Million.
Home Improvement, Greg,
was it with Ty? What's his name?
We go and we take people and give them a new house.
Yeah. Well, Helmsy, help us.
Move that bus.
I don't know.
You remember move that bus?
I remember Ty. And
you remember move that bus?
But I
makeover. Make something makeover.
Extreme home makeover.
Thank you. Whew. There was a house in our flagship market that was part of that extreme makeover or home makeover, whatever. And the show sent me.
Okay, so you had your own little
to the site to work and interview Ty and be a part of the crew. And when I got there, you know how sometimes they would show and all the workers had the same T-shirt on and the same hard hat and all. I was out there.
Okay. And did you yell, "Move the bus"?
No, but I got a tool belt out of it and a hammer and a blue shirt. I don't know where it is, and a white hard hat. And that white hard hat, Reese walked around the corner yesterday and said, "Dad, I guess you're going to start wearing this in the attic."
That
might
idea.
be my go-to.
Let's leave it right there as you go in the attic and you reach and put it on, then leave it there, and you always have it.
Let
me
hit my
ask you
head
this.
so many times.
Is it, and you may not understand what I'm asking, is the hard hat a cap style or is it the safari style? You know, you got the cap look,
I know
and
what
then
you're
you got
asking.
the round look.
I've actually got a cap one at the house.
Yeah. I always went round.
Yeah. It's just the classic round, you know, what you normally see.
Yeah.
When somebody means business.
But you also have, just
the cap is what I've got.
Yeah.
How I ended up with one, I don't know.
Yeah,
it
I
was
was going to ask
show
that.
related. I think the Home Depot guys at one point were sponsoring a show, or we had them on or something, and they brought all hard hats.
Yeah.
You've been doing so much tree work out there lately, getting everything ready.
Yeah, I've never wore it when I need to wear it.
Right. Yeah. That's it.
I always
That's
wear
it.
it when it's like, what are you doing? Why you got to have a hard hat on? And then there's other times where I'm like, you really need a hard hat, and I won't take the time to wear it.
With that tree, good thing I
It's
had
my
it.
tornado hat.
Yeah.
You know, when we've got all these bicycle helmets. James Fan would be so proud of us. Football helmets and bike helmets, and I've got that hard hat, and that's what I use it for.
You know, that's a great idea because we have the ATV helmets and stuff like you're saying, Helmsy. But now that Reese found that hard hat, I can keep that close by.
I thought about just wear it just because it's stylish.
I thought about putting it right at the top because where we are, the attic is above the garage, so you just pull down the door and go up the steps. And I'm thinking there is actually a little hook up there. I'll just hang that thing on the
hook.
hook.
Put it on when you get up there.
That's it. That's going to be my routine.
You're working construction.
If we ever have. I've done this before to a buddy who came over to give me an estimate on something, and we were standing in the garage, and before we'd talk, I put the hard hat on. Hey, wait a minute.
Wearing a hard hat zone.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Must be wearing hard hats and safety.
Yeah. That's right. Where's your glasses? All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It is a Friday if you're listening live, which means the golden ticket seats are headed this way. Drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. Rick, Bubba, Adler, the crew joins us right after the top of the hour for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Absolutely.
Now we cannot have
no. If it's
not
happened,
if you're a person of faith.
No,
I mean, you cannot. No.
Absolutely.
And I'm hearing there's some of that out there, and that is not an option.
No. Again, we don't know what he did, but we do know what Doug Jones will do. And I'll say finally that in no way should this ever be equated to Mary and Joseph. That should not happen.
No.
That's someone using Christian language that doesn't understand the entire process of Scripture.
No question. Thanks, Scott. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
And
the home stretch for the year.
And for our kids at home, they're out of school the whole week. Our school does not do fall break, so they get the entire week of Thanksgiving off. And it was it's interesting to watch because and it's a good problem to have. I mean, it's what you would want. But I've said this so many times. You know, if you get involved in the culture of football and have a kid that is on football and all that, you know, the fall breaks don't mean a whole lot if you're on a good team. And so I was talking last night, and everybody was talking, and then the one that's playing, he goes, "Oh, I got football practice in the morning."
Oh yeah.
And he said, "I'll have football practice every day this week." And they do a cool thing on Thanksgiving though. If your team ever, I've only experienced it once, but I've had the other guys that were actually twice. Once with my oldest son, and that school did a little bit different, and then once with Big Love last year. But they bring in the dads and former players and all that. You kind of get up on Thanksgiving and go up there for the little walkthrough or whatever, and everybody hangs out and they get up and do testimonies and all this. What was funny though of last year, and I think I told y'all this, is, and we all understand things we've been told to do as people of faith. But I will tell you this day was one of those days where Paul says, always be ready to be able to, if you always be ready. Now, I didn't know what he meant by that is you may have a coach who tells you to give a devotion. He never told you about it all week. I didn't know that's what he meant. So last year I'm sitting there and I'm on the road, and it's on Thanksgiving morning, and all the dads are there, and we're fired up. You know, we're still in the playoffs and all that. And it's going to happen again this Thursday. Matter of fact, I may reach out this time just so I'm not in this situation. So I'm all across the crest. We got our own row. You know what I mean? And so the crest is all sitting there, and all the crest dads, and we're all fired up, and we're just listening. And there's players are getting up, and you feel good for the senior dads as their sons get up and say a little something and all that. And I thought, what a great moving. Already thinking about everybody coming over the house for Thanksgiving. Looking at my watch and get down to the end. Head coach gets up, legendary high school football coach, great man, Fred Yancey, and he goes, "Fellas, before we leave, Mr. Burgess, come on up. He's going to give us a word today." And I looked at the guys next to me, and they looked and says, "We didn't know you were speaking." I said, "Nor did I. Nor did I know I was
Had somebody giving you a good one there?
Guys, I've been thinking about this for the last 30, 40 seconds. I just had to get up and just wing it. But thankful, so thankful. I know we're all thankful. And
really thankful.
Today's the day to be thankful. And
that's the name.
Thanksgiving means to give thanks. And you start thinking, come on.
Yeah.
And then, eventually, I had something going. But that was so funny after it was over, and even,
did you ever investigate who did that?
I think it's possible that because during the season, I have the honor with some other guys. I usually do maybe 2 times a year. I'll come in and talk to the team. And I think maybe either I wasn't paying attention because that's usually on me. You know what I mean? And that I was asked to do this and I didn't recall it, which, by the way, let's put that on A. That's the most likely scenario. The other is that a very busy and very successful coach may have thought he had asked me to do this, and, and had, one of us forgot. And I'll say it was on me.
Could it be one of your buddies, though, that said, I tell you what,
Yes.
Burgess has said he is going to do it. Make sure.
Yes.
I've already talked to him. No need for you to even talk to him.
It's already set up. Just call on him when you need him.
Yep.
That's very possible, because we don't have a treaty on the crest. Maybe we need to get one.
Right. Yeah, that's that reeks right there.
How hard would you have been laughing? Because the first thing I say is how thankful we are.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to talk about being thankful.
Yeah.
And let me tell you the things. What I did, this was good training because my grandmother, who is now, been put in charge of some part of heaven, my grandmother, you could not go around her on Thanksgiving without telling what you're thankful for.
Right.
I mean, it was. That question was coming.
I dreaded it. What did that one say?
Oh gosh,
I'm thankful for my big brother.
Watching him getting
for his puppy.
Every year. See what my grandma would do 2 things. On Thanksgiving, you had to say what you're thankful for, and you better be ready.
Yeah, you better.
Be ready. And you better not stammer. Okay, and then Christmas every year, with a year advance, she would declare who was reading the Christmas story.
I know it.
And she'd just look across the grandkids, and when she would call on Greg Burgess, that was one of my
ruined
favorite.
The whole year.
You already dreaded it, huh?
Look, can I not just eat?
Now, Greg, next year you'll be reading us all the Christmas story, and I'd look at his face, and of course, what do you think I did all the way home?
You remember one time she tried to get me to bless food and I got hung up in the middle of it, and you got the laughing, and we both got the laughing in the middle of it. Right in the middle of everybody.
I'm thankful for laughter.
Picture Greg getting called on to do a blessing.
I got hung up.
At Christmas, he got hung up, didn't know where to go. And all of a sudden, he just hears behind me. It is 6 minutes. 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour. We start this hour as we have since the attack on America way back on 9/11. We start with our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 28 years and 10 months. We're still here. Let's go. Much to do on the program today. We welcome the Elite Grade 8. 8 more guests come to the Golden Ticket seats today here at the No Name Studio. They'll live with us on the bleeding edge of technology as we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern, Rick and Bubba University student, banging out a degree in common sense. Common sense now a superpower. So we hope to hand him that diploma. The world needs that. And, of course, Will Meet Will Spin today. That's kind of become part of the Golden Ticket seat experience now. And we'll try that for a while. If we want to mix it up again, we always can. And we still retain the right to do that. There sits the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Information, entertainment, or as we like to call it, information.
Yes.
We got a bunch of it today and a lot of fun, and we want you to be part of it all.
Let's go.
Yeah, boy.
Guns and Roses.
How about that?
Guns and Roses. There they are. I think they're back in some way, shape, or form now.
Rick, everybody is back.
Yes.
In somehow, shape, or form.
Yeah.
If they're still around, they're back.
Yes, they've actually added Kanye West to the lineup.
Yeah.
Sure.
No, I'm just kidding. So we will unpack it today. We got some great stories. We've got the things that I've already mentioned. The whole Elon Musk Twitter thing is it will dominate all that is going on there. If you take the time to watch his takeover of Twitter, there's plenty just on the surface. But if you can find the whining of those that are just losing,
you got to go dig for them.
And all of those that really live their lives saying that their definition of freedom is they get to say whatever they want to say, and they want the world to be the way they want it, unopposed. And anyone who opposes them, if they get the freedom to oppose them, then freedom is bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the only way that they're
that's not freedom, by the way.
No. Well, here's the problem. Their twisted communist socialist view of the world doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
You're right.
So the only way they can win that argument is to control the argument completely. And it's always been that way. That's why these communist countries control the media. And that's where, in places where you have free media, you usually don't have communism and socialism.
Yeah, so we'll do a full-blown unpack of that, because there is a lot there. And,
did you see the one guy, one of the high-ranking guys? Of course, he put a bunch of them on the road yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Now, one of them got $42 million in stock, from
good
the
for
sale.
Him, or her, or whatever.
And, I mean, Elon was like, here's your $42 million, hit the road.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way,
that's like being a college football coach.
I was about to say, who's he think he is? A big-time college football coach, especially in the SEC?
And, there was a lot of debate about Trump. Would he come back on? When would he be, right away, Elon Musk reversed his lifetime ban on Donald Trump.
Yep.
Now, whether Trump will be on there or not, I don't know. But
the bird is free.
He did that right out of the gate.
Well, he said the bird is free. And and phrase what he means. By the way, it just hit me that you can be one of the folks that has all the stock options on Twitter to the tune of $42 million to leave, and that's only about half what A&M will have to pay Jimbo Fisher to leave.
Yes, you're correct. You're correct.
That's true.
I want y'all to think about that for a minute. Jimbo Fisher gets double that to leave.
Yeah.
Who agreed to that? I mean,
that's bizarre.
Well, like Bubba and I talked about this. The way big-time college football is now, we talked about this off the air, is, people are overreacting and firing, and people are overreacting and giving contracts.
Yes.
It's an overreaction on both ends of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
This ironclad thing, because if you've had some success, we're afraid somebody else might get you, so we got to lock you in. Yeah. Oh my goodness, that was an overreaction. That season was kind of an
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now we're stuck with you. And then we'll panic after one bad season and fire you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all over the road.
Yeah, you're coaching 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, and they're going to win some, they're going to lose some, and with the exception of Nick Saban, everybody else has up and down.
Well, he's the best there's ever been,
right?
And I think we sometimes get delusional that there must be a lot of best there's ever been. And there really aren't. That's why they're the best there's ever been.
Right.
But
GOAT means greatest of all time.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
But hope he doesn't stay around too long, like obviously Tom Brady has. But I will.
So here's another. The guy who was directly behind the Donald Trump ban on Twitter was put out on the road yesterday.
Yep.
But he got a handsome sum of $25 million as he exited the building.
So he got 25.
Yep.
So we've had a 42, a 25.
Oh yeah, some of those higher up ones, had the big stock options. They had all kind of stuff.
Well, so y'all don't get overly upset. I did find it funny that
they're gonna be all right. They can go out and fund their liberal causes. Maybe move to Venezuela.
The good news is everybody who's mad at Elon Musk, you actually have the freedom to express that now.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny?
But what's funny is to watch these people all of a sudden care about people losing their jobs. Now, back when they wanted you to lose yours,
right?
Because just simply because of your worldview, they didn't find that to be heartless at all.
Mm-hmm.
But now that somebody at Twitter is getting removed to the tune of 25 and 42 million because Elon Musk has arrived, now they're calling his celebration and his little tweets heartless.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they're some of the most heartless human beings on the planet.
Sure.
When they want you to lose your job, but still,
I'm just glad that there is somebody that has the money that can stand up to him, because Rick, hey, there was no other.
No,
nobody else could do it.
But I think one of my favorite parts of the afternoon is when he brought in all the Tesla engineers, or some of the top ones, and took over Twitter and locked all the people out of being able to log in and do all their little stuff.
Yeah.
He just locked them out and Tesla engineers walked into Twitter.
That's funny. That's called synergy. How about this? He's going to hold a company-wide town hall meeting today, and that will be gold. I'm sure there'll be highlights of that.
Oh, I can't wait to whoever's in there shooting that to get that out. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now we're all in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad was laughing too.
Sure.
Yeah, sure he was.
Yeah. Look, and then of course, and he went on into heaven. Yeah. He went into heaven really before my grandmother when our uncle,
he got in trouble.
Oh gosh, every year, and it would be this year. I'd be looking forward to what will he do.
He'll say something that makes her mad.
Oh,
and it's always innocent. He never meant to be.
No, that's the thing. He's not trying to be controversial.
No.
He finds himself in these places because my grandmother was very, very. I mean, by golly, it was. I know you wonder if you want to look at the matriarch of this family. It was her way or the highway. Okay, and if she had things, her church was not to be questioned under any circumstance.
No.
Her denomination should not be questioned. And if you're not in that denomination, good luck to you. Right. Okay,
you were just wrong.
But he would say something so innocent, like remember that time he questioned something the pastor had
Yes,
done?
Rick.
Oh my gosh. Truex. I would Caesar for NASCAR. Truex, our champion. Truex Jr.
Guys, I'm sorry I brought it.
It's your fault.
I'm sorry.
It's your fault.
I wish Greg would get out.
Truex.
Get off my boy, Gus Johnson.
Well, he needs to calm down. He needs to wait till at least it's late in the fourth.
Or what if they put him with her?
Oh.
Got a man deep.
I agree with you. After that long pass, guys, we got to get a timeout. Somebody got to call a timeout.
3rd and 7.
Gus Malzahn. Chandler Cox.
Greg claim he's going to get. He's
Speedy, I'm sorry.
He's throwing it to the flats.
Yeah, his scream. Got a man. Gain of 3.
Gain of 3.
2nd and 7.
What is he gonna do if he ever, when you have a big play at the end of the game?
How do you know? He cranks it up even more.
He does.
He's awesome.
I don't know how much further he can crank it.
You need to listen.
Yeah.
Watch a game.
What a tradition.
Voice cracks and stuff.
What a tradition.
He scares me. I think I'm missing something. I'm like,
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hear that? We got
Feast week, baby.
Hey, we got a lot going on.
There is.
I mean, we've got there's tons for us to do. I'm trying to keep you, and I will tell you this.
Gobble, gobble.
It is Turkey Week, and at some point
Gobble, gobble.
we'll have to drop this song in its entirety. And I was listening to one Eddie Van Adler talking about when he was just a young buck, and he said he was riding in his vehicle listening to the Rick and Bubba show, not knowing that one day he would work on the staff.
Wow.
And he said, and I heard the Gobble Gobble song for the very first time, and he said, I can't even describe to you what happened. I felt what went on. I wanted to turn away, but I had to lean in. I couldn't. He said, I went all the way to the whisper part. Couldn't believe it.
That has to be painful for him, considering he's a guy that can't stand it if I don't do the tambourine right.
Yeah.
Gobble, gobble.
If I've got my boom chick backwards, it drives him crazy.
Well, I'll tell you, and who doesn't? So anyway, that could happen today or tomorrow. I don't want to overdo it, but obviously we will all be off for Thanksgiving. You'll get a Rick and Bubba replay. Helmsy will be off tomorrow because he's coming in to do a Rick and Bubba best of on Friday. And I don't know how to tell you this, Helmsy. You have a lot of responsibility. I mean, a lot of responsibility. It's Black Friday.
Oh yeah.
There'll be a lot going on. People out moving. They'll need something. And I hate to say this. In order for the Rick and Bubba Challenge to be successful, it is on you because we're going away. So we'll stop talking about it after tomorrow. People will completely forget about it on Thanksgiving. And you'll be the guy that needs to remind them again on Friday to get it done.
I will put that in my notes. That's a good call.
Yeah, because, I mean, because let's face it, that last little push is always the key, and we won't be here for it. That's all on you.
I will push and push away.
We're in a giving mood right now, and we're getting ready for the 12 working days of Christmas, and we got the Rick and Bubba Challenge. So
I love it.
I mean, we just open up the old gift box here at this time of year.
Well, we just give till it hurts.
Yeah, I love it.
And
I love it.
Yeah.
It brings such a happy feeling to everybody.
It does. And, of course, all of us will be motivated by motivational speaker John Maxwell. As he'll be coming up. We'll be talking to him this hour. And his new book, I love the names of his books, don't you?
I just love to hear him talk.
No Limits, Blow the Cap Off Your Capacity.
Ooh, like that.
Yeah, so everybody meeting their ultimate capacity. So we'll be talking with him. It's a cool thing. He is going to be live. It's in our home city, and they're going to be simulcasting this talk throughout the state of Alabama. "21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. So we continue Elon Musk update and taking over Twitter. It is done. Day one, Elon Musk takes some of the highest-ranking brass at Twitter and shows them the door. He has reverses. He's reversed lifetime bans.
I'm sorry, that's funny. I don't care who you are.
He tweeted out, "The bird is free." Trump, as Bubba mentioned, is welcome back. And then now down to fires all the top brass.
All right, the chief executive officer, okay? He, in 2021, his compensation, Rick, was about $30.4 million.
Well, good for him.
Parag.
The country he hates has been really good to him.
Anybody
really.
know how you say that name?
Nah, not even going to try it.
He frequently clashed with Elon over Twitter's user numbers, with Musk claiming the social media platform exaggerated how many users it had and downplayed the number of spam accounts, fakes, or bots. He had insisted that only 5% of the Twitter's accounts were bots, which infuriated Musk. They argued in public and in private. He was shown the door.
Wouldn't see you. And really, I wouldn't say wouldn't want to be you. You're leaving with $42 million. I would like to be you.
Yeah, you do.
Right. Yeah.
You're
I
right.
mean, you're actually going to be fine.
Ned Segal, NEDSEGAL, 48, Chief Financial Officer. His compensation was $18.9 million. He is the one that announced Twitter's a lifetime ban on Donald Trump, that it would be permanent. Musk said that decision was wrong, and he has reversed it. He was shown the door yesterday, too.
But still, and this over here says he got 25.4.
Well, that would. No, I'm giving you what they made.
Oh, I see.
That year.
He walks away with 25.4.
Yeah, you give us the walkaway number. I'm gonna tell you what they made.
Yeah, there you go.
Boy, this other one, VIJAYA Gaddy, 48, head of legal policy. Okay, she's female.
Okay.
She was described as Twitter's moral compass, was a passionate defender of Twitter's role as a censor and an arbitrator. She is long considered one of the people who could be fired at first shot by Musk. She made $17 million last year.
Man, it doesn't say her walkway. I don't know.
Yep, she's out of there. Sean EDGETT, General Counsel, compensation unclear. Okay, this close ally of the previous employee emailed staff members just last week to say there are no plans for mass layoffs. A move which may have irked Musk, giving the impending takeover.
Right. Remember, if you're working for a company, if anybody that's there currently, not the new people coming in, but currently, and really even the new people coming in, this thing of there'll be no layoffs, never believe that. There's always layoffs.
Yeah.
And replacements and all that.
Elections have consequences, so do takeovers. Sarah Personet, hope I'm saying her name right. She worked as Twitter's chief custom officer until she was fired. The former CCO was handed $11.2 million as part of the clearance.
All right.
But get this, just one day before she was culled from the workforce, she wrote on Twitter, "Had a great discussion with Elon Musk last evening. Our continued commitment to brand safety for advertisers remains unchanged. Looking forward to the future." And out of here.
And see you.
Out of here.
But take $11 million with you.
That's right. Look, I don't feel sorry for anybody that leaves with those kind of numbers.
Well, no, and these people, they built a platform that's been lucrative, and they made good money, and they're being removed, and they're being given their compensation, and they can start anew. None of them are going to be on the streets.
No, they're going to be fine. But only Elon could go in there and clean that out. I mean, you talking about a clean out, buddy.
Right? And like you said, this town hall meeting today is got to be a doozy.
Oh, it'll be dandy.
Yeah.
This guy named Biz Stone had tweeted too, which he's allowed to do because
he's free.
Elon is letting him do that.
Right.
Apparently, he was a co-founder to the platform. He took to Twitter to thank the collective contribution to the group who was let go. He says, massive talents, all, and beautiful humans each.
Well, maybe so.
And no longer able to control the minds of Americans.
No, and Bubba and I were just talking about how wonderful it must be to be able to clean house like this, and we both remembered, their midterm elections are coming up because you wish you could do this with the government. You actually can. And it starts. It starts here in 11 days.
Can you believe that? We have the same opportunity that Elon Musk has to clean out a nasty, rotten sore and get this thing healing.
We were supposed to be CEOs of the country, and we were supposed to remove people whenever we found them to be undesirable or if they tried to take away our liberty.
Yeah.
You remember Jack Dorsey, who was in charge of Twitter? He had already left. He got out earlier. He saw this coming.
Smart.
And he was one of the famous ones that would testify before Congress and not know a thing about anything.
Right.
And had one,
Beard.
always one of the worst haircuts.
Yeah.
Him and Meta World.
But you talk about all the firings, but there's some other things too that's been lifted. This is from one of our listeners here. The first dose of Pfizer vaccine injured me. The Army still required me to get the second dose. I declined and retired early. A year later, I can finally say that on social media.
How about that?
There you go.
You can actually say it without being banned from saying it.
I tell you, I wish Elon would buy YouTube.
Well, give him a chance.
Right.
Give him a chance. Keep in mind, these same 5-6 people at the top were the people who buried the Hunter Biden laptop story, didn't allow it to go out. Right. You couldn't even talk about it. Right. You were and come up with all these Russia hoax and all this crap. I mean, a free media is just so critical to a democracy, Rick. Yeah. And you may not agree with every outlet, and they may have their own swing on it. But you can't let one or two groups dominate the whole thing. That's the problem. And I'll tell you, the movie that Helms encouraged us to see, what was it called? Social Dilemma.
Wow.
Where these people that started these platforms, and they realized the power that they were having and the way they've affected us psychologically to move to one side or the other and never hear a dissenting opinion is amazing. By the way, I saw the president yesterday say something, and it may be, I don't want to exaggerate, it may be the weirdest thing he said yet.
Bubba,
did you see him claiming the gas prices when he went up?
Yeah, we'll have that today.
Yeah, we can play that.
It's called a lie, Bubba.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all, come on.
You talk about radical.
Let's all be Musk at the polls.
Rick and Bubba.
So Alabama, Auburn, Gadsden, Huntsville, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, all of you can watch this at the same time. And, of course, you can actually be there where he will be in the same room with him as well. We'll tell you all about that. And, of course, obviously, when you're thinking about that, you know what else I like about this time of year, and you'll see us do this a lot. You talk about we're giving, but we're also always pointing you to different great gift ideas.
Yes.
We're always pointing over here and pointing here. And
we want to share.
This would be a great gift. Over here would be a good gift. And so this would be another one. His new book would be a great one, or maybe just make plans to attend and be part of what he's going to be doing coming up. And it'll be during the Christmas season in December. And we'll hit you with all that with John Maxwell coming up. Was this bottom of the hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, right after the bottom of the hour. So look forward to talking to him. And I hope he's got a good sale because I love to hear his voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, early he'll even have a deeper voice,
Oh, yeah.
Because he hadn't woke up good.
Boy, I hadn't thought about that. He'll really be down there.
He may do some liners for us.
Yeah. Oh, Johnny. I mean, Johnny gets you fired up, doesn't he? I think he would have made a good coach.
Oh, absolutely. He is a coach, Rick. He is a coach.
Well, that's true.
Hey, he was a coach at some point. I have no
No,
idea.
he is a coach.
Yeah.
He is.
He's just not coaching sports.
Right. Yeah. And, he's got the audacity to talk about achieving excellence. And, boy, he's going to be in a bind over that.
Careful.
He must be living a very frustrated life right now.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you, not a lot of people on board for that right now. I tell you, we're the biggest half. All right. So
the biggest half of football.
Do you think he's ever slipped up and said half A at some point?
Well, probably. Well, I actually spoke at a men's thing one time when I told everybody that they are abusing grace to the point they think it means they can do whatever H they want to. I said that in a pulpit. And it'll get everybody's attention, by the way.
Sure it will.
Huh?
I don't know if half A is really a bad word.
No. Well, those two words I just said are both in the Bible.
I don't want to, I don't want to get into a debate like some of our friends have, but that one, it's on the fence at least.
It is.
Rick and Bubba.
But the latest book, and we were laughing before you came on because of the society we now live in general, and I know there's exceptions because you're still in business and people are still getting your books and still coming to your events.
But overall,
it seems like we're embracing mediocrity and trying to talk about excellence and maximizing your capacity may not be as intriguing to people as it once was. But I hope that's not true.
Well, I think that the people that are average and mediocre, they just kind of read average and mediocre books.
That's how they got that way, right?
Hey, to each his own. I have a select audience. My audience wants to improve themselves. My audience wants to learn and grow and get better and add value to other people. And it is a select audience, and it's the ones that make things happen in the world and really make a difference in the world. And so I learned a long time ago, guys, that average people want you to stay average. They just do. And one of the most important things you can do in your life is value everybody, but run away from those average people and get around some others that want to make a difference and want to make their life count. And those are the people you really want to hang with and live with. And so when I write or when I speak, I'm not speaking to help people get mediocre or average. I found guys, they can do that on their own. They don't need any help.
Well, isn't that true? If I ask myself what to do today, he says, whatever we want.
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty easy on myself some days. That's for sure.
So let's talk about, some of what you're going to be talking about. Obviously, we're not going to cover the whole thing because that's why you need to be at the event and need the book. But No Limits, Blow the Cap Off Your Capacity seems pretty straightforward. But what are some of the things you talk about that does give us no limits and the ability to maximize our capability?
Well, guys, basically to hit your potential, three things have to happen, and they all have to happen, not just one or two of the three. First of all, you have to be aware. And this is, I think, the big miss in most people's life as far as hitting their potential. And awareness is all about what do I need to grow? What am I missing? What am I not good at? How can I improve myself? And when we talk about self-awareness, I've come to the conclusion there's no such thing as self-awareness. Most people, if they have self-awareness, it's because someone else came into their life and made them aware.
That's so true. So true.
And I say that for all of us. I say that for myself. In fact, I ask a lot of times, guys, I ask a question of my team, and it's a very simple question. What's it like to be on the other side of me?
Right.
I know what it's like to be on my side, and I know what it's like to see things from my perspective, but they don't see things from my perspective. They see me totally different. And so what's it like to be on the other side of me? Talk to me. What don't I do well? What are some areas that I need to improve in? And I can tell you they help me tremendously.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." It is Friday if you're catching this live. The Elite Grade 8 will be joining us here shortly. And Will of Meat will spin on today's program. SimplySafeBubba.com. Let me tell you what, if security now more than ever in the wild, wild world in which we live. And there just simply is no safe like Simply Safe. Did you see me tie that in? There simply is no safe like Simply Safe. But anyway, if you have not gone to SimplySafeBubba.com, then you don't know that right now you can get 40% off the award-winning security system. You can trust them protect your home. You can trust them to protect your family, your small business. When the threat is detected, their monitoring professionals promptly contact you and then dispatch first responders even if you're away or unable to respond. How about less than the cost of I think somebody mistyped on this. I don't even know this symbol they put here, but I know it's about $1 a day to be monitored. And you can go to simplysafebubba.com right now, 40% off. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. SimplySafeBubba.com, or you can find that link right there at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. They have revolutionized the industry, and there is no safe like SimplySafe.com. Go there now.
Ain't no safe like Simply Safe.
Oh, gosh, we got to get whoever wrote that spot. All right, so let's talk about. We'll go with the CNN talking about Elon Musk.
Yeah, just a couple more clips on the Twitter situation. It's kind of funny.
And then we'll finish that, and then we'll get into.
You ain't ready for Biden today. You talking about a new level of, hey, I ain't with y'all.
Are we going to do something? Because this is getting to the
No,
point.
you're not going to do anything.
All right, well, here's CNN trying, I guess, not to openly weep on the air, announcing that Elon Musk has taken over Twitter. So here we go.
We've got some late breaking news tonight, Allison. Elon Musk's $44 billion Twitter takeover is official. He's already started firing people, including Parag Agrawal and 2 other executives, that according to 2 sources. It's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, he has said that he plans to rethink Twitter's policies and approach to free speech. And he's also said he disagrees with permanent bans for those who repeatedly violate its rules, which, of course, has a lot of people watching to see what will happen with former President Trump. So, I mean, I think that it's fair to ask, what does this mean for all of our lives? Because it will have an impact.
Well, especially, I mean, remember, it's not just the idea in a vacuum. We're talking about how close to midterm election in preparation for the 2024 presidential run. We know how impactful Twitter was when it came to candidates, to the idea of the certain entitlements that were bestowed upon those who were campaigning in the moment, and the idea of what was a public announcement or to be revered in some way or regarded. I'm really curious to see also if President Trump comes back. He said he wouldn't.
Right.
I wonder if he will.
And also, what is Elon Musk's definition of free speech?
Well, yeah.
You know what's funny? Allison, the young lady on the right there, used to be on Fox News, and we've actually been on Fox with her a couple of times. And she jumped ship to CNN when her contract was up. But it's kind of funny. She's kind of like trying to play a liberal, I think, but I don't really think she is.
Well, what's hilarious, what you're seeing there is the far left. They're upset because, like Bubba's already said earlier, and we've all been saying, they're mad because now they can't decide who gets to say something.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's really what they're mad about.
Free speech?
Yep.
People can say things, and then people get to decide on their own what they think about it?
And what they're saying is they want to know his definition of free speech, meaning we had a definition, and I thought everybody was going to stick to that.
Yeah, which meant who we wanted to have free speech.
We're the ones that get to define free speech.
Yeah.
And, you know, CNN's going through their own transition now, too. They've got a guy in there that's been letting the, folks letting the heads roll. But let's go back to Brian Seltzer for a minute, or as we called him, George, and hear a clip from him. Gosh, we miss him, don't we?
We do.
And about 35 people every night.
If you get invited to something where there are no rules, where there is total freedom for everybody, do you actually want to go to that party? Or are you going to decide to stay home? And that's a question for Twitter users. Some Twitter users might love the idea that there's going to be absolutely no moderation and no rules at all.
That's not even the case, first of all.
No.
And did you hear absolute freedom for everybody? Yeah, that sounds pretty good, buddy. And also the moderation when it comes to inciting violence and doxing people, Elon Musk is not going to get rid of that at all. So that is a flat-out lie as well.
Well, this goes back again. We've got to make a decision as a society, as the people who pass laws. Are these platforms publishers, or are they going to be common carriers? Or what's the term there? They use a different term, common carriers, from my day back when we had the Baby Bells, but it's a publisher or a platform. Yeah. So we got to decide and then let the rules fall where they may. Right now, they want to have it both ways, and that's why we have this conflict.
If I could break it to George Costanza, really,
he is a dead ringer too, by the way.
And break it to the ladies that we're trying to keep from crying, whether one's faking or not. Let me say this. What you're exaggerating, what we're going back to is what free speech in the Constitution has always been. You're allowed to speak freely and you're allowed to give your opinions, but you're not allowed to do something that would cause danger, like shouting fire in a theater. That has always been the case. But what's different is the left has gotten to the point where they have declared that if you disagree with them, or you're a strong conservative and you have strong conservative views, or you have strong devotion to your faith, they declare that to be the same thing as yelling fire.
Right.
And that's what just changed.
Right.
And you guys define something as dangerous that is not dangerous. That's not what the Constitution called dangerous. Yeah. So, no, it's not true that all danger now, just anything goes. Mm-hmm. That's not true. We still have the we still have the the limits in place, for lack of a better term, that have always been in place involving the First Amendment. But what y'all tried to do is declare opinion to be dangerous. And that's the difference. Critical thinking to be dangerous. Opposing a certain point of view to be dangerous. Telling people they're wrong based on your convictions as dangerous. No, those things aren't dangerous. And that's that. We wanted a society where people freely express themselves as long as you don't harm other people. And hurting someone's feelings or making someone mad or someone having to see an opposing point of view does not violate the First Amendment. Never has, and it's not going to on Twitter anymore. That's what just happened. Y'all so have lost what freedom of speech is, you don't even understand what's took place.
Well, the people who try to take over, Rick, have always done this. I mean, in Nazi Germany, they took up the guns and assured everybody they'd have the most freedom they'd ever have, that you wouldn't even need to lock your doors anymore. Remember, that's how it always comes in, but it's them in control. There doesn't need to be a them in control. It needs to be us in control. Everybody.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't understand, too, when it comes to expressing your spiritual convictions, both the Russians and the Germans, they started out like they were going to let the church exist, and they're going to let the pastors and teachers and priests teach until they found out that some of the biblical worldviews declared that they weren't sovereign,
right?
That they weren't the ultimate authority, and guess what they did then?
Shut her down.
And see what sounds more like the left or the right. They went into the churches and told all who were teaching the Bible, if you don't abide by what we say now, we're going to jail you or kill you. Now, if you will change what you're teaching in here to something we approve, then you can keep having church. Who does that sound like? Who does that sound like?
Well, we've had some of that in attempts in our country already.
So, so be careful. Know history. So when a certain political party or a worldview starts declaring that the view against them are the fascists, be sure you've done your homework to know what fascists actually do. It's important to know that.
Yeah,
totally. And the remedy for bad speech, or if you want to call it that, if you want to label it bad speech or bad opinions, the remedy for that is not silencing it. The remedy for that is more speech. That's it.
Yeah.
And
putting a light on it. Let it shine.
Yeah, just more speech, more dialogue.
Yeah, we need to know what people believe. We need to know what they think, and then we need to be able to defend what we believe in as truth. But you can't even defend what you believe if you don't even know what opposes it.
You know, the whole Twitter
critical
thing,
thinking has got to return, and that happens, like Adler just said, by maximum freedom.
You know, I just feel like Elon went in and opened up an old stuffy house, that hasn't been aired out, and he's got the windows open on a fall day, and the breeze is blowing through there, and it just feels better, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Gosh, I wish we could do that in the election. We all can be Elon Musk in the election.
We can.
We the people.
We can. And yes,
get some of these psychos out of there.
And yes, they've been there long enough. They also will leave with very sweet compensation packages.
Oh yeah,
speaking engagements, book deals.
Oh yeah,
libraries. They'll get it all.
Yep.
We'll talk President Biden next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so I become aware, but I don't become aware because I'm amazing. I become aware because I'm honest and open and confident that people will help me. And I think that's the big, to me, that's the big discovery in the book, and the fact that I'm not going to improve ourselves much until we really, know ourselves. You got to know yourself to grow yourself, and that's awareness. So I'll talk when we're together. I'll talk about that. What are the things you and I need to know? What do we need to be aware of in our life that will help us to improve and get better? And the second thing, guys, that you got to have to hit your potential is you just have to be able to have some gifts, some abilities, some strengths. Everybody does, but you've got to know what they are, and you got to stay there. So you kind of have to find what I call your strength sweet spot. The few things that you do well. You just need to keep doing those things well. You don't work on skills that aren't going to be good, because you never can be great on those. But you take something you already got going for you and gifts and abilities, and then you work on it so you can maximize it. And then third area is choices. no matter how gifted I am, even no matter how aware I am, if I don't make good choices in my life, I'm going to limit myself. And so the book really is all about how do I become aware so that I can get better? Can't fix what you don't know. How can I find what I'm good at so that I can get better at it? And how do I make choices that are going to absolutely enhance everything I say and everything I do? And if I can do those three things consistently and really keep focused on them, then I think no limits is a potential within my life.
You know, listening to you talk about this, it's almost the vision I have in my mind, and I guess it's because you're a good communicator, is you're trying to say, ladies, gentlemen, a lot of the things that keep us from, maximizing our capacity, it's like we're taking these orange barrels and we're throwing them in front of ourselves and we keep tripping over them. And, and so you were talking about self-awareness, and I will tell you this, you're 100% right about that. But I became aware of that when I started realizing how delusional everyone seemed to be, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I bet I am too.
I'm in the club too.
Yeah, because you don't see yourself the way one of the most successful men in coaching is Nick Saban, and I laughed one time when he was interviewed about his wife, and he asked his wife one day, he says, all right, everybody says I come across as a jerk. He said, I don't really come across that way, do I? And his wife said, yes, you do. and he said, really? And she said, absolutely, people think that about you. And he's like, and he said he really didn't see it. And then, of course, he said, so I'll adjust kind of the way, as much as you can. But the first thing you have to be willing to do is be coachable, right? You got to be coachable.
Yeah, you have to have a teachable spirit. And a teachable, coachable spirit is really having a desire to learn. When a person wants to learn, they can learn. It's not an IQ question. It's a willingness and a desire to grow and to do better. And you're exactly right, though, guys. I don't think it's possible for a person to grow in the awareness until they have people come around them and help them. We call it blind spots, and there's a reason for it, because it's a blind spot, which really means you're blind there.
No question.
And you're not going to spot it on your own. But somebody that cares for you and loves you and sees you from a different perspective, they can help you for sure.
Well, John, we have a group here that ensures that our blind spots are few and far between because they will shine a little light on it in this group.
You come in here and it's like we call this illumination place.
I feel like I'm in a paint. I feel like I'm in a paint booth where they paint cars. Have you seen how bright it is in there?
I know what you're talking about, guys. My team, they don't bring a flashlight; they bring a searchlight. They all think they're a lighthouse.
So, John, what do they get on you about? Just tell us one thing that they got on you about.
Guys, unless this is a show that we're going to be doing weekly, there's no way that I can.
You can't land on one thing.
Hey, but no, I can land on one. It's just I've got 100 to land on. But probably my impatience. I just am not a patient person with myself, and I'm not a patient person with others. I do equal fairness to everybody. I'm not patient with me and impatient with everyone else. I kick my own butt. I say no, get it going, and it's a disappointment in my life because I thought as I got older, I would mellow out and get more patient, and I find that the opposite is true.
That's great.
And I think the reason, and I get disappointed myself because that's not a great trait, obviously. Right. Although the reason I'm not patient is, the Bible says tribulation works patience.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls. Blazing Silverman got that handled today. Golden ticket seats coming up later. The Great 8 will be here. Wheel of Meat still coming up. All right, so let's jump into our Biden clips of the day. Oh my goodness!
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement.
Here we go.
Does anybody know?
Basement Joe. All right, so does anybody remember gas prices when Joe Biden took office? Anybody remember those? They were down in the twos. Remember that?
$2.39, right?
$2.39 was the price of gasoline when Biden took office. When you're talking about averages, we can easily go back and get that information. I want to tell you that unlike former President Bill Clinton, when he would lie, he knew he was lying. I'm willing to say that our current president has no idea when he's lying and telling the truth. I think people just tell him to say these things, and he has no idea whether it's true or not.
Yeah,
Really,
they're lying, and he's reading it.
Yeah, Bill Clinton was a manipulator. He would even tell his buddies, "You won't believe this. I'm going to go on TV and claim that the gas prices were higher when I took over," and everybody's going to say, "Well, you know that's not true." He goes, "Yeah, but watch me do it." And I think Biden, when he says these things, he really believes it. So which should be more troubling, by the way. So here we go. Here is President Biden telling us that gas prices were over $5 when he took office. So here we go.
The most common price of gas in America is $3.39, down from over $5 when I took office.
That went up to that when you took office.
No,
Rick.
This
is so
went up
easy.
after you took
This
office.
is so easy documented. Again, I don't think he's just been told this. I don't think he knows what he's saying. But
Right.
Out and out lie. Out and out
That's
lie.
not true.
Y'all, how can we continue to allow this to go on?
So-
Something's got to give.
You
Hey,
know-
we the people, the bell's ringing, folks. We
What-
need you to answer.
What he should have said is, "Hey, when I took us away from energy independence, prices shot up to over $5, but right now I've got them down to $3.39." That would be
Because I keep going into the reserves, and we're really running down there too.
But he could at least say that, and you go, "Well, yeah, what you're doing isn't going to stand up to your point."
Yeah.
But you could say that and at least be factual.
Right.
And of course, you would still be in a bind because you're still $1 more a gallon than when you took office. Even
it's $5.
yeah. But he said that he said that. What do we do about stuff like this?
I don't know.
Somebody on YouTube, and this is a sidebar, but somebody on YouTube commented, "Wow, 3 mics," which is a great point. He has 2 mics on his podium,
He
and
sure
he's holding
does.
a microphone. I thought that was funny.
All right, the next
Well,
one.
we want to be sure to hear him while he's making up stories.
Right.
Yeah.
Now he wants us to understand that the increase in food prices really aren't a big deal.
Yeah.
Really?
Nah.
Buy some
And
different.
by the
cereal.
way, the food prices, the main driver of food prices is not the price of beef and eggs, et cetera, although they're up. It's packaged goods. Packaged goods. You're going to see people not buying Kellogg's Raisin Bran, which you're going to see them buy another Raisin Bran, which would be $1 cheaper. I mean, so what's happening is there is real movement.
No. Again.
gracious.
No.
Kellogg's
The off brands have always cost less, but the off brands cost more than they once did.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of it
They're
is
less
up.
than the top brand, but they're still up.
Yeah, the top brands cost more than they once did. Do you not understand that?
You're not shopping much in Delaware there, are you, Mr. President?
Wait a minute. Oh, no. Wait just a doggone minute. Are you telling me that off brands cost less than name brands? I didn't know that. Why was I paying more?
If we follow the president's logic here, if we'll all just change the brand cereal we're at, our grocery bill will
We're
be
good.
okay.
But
How
when
about I like brand name stuff?
Well, Greg, how about this? When I go
How about
to,
I like meat and eggs and stuff?
But when I go to the off brand, it costs more than it once cost.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it
less,
didn't-
but
it
it's
didn't
still
stay
more
the
than it
same.
was.
Everything's up.
Off brands have always
And
cost.
you know why? Their cost to move it around because of the gas prices. It really goes back to that. Joe, you're a big man when you cut that pipeline opening day, so just live with it, baby.
Oh, I should get that big trash can of cornflakes. I mean,
That with a poorly
Wait a
drawn
minute.
rooster on the side of
You
it.
mean if I get Great Value brand over
Yeah.
Kellogg's, that's cheaper? Really?
how'd that happen?
Get some IGA?
I bet you Kellogg's appreciates him saying that. too.
Somebody please tell me, because look, hey, we've talked about this before. Look, I'm pulling from mental illness now because I can at least have some compassion.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Don't think I'm this stupid.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
part
now
that
you're making me mad.
Now you're upsetting. Look, I'm a good, but I ain't that much of a good. I mean, come on. How stupid do you think we are?
Yeah.
All right, so
But to the other one, do you think that a mindset is to just say it and say it enough where the average person's not doing any research and they'll go, yeah, that's right.
I'm going to say that somebody gave Joe Biden. He just does not have the mental capacity to pull it off.
Okay.
Somebody said, I mean, I have to do this, and I'm not even sure this is right. This is me doing this for me. I'm
Okay.
now in therapy.
All right.
Somebody said to the president, get up there and say that gas prices got up to $5. Of course, more than that on the West Coast. But average $5, and now they're down to $3.39. You're working to get the price down. Well, he goes up there and goes, when I took office, average price was $5, and they're like, God,
yeah.
And they're
That's how
out,
you have to reason it.
yeah, they're out there going, no, that's not what we told you to say. Come on, because now Rick and Bubba's gonna go nuts on that.
Peter Ducey's already writing the question.
Right. I'm gonna say he couldn't pull off the narrative the way it was actually written.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree. I
Because
think
if that was your plan to go up there and say that, you're just not very smart.
yeah, surely nobody signed
You
off
can't
on that.
you can't be that stupid.
Yeah.
And so what that means is he can't pull off even communicating what they're telling him to communicate. I have to say that.
I think you're right.
All right.
In this case especially. Because you can check. It's
Yeah,
it's not
Nice.
something you can't check.
Y'all, I'm begging we the people. Something has to be done here. We're going over the cliff, okay?
Yeah.
Well, it's one thing for somebody to say something and you go, I don't think that's right, as opposed to, I know that's not right.
Yeah.
It's a lie.
Right.
You want to hear a couple more Bidens here while we're on the topic?
Well,
1C?
How we doing on time?
Where are we at
We can
here?
get-
we got time?
We can let's come back and get these two.
Okay.
Because I think they're going to be worth setup. This thing with Hunter Biden, can I let some of you in on something that won't so bad for something to be done? Speedy, you'd be one. Nothing's going to be done.
Right.
Okay.
Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
Hunter Biden can do anything he wants to do.
And
I
if
mean,
you-
anything.
And if you don't believe that, what the press secretary, John Paul Pierre, is going to tell us is really her quote. You just need to hear it, and you need to apply it and say, and that really is the truth. Okay? We can bring up.
Or this is the way you have to look at it, Rick,
Right.
and that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah. All of you that think Hunter Biden is going to affect this presidency, it's just not. I mean, nothing is going to be done to this rogue person.
Could you imagine
until there's a new administration, and then by then it's not going to matter anyway.
Could you imagine if this was reversed and this was a Trump kid doing
Bubba.
this?
Oh, Bubba. Oh, Bubba. By the way, more radical stuff from Twitter. Looks like Mike Lindell's back. Time for the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Allegiance gold, allegiance gold, allegiance gold. Bubba, I don't know if you know this. When the president took over, gas prices were $5, and he's got them down $3.30.
Well, that's what I heard him say, Rick, although factually incorrect.
And Bubba, if your food prices are too high, just buy off-brands.
Yeah.
But anyway, allegiance gold.
I never thought cornflakes was going to be the way to get out of this inflation, Rick. I just never did.
Raisin Bran. All right, so with all this bizarreness going on, you know the reality. We know the reality. The economy is sick. We know that. I mean, if the economy was a patient, we would say you are sick.
Get the paddles out.
Get them out. So here's what we got to do. You got to think about diversifying. If you have an IRA or a 401k, because boy, did they take a hit and this kind of stuff, and replace some of it, if not all of it, with physical gold and silver. And if you prefer, you don't even have to do it that way. You could just have it sent securely right to your door if you want. Allegiance Gold's going to sit down. Allegiance Gold says, look, let's look at your situation. Let's customize a plan for you. We're not just going to give you the same plan we give everybody, because everybody's situation is different. That's why they have these high ratings in the industry. But some of the highest 5 stars were TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Now, if you want to get their best offer yet, that's up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase. Go to protectwithrickbubba.com. Protectwithrickbubba.com, or you can call them 844-790-9191 and mention Rick and Bubba. You'll also be eligible for this deal. That's protectwithrickbubba.com, or call Allegiance Gold, 844-790-9191.
Oh, it does.
So as soon as I found out that the way to get patience is to go through tribulation, I opted out of that program.
Isn't that so? Yeah. When you ask God to teach you patience, I didn't know that's how you were going to do it.
And I need it in a hurry.
That's exactly right. And can I just be impatient with everyone else? That tribulation thing gets a little heavy.
It
but
does.
what I do know is, and I think in my situation, I'm 70 now, and I'm counting my days, and I've got a short window, and life is like toilet paper. The closer you are to the end, the quicker it goes. You know what I mean?
Isn't that true?
And I got me a little window, guys, and I think sometimes, in fairness, I just look at the few days I've got left, and I have such a desire to make them count that I think it causes me to be impatient. Now, that is my rationalization for something that's very bad in my life that I ought to fix.
Well, that's true, but you're concentrating on something that, frankly, and I know you come from a biblical worldview like we do. Sadly, and it's challenging to look how few men finish well. I mean, finishing well is not. You better be devoted to it because very few people do it.
Yeah, and you know what? I've got a new perspective on finishing well because that's something I've always loved and focused on and tried to say I want to finish well. And here's my new perspective on it. In fact, I'm just developing, guys. So this is just new for you and the listeners.
Okay.
It's kind of new for me, to be honest with you.
Next book right here.
Yeah. There may be a book come out, and I think I'm going to call it "There Is No Finish Line."
Ooh.
And here's what when we talk about finishing well, I've always thought of a time. I'm done. And it's probably taken from Paul's words. I finished my race.
Sure.
So I'm not opposed to that, but I come to the conclusion that I don't think there's a finish line. I think we're constantly to be learning, growing, and running. Until it's over, till our life is over.
That's
and
right.
We finish. But I don't think, and I think people put what I call self-imposed finish lines all the time.
Oh, I agree with that. It's like retirement. There's nothing in the Bible about a man stopping working. Nothing.
Yeah, come on, baby, preach it.
Yeah.
So what happens on that, though, guys, is very simple. I think we put self-imposed finish lines, and guess what? When I put a self-imposed finish line, I'm finished. And so I have come to the conclusion: you run, and that line is in front of you. And you continually go for it, but you're not going to get to it till you draw the last breath. So on my tombstone, I wanted to put on my tombstone, my epitaph, it's these words: "He finally ran out of breath."
There you go. That's it. And mine was said, "I told you I was tired." No, but hey, John Maxwell, thank you very much. Appreciate it, and look forward to the event. We'll give all the information and show notes there at rickandbubba.com. And the new book, No Limits, Blow the Cap Off Your Capacity.
Thanks,
we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Grabs. The new Rick and Bubba Christmas ornament is out today, so if you collect those, grab that. And then, of course, we have the 12 working days of Christmas. That will start next Thursday. As day one will be here, and the gifts are coming into the plaza as we speak. And then, of course, we'll kick off Christmas season on Monday's show right here and roll through. Big year ender, December 15th. So there it is. Everybody's updated. Bubba, I want to read you something. And I hate to do this to you, but
I'm glad you. Yeah, I think you need to address it. And
I'm just getting tired.
And there's one other thing too that I think is so glaring out there right now. I'm bumfuzzled why it is getting to continue going on.
Okay. Bumfuzzled.
Yes.
Well, you better. Handle that with care.
Scared me, Bub.
Handle that with like a surgeon. Okay. All right. So, and this is really, and again, I understand. I'm not upset. Whatever. It is 7 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, Blazing Silverman, taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Earning his degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We are glad and very excited to be part of We the People.
So we're finishing up Joe Biden's latest circus. First of all, he said that when he took over as president, that gas prices averaged $5 a gallon, and he's got them down to $3.39.
Good job,
Rick. How delusional.
Well, I go back to this. I think he was given a different thing to say, and he just couldn't say it. Actually, when he took office, it was $2.39.
Well documented since day one. $2.39.
He said, if food prices bother you, just buy off brands. Now we move to the reporters trying to ask him a question. He's going to mock reporters, and then there's going to be a reality check for those of you that think the Hunter Biden thing is ever going to amount to anything. So here we go first, mocking reporters.
Yeah, and this is really, you're just going to hear the reporters trying to ask Biden questions, and it's more of a visual thing that you guys are going to have to explain what's going on
all right.
with the situation. He's sitting with the Israeli president at the White House, the Israeli President Herzog.
The world at large, thank you very much.
So the press is trying to ask him questions.
Wow, they are
screaming. It's Prime Minister from Israel. He's like, wow, this is fun.
Look, do you see Biden moving his mouth like he's them? Yeah. If Trump had done something like that, the press would go and cry on camera. Did you see him mocking us and moving his mouth like we were a bunch of him? Look, watch his mouth. Watch him just go. Bye.
Golly.
What is going on?
See now, Rick,
How
embarrassed
are we that Israeli's prime minister is sitting there?
That gives you a glance that he kind of knows what he's doing too.
Well,
Speedy,
I think he comes and goes.
I mean, but what I'm saying though is, if he's sitting there going, ooh, then he's.
But if you're doing that though, don't you forget you're the president.
Oh, so you think he forgot for a second?
That's something you do if you're us.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. That helps.
It's not a good look for the president at all. And the satisfied smile at the end, like, haha, I did something. It's like, no, you're embarrassing.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, here we go. And Speedy, you really need to listen to this, because I know you think Hunter Biden. You want to make sure everybody knows.
A lot there.
Here's what you need to know: the current administration completely knows everything that Hunter Biden has done and is currently doing. Okay. So you're not informing them. Okay, they know. Okay,
wait a minute, Hunter's bad guy.
Right, and
y'all got a story on that today.
and you want something done, but it's not going to be done.
Just move the needle a little bit.
And you're telling people who, like you, want something done. They agree with you, but the people that must do something aren't going to. I just want you to know that. Okay.
Right.
So, and if you don't believe that, Jean Paul is going to.
Actually, this is not Jean.
Is it
Rick.
not? Who is this person?
This is, I believe, from the Pentagon, or maybe the
John.
It's the co-press secretary. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It does say that here. That's on me.
Yeah.
Former Pentagon spokesman.
Right. So this is not the press secretary, Jean Paul. It is the co-press secretary. So, but when you hear what the co-press secretary says, you need to hear this, Speedy, and all people like Speedy. Yeah. Y'all need to hear this, because you're going to hear from this person the answer that you need. This is your answer.
Right.
All right. So they're going to ask him about Hunter Biden still co-owning a company with the Chinese government. Here we go.
This is a very simple question, but it's an enduring point of uncertainty. Does the president's son still co-own a company with China's government? And if not, can you provide some basic transparency about who bought that stake and for how much money?
I don't have anything for you on your second question.
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything for you on that question. Right. You got it?
Yeah, I got it. And
They don't have anything for you.
This is helping.
Okay.
I feel like I need to be laying on a couch.
Right.
And I think where I need to land
right.
is and this is me talking to myself. So I'm not. Hey, buddy. I know it would be different if it was a Trump kid. I
Of
know
course
that.
it would.
Okay,
Everybody knows that.
So just stop.
Listen.
Stop the comparisons. Okay,
Right.
and I'm talking to myself. This is me.
Speedy, listen. Even
Heck,
this
dummy.
administration knows that.
Right.
They know they would be responding differently if it was one of Trump's kids.
Yeah, I get
they
it.
would look at this as one of the greatest, handed to them on a platter, opportunities to destroy the Trump administration they had ever been given.
That's it. I'm not going to print any more Hunter stories.
Right.
okay?
But the right is not as good at this kind of stuff as the left. The right thinks that you bring these things up and people do something about it. All you have to do is prove it.
yeah.
But that's not the case. The left, they're the masters of saying this would not be tolerated if it was your candidate, but it's our candidate, so it's no big deal.
Right.
And there's nothing you can do about it. If you think they're going to go after Hunter Biden, they're just not.
What about the FBI and all the agents?
No, none of that's going to happen.
What about the
Hunter Biden?
What about Twitter? Like
listen,
suspending people that brought it up.
This is the thing you.
See,
This is the thing you have to know.
Okay.
And this is something I don't think we understand. This Earth is fallen. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We're there. All right.
On Earth, you think people are going to come to justice on this Earth? That's always going to happen, like a movie.
Sure.
It doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen. People get away with stuff on Earth all the time.
The rain falls on the wicked just like it does the
because it's fallen.
Yep.
Now, one day, Hunter Biden will stand before the only perfect judge.
Amen.
And that perfect judge, if he does not ask for redemption, will be judged on everything that he's done. Okay.
Got it.
All right. So that but it may not happen here.
So you mean in the movies when they finally get the thumb drive to the media and then
we already have the thumb drives.
That doesn't happen.
We already
Twitter buried it.
They get the laptop.
All this stuff's been handed in.
They do a big newscast and everybody's busted and fired. That's just a movie.
No, listen. On a movie, the whole plot of the movie is to find the evidence.
Okay.
We have it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So and see, once they find it in the movie, they're like, see there, and it all turns around.
You're right.
Even the person who thought a person was guilty. Remember on movies when they see the evidence, they're like, oh my goodness, I was wrong the whole time. That's not going to happen here. Hey, the Biden administration and especially the Biden family, they know. Okay, the evidence has already been found over and over again. There's been, if just one of the videos we have a Hunter Biden had been on a Trump kid, just one. I mean, it would have been.
What about if there was a voicemail that was leaked of the president calling his son and
already
saying,
got that?
Hey, I think you're okay.
Already got that. We played it on the show.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We already hear the president telling his son, I think I can work this out.
Okay.
We got it. Okay.
You mean the big man?
Yeah, the big man.
That we want a meeting
We
with?
have evidence this president has taken care of his brothers. They use him for gain in his places in office for 40-something years.
Okay.
His son does it, who just happens to also have unfortunately a problem with drugs and alcohol.
Okay.
So he's really dangerous to have all this information. And every time that you try to corner them on this, they bring up some sob story, and you have to back off on it. And then they have most of the media that can cover it. And
in their pocket.
Their pocket, and then when the radical right tries to say something about it, they just talk about how mean the radical right is, and they move on.
Okay.
What about the FBI contacting Facebook and telling them to squash the Hunter Biden story? Is anything
Already had that.
Anything going to happen with
Nope.
that?
Oh, yeah.
Not one thing.
What about if we had a whistleblower that came out and said they actually met with the? Okay.
We've got all that.
Gun charges on Hunter Biden?
Nope.
No, that's not going to happen.
Nope.
Okay.
None of that's going to happen.
Drug charges?
You need to go vote, and you need to try to keep others from cheating on the midterm elections. That's all you can do.
Yep.
Okay.
And can I go ahead?
This is somewhat
like
helpful.
we already said in the break, and others are doing it, not just us. You mentioned it. You heard another show doing that. Everybody calm down. Midterms. All we're doing in the midterms is minimizing the damage.
Right.
Not enough's going to happen at the midterms where the right starts getting its way. The midterms are about keeping the left from doing any more damage. That's all it is.
Right.
Okay, but it's important.
Holding it together, and then 2024.
Yeah, 2024 is when you actually get to do things.
Yeah.
What's going to happen in 11 days is to stop what's going on.
Yeah.
And to make it harder to do.
Yep.
Okay, it's still not going to be enough to override vetoes and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But at least you can keep the Biden administration from doing much more. You're stopping the bleeding in 11 days.
Yeah, you're putting a bandage on
Yeah,
it.
the 2024 is when you get to make real change.
Right.
Okay,
Well, let's start.
But this is
Start
important.
the process.
Yeah, move it.
Rick and Bubba.
John Maxwell just taught me a minute ago to be patient.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, but let's bring some levity to all this, and let's see if we can be real clear. I realize I'm giving benefit of the doubt when people email us or whatever call, that it is impossible for you guys to listen to 5 hours of Rick and Bubba every single day and catch every segment.
I hate it, but it is probably impossible
But
for
that,
most
and
people.
sometimes you develop a narrative because you hear a little piece of this and whatever. But you must make these comments based on our entire body of work.
Yes.
Okay. Here comes the email. Dear Rick, I know your show, or at least Bubba, came out and endorsed Luther Strange, so it's no surprise that you are ripping Judge Roy Moore. However, since the allegations have come forth, there has been story after story to disprove almost every single allegation against him. But no one is publishing it in our local news media, including you. Don't you have a responsibility as a Christian, knew that was coming, to make sure the entire truth is told? I've listened to you for years, but I'm so sick of the media, especially in our state, not telling the whole truth in order to keep someone out of office, even if it's who the Alabama people want. Whether you like it or not, you're a major voice in our state, and whether you like the judge or you disagree with every single thing he says, it is your duty to make sure the truth is told if you are going to comment on the story. Not only as a celebrity in our state, but as a Christian man who pushes the gospel and Christian conservative beliefs. Okay, and I understand the frustration. I do, but for this particular show, I'm just going to kind of take you through the facts. I've had to do this a couple of times, and I understand you can't hear the whole show. I got it.
Yep.
All
Well,
right.
just clear it up.
Let's go. Let's go facts. When Roy Moore faced the Ten Commandment deal, Bubba and I interviewed him several times on the show, stood by him, and loved the things that he pointed out about our Constitution and the Establishment Clause, and we agreed with it completely.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Check.
and supported him the whole time.
Check.
We have never said anything publicly or whatever that we took on the judge on anything. As a matter of fact, Bubba endorsed Luther Strange, and yes, there was a sense that in this particular situation, loved Roy as a judge. As a senator, Bubba thought and endorsed that Luther Strange was a better choice. That's true. So when that finished, though, I kid you not, it was the day that these allegations started, Bubba, who endorsed Luther Strange, was calling all conservatives in our state to get behind Roy Moore. Had put it out on social media that day.
Yeah, Twitter.
Okay, and then wisely took it down when these allegations came out, because I'm going to tell you something. The integrity of our platform is more important than any one politician. And we are extremely careful, and we're not always going to get everything right, but we're extremely careful about who we endorse and who we stand by. And if we don't know them personally or there's a red flag, we've learned as we are growing up and maturing and becoming wiser that you distance yourself from those situations until you know what's going on. Now, since that has taken place, every single time there has been information like the yearbook deal that shows inconsistency from the accuser, we have pointed it out and unraveled it here on the program. I would go the opposite and say we have probably been so fair to Roy Moore, some people think that we're in his camp and are being delusional. And we have what we're trying to do. I said it again today. The fact remains in Roy Moore's case, and has been said on the show over and over and over again, is that he says these things did not happen, and these people say it did. We don't know what the truth is. How many times have we said that?
And I'll be honest, the lady that wrote the email don't know either. She wasn't there either.
No, she doesn't.
So you have to trust in somebody, or you have to declare, I just don't know. I just don't know.
Right. But
and I think that, like you said on the yearbook thing, we raked that over the coals for about 3 segments, pointing out inconsistencies in the yearbook part, to the point that I don't even consider it anymore. Several of these people who've come out and been accusers, one of them was worked with the Clinton campaign as a signer. Discount her, put it away. Okay.
Right.
I do know the husband of one of the accusers, who told me his wife had told him this years and years ago.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Well, you want to catch that. Jay Pay Leitner was our guest. The book is called The Next Verse, which you never knew, about 60 of your favorite Bible verses. These are those verses that people, they call it bumper sticker theology. They're postable, they're cross-stitchable, they're tattooed, they're on bumper stickers. But have you ever taken the time to read the next verse? That maybe your use of these verses not quite correct. So that's an interesting conversation, and you need to catch that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, so we continue. Chuck Schumer, I played Herschel Walker coming out of the break. You know, the Democrats have, even if you're a person of color, if you don't get in line, you'll be called stupid and ignorant by them. And so they've tried to paint Herschel Walker as unworthy, a joke. Now, they expect us to think that Fetterman and the current president are just fine.
Right.
But it's Herschel Walker that doesn't have a good grasp on things.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so Herschel is actually surging in Georgia. I think they're learning that no matter what you bring up, you underestimate people's love of college football. But anyway, and
how bad Warnick is.
So yeah, right. Warnick is a bird, and we have some of his quotes from the past as well. But anyway, here is Chuck Schumer, and is he talking to the president? This shall be a great conversation.
Yeah.
And he's
briefing him, Rick. And it looks like on the tarmac, but it got caught on a hot mic.
Right, and you can't hear it very good, but we have subtitles. And, of course, as usual, you can hear the president just fine. You just can't understand what he's saying. All right, so anyway, here's Chuck trying to update him on the state of the party in Georgia. Here we go.
There you go. He is. That seat. We're in danger in that seat.
We're in danger in that seat, says Schumer. It's close. We'll see.
Shrugs it off. It looks like the debate didn't hurt us too much.
The debate didn't hurt us in Pennsylvania. Now he's talking about picking up steam in Nevada.
Right.
Yeah.
And Biden's talking here.
He said, "Is Nevada a state?" That's what Biden said.
What is Nevada?
Yeah, we don't know what the president's even talking about. Nor does Chuck Schumer.
Can you back it up here when he's talking? When Chuck Schumer, Rick says,
and he said, "Sorry, Bubba,
we're going downhill in Georgia."
But they will go for
and it's hard to believe."
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, they're having some problems in Georgia. It's turning on. Watch Joe Biden cross his fingers, Rick, and hold it up when he says, maybe the debate did not hurt us too bad in Pennsylvania. Okay?
Yeah.
It looks like the debate didn't hurt
Watch
us
Biden's
too
right
much in
hand.
Pennsylvania, so that's
Fingers crossed. See him?
Yeah.
I hope it didn't. I hope it didn't.
So keep in mind, we should not be concerned about Fetterman's state at all. It's Herschel that we should be concerned about. And I just have to say that
I tell you, they've attacked Herschel every which way but loose. Even some of his own family, and he's still plowing through this.
If Herschel Walker, and y'all know this, but some of you that are younger need to learn how the world works. If Herschel Walker was a Democrat with all of his baggage, same baggage, okay, and conservatives were taking issue with the baggage, they would be deemed racist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's all you would hear.
That's all you would hear. They're allowed to do it because they've been given a special pass on all things. And they're the most loving, caring people, unless, of course, you oppose them.
So Schumer's briefing of the president tells you exactly what's going on. They hope the debate didn't hurt them too bad in Pennsylvania, which they know it did. Oz is now leading in some of those polls, who was squarely behind before it. Herschel is now leading in some polls in Georgia after their debate.
Yep.
And so now he's swinging around wanting to talk about Nevada and some other places. But there's definitely a swing taking place.
A good one with Dr. Oz's campaign, because the captioning is the reason Fetterman's camp is saying he did poorly. It wasn't working right. And Dr. Oz said, if that's the reason, we'll be happy to. Let's do another one. You name the place. Let's do another one.
So here is John Fetterman's campaign. Can you do 3A? Let me know when you have that. 3A and B, because we got to hear that B. John Fetterman's campaign says the reason he struggled, to Speedy's point, was because of the captioning. Well, yeah, I know. That's why we don't really want a senator that has to depend on captioning. even if – all right, so here it is.
And you talk about the liberty of statue has never had an inscription inside that said, send your tired Huddard masses and put them on a bus and turn them into a cheap political stunt.
Did he just try to say Statue of Liberty?
He tried to, yeah.
Can I hear that again, please?
A statue
what
has never had an inscription
what did he
inside
call
that
it?
said
Statue.
It's not good, guys.
Statue.
Let me hear it again.
Okay, I got to back it up here.
Statue.
And why is he in jail in some foreign country?
That's a great question.
All right.
you talk about the liberty of statue.
The liberty of statue
has never.
The liberty.
That's supposed to be the Statue of Liberty.
Yes, that's supposed to be Statue of Liberty.
All right. I hate to hear him say corn candy.
All right, and now 3B. This makes
liberty of statue.
This makes
Howard Dean.
Howard Dean's moment looked like it was completely.
You remember what a psycho thing that was.
But listen to Fetterman. We don't even know what he's doing. I don't. What is this?
I think is he saying, well, it's good to be here.
I'm begging we the people to get a hold of the airplane. We're headed into the side of a mountain.
What is he saying?
Listen.
Pennsylvania, what are y'all doing? Seriously, you couldn't find anything else. Like even if you want to stay with the Democratic Party, there was no one else
in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. You couldn't find anybody else.
And they're calling Dr. Oz ableist because he purposefully spoke too fast so that the captioning couldn't keep up. It's ridiculous.
Phone calls are next.
I don't know.
Right.
But as we've said, and we get down to this, we're asking the same questions that a lot of other people are asking. I don't know what to do here. Okay. I would find it hard to believe that Roy had done this because we have been an acquaintance of his in the past, and we have liked several stances that he's made in the past. Have always voted and supported him when he ran for a judge position. And as you said, came out on email. I heard all the, seeing signs and this. I said, hey, it's time for all of us to get behind the GOP nominee. The people spoke. Let's get behind him. We cannot allow Doug Jones into this seat when the balance of the Senate is so close right now. And Doug's done some great commercials, okay, and he was a fine prosecutor. But we know his stance on abortion. We know his stance on taxes. We know his stance on Supreme Court justices he would put in. He does not reflect my stance. As a matter of fact, it's as far away as it could be. So I'm going to vote for somebody other than Doug Jones. Not voting is not an option to me. Not voting is a vote for Doug Jones in my book. Everybody will have to make up that decision on their own. Short of something else coming out that we can hang our hat on proof-wise, I will be supporting the Republican nominee for that seat, who is Judge Roy Moore, unless something dramatically changes.
Right, and it could. And that's the reason why.
Could.
Because I want to address this one thing.
So is that clear? Is that crystal clear?
It is.
Okay.
Well, I want to be sure and I will tell this because I think there's something you think about too. And I don't know what happened. And if it stays, I don't know what happened, then I'll make the same choice because I won't know. But I want to say something to you that I want you to understand. What we're doing right now is actually the wiser thing to do. We're also never going to go lock, stock, and barrel on somebody, plowing ahead, ignoring something just because this is our guy. That's not. Well, I'm not ever going to do that. Just so you know that I'm never going to do that because that is not the call of a Christian. I noticed you threw Christian around a lot in this email. Let me break it to you real clear. When we stand before God Almighty, we will stand before Him, not the founding fathers. We will stand before God Almighty, not the state of Alabama, not the state constitution.
Not the Constitution.
I'm not going
You're
to
right.
stand before a Republican. I'm not going to stand before a Democrat. I'm going to stand before God Almighty, and He's going to ask me one question: what did you do with my son after I reconciled you to me through him? What did you do with your life that advanced the kingdom of God? That's what I'm going to answer for. And I'm going to get on my face and cry holy and say, please forgive me of any sin that I've ever had against you. And that's much more important than anything involving this country. Okay? And that's what look, I've made mistakes in my life. I'm going forward. I'm not going to compromise the gospel for anyone. Okay? Anyone. Family, politicians, country, state, no one. And so it is foolish for us to lock barrel and put our arm around somebody right now that's kind of spiraling in case something else does happen. And we're taking it with caution, but with the same time with wisdom, and we're moving forward one step at a time so we don't look like a bunch of idiots and compromise what's most important, and that is our faith. Now, if he's being wrongly accused, then great. I hope that comes out. If he has done any of this, he needs to tell the truth. Now, these people that are declaring that he's unfit and declaring it true, I don't think that's right. But to sit around and have blinders on is also not right. Okay, so you see us bringing levity to this as we move forward, and we have been very fair to Roy Moore, and we've also been very fair to the accusers, in my humble opinion.
As fair as we can be, not knowing the fact that I wasn't there.
Right.
And we've been very clear on our default position. So.
Right. So we'll be back. As we continue, we go to Rhonda in Gadsden, listening to the Z93. Rhonda, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. I was just calling to say that I personally don't care for Roy Moore. Nothing to do with politics at all. Has to do when our kids were little, playing karate together. But I am not going to tell other people how to sway their votes or anything. But if you take women that when I was in my 20s, I hate older men to this day just because, no, they didn't grope me, but men who have made me feel uncomfortable.
I got to go back to karate.
Thank you.
So
you can't just blow by.
That's the only reason she got the flag.
You can't.
Rhonda, you lost me after you said karate.
Yeah, you can't draw a line and say I had a real issue with Roy Moore when our kids were in karate. First phone troll of the day. 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Lines are available. Blazing Silverman. I'll take your phone calls right now. Anything you want to talk about, doesn't have to be anything you've even heard. You can bring up your own topic if you want. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and there's plenty of room. If you move right now, you will get in. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. I want to let you know as you are dialing in, and if you do it now, you'll get there. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. We love these earbuds, and you will too. They're everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and they sound better than ever. 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness modes. You can choose to be immersed in the sound if it's your thing, or tune into your surroundings when needed. It's your call. So if you're listening to Rick and Bubba Archives, and maybe you got the podcast going, or maybe the weekly Bible study, you want to immerse in that, or if you need the surroundings to be available to you, whatever you want, you can do it. And if you work out and try to do a little better with earbuds, these stay secure. They're very comfortable, and they will give you the 32 hours of battery life and the sound that you desire at about half the price of the other premium audio brands. And then the old Rick and Bubba show gets you an additional 15% off when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, or just catch our link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Jeremy is in Hoover, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jeremy, you're on. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. What I heard being said by Fetterman was, "It's me here." But then I also wanted to say that see if y'all reported on the two Brazilian men that died in the fires this past weekend. Once Joe Biden heard about it, he was distraught, ready to send aid, money, and after wiping a tear from his eye, he asked, "How many Brazilian is a Brazilian anyway?"
That's terrible.
That's awful.
But pretty good.
It's me Brazilian.
Uh-huh.
It's me here. It's me here.
Let's go to...
why would you be saying that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's even weirder. To the free state of Florida, anonymous caller, 30 seconds, go.
Now I hear that.
Anonymous who had a run-in with Biden's brother. You're on.
Yeah, how are you guys doing this morning?
Good.
We're great.
Good.
We're great.
Yeah, I'm a captain for a major U.S. airline, and this summer the airline industry is really taxed, and we're standing there at the gate with the rest of the crew, and the plane that we were waiting on was about 20 minutes late getting to the gate because of traffic on the ramp. And the gate agents are really busy, and this gentleman gets off the airplane first, throws his hands up, and says, "Can anybody around here," and he used a profanity word, a real bad word, "help me." So I walked up to him, and I said, "Yes, sir, I can help you." And he goes, "You have any idea who I am?" I said, "No, sir." I said, "It doesn't matter. I treat everybody the same." I said, "How can I help you?" And he got into how we're running the airline into the ground and financially, and he was a hedge fund operator and all this, that, and other. And I'm like, well, that's a whole nother issue. The reason we're not doing good, our stock's not doing good, is because of fuel prices. But how can I help you? And he said he was going to miss his connecting flight. And I said, "Where's your connecting flight going to?" And he told me, and I got on the computer and pulled it up. And I said, "Well, it's got great news. It's running 30 minutes late. You'll make it." And he stood there for about 20 or 30 seconds and cussed me out.
Ooh.
And kept asking me if I knew who he was. I sort of had an idea because he looked like the Joker on Batman.
Yeah.
And he finally tells me he's Francis Biden.
Yeah.
And walks off. So I get on the phone and call the other gate and tell him that, "Hey, heads up, Joe Biden's brother's on his way over there, and he's upset." Well, about 3 or 4 minutes later, we hear a call on the radio that they had security meet the unruly passenger at the gate, and it was him.
Oh, yeah.
And, but, there again, these airlines aren't going to do anything about it because they're all run by woke CEOs that's gone to all these major universities. So nothing was done about it. But, if you want to know about a family,
absolutely,
get around their kids and brothers and all that, and they'll tell you the character of them.
Well, but this bunch has been rogue for decades.
They may be worse than the Clintons in some ways.
Yeah. So, sorry you had that experience, but I'm not surprised by it based on all the things, Speedy, that we already know.
Right.
Okay.
Right. We do know that.
Thanks. One timeout's gone. Only one remains. Let's go to Bradley out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Bradley, go ahead.
Bradley.
Hey, guys, I was just going to see if y'all had seen any of the video of automatic gunfire going off in the Washington FBI building. I don't know if it's legit, but it looks pretty real. I was just seeing if y'all knew anything about it.
What, say that again.
Automatic gunfire going off at what?
I felt like we gave proper pause there.
I thought he said auto.
Is that happening right now?
Scared him. I think the pause scared him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he did act like it was a developing story.
Yeah. Well, we don't have anything. We don't have anything on it right now.
I found a story that says a armed man attempted to break into the FBI building. This is from 11 hours. Oh wait, no, this is an old story. Sorry, that's yeah. There was a dude killed in a standoff at the FBI building, but that's from August. Sorry.
Okay, we don't have anything on it right now.
The new Call of Duty is very realistic. Maybe you think he was?
I don't know.
Rolling.
Yeah, he fell for it.
Jason in Enterprise.
There it is.
Jason, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, good night. Y'all doing okay?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Doing good.
Yeah, I know what's wrong with Speedy's head.
What's wrong with Speedy's head? Okay.
His wife caught him smoking again.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Jason, honestly, I really thought you'd have so much more. That was about as lazy an attempt to take a shot at Speedy as I think I've ever heard.
It was like
it's almost like he didn't have the effort. I'm going to call and get on Speedy. Oh, I need to think of something. They're answering. I don't have anything.
That's the default to smoking.
I kind of thought I would come up with something before they took my call. I just want to talk about Speedy's head. Don't give a number but the time.
All right.
All right.
Oh, there it
let's
is.
go to Scott in Millbrook. Scott, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba,
Yeah.
did you get my email about Biden mocking the press yesterday?
Yeah, we played the clip just a few minutes ago.
How about that email?
Scott, thank you for just now joining us. You know, you can't miss the show. You miss a lot.
Scott, have you heard this?
Tim,
Scott, I'm assuming you didn't hear us cover that. So.
I hope he did.
well, if it'd been hey, listen, if it'd been 2 hours ago, but it really wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, but I hope he wasn't listening.
It was this hour. Tim in Auburn, go ahead.
I need more of that all day long.
I got plenty for you.
Keep going.
was this hour.
Talk about it. All right,
Miss a lot.
Tim, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I figured Fetterman's channeling his inner Joe Biden. He's saying, "What to sniff ya?"
He's saying what?
Want to sniff you.
Want to sniff ya? That's good. That's good. Do you prefer, though, Helmsy, that it always be mumbo jumbo, or you like being able to understand what we're saying as long as we keep doing it?
Give me a mix.
Okay.
Okay.
Give me a mix.
I want it as exaggerated as you can get it.
Okay.
I agree. I like a little bit of both.
Like,
That's what you really love. I said that's what you really like. Jared in Florida, the free state of Florida. Jared, go ahead.
Good.
Yes, sir. This question is for Bubba. I was in the military with a clearance, and when I'm hearing about all these senators and people running for office, do you know if they have to run with some kind of mental health screening prior to running?
No, I don't think so.
Apparently not.
Yeah, the Constitution lays out the requirements, and usually it's age and where you live at stuff.
Right.
I mean, there's no. I guess they thought, wrongly sometimes that we the people would filter out people who were incompetent.
Yeah, I think they
That's
thought.
a crazy thought.
I really think they thought, well, there's no need to put anything about anyone's mental health in there. The people are not going to vote for some idiot.
Right.
Incorrect. Jerry in Jacksonville, Alabama, Bubba's hometown. Go ahead.
All right, meow. There.
On that note, I did find some video of some loud explosions and smoke coming from the rooftop of the FBI building, and this happened on October 11th.
Okay, buddy. He's talking about today.
Yeah. Well, recently. This is the only. This happened recently.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, good job, buddy.
Way to go.
I'm just trying to help.
You are.
Wait a minute. I found a statement from the FBI.
That's good, Speedy.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Bubba's checked out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What do you mean by that? Nothing on this topic, right?
No, nothing on the topic at all. It was just the way he acted when our kids took karate together. And
can you be specific?
Well, that would be making me just like them other women.
Well, when you said like he acted, like he acted like you didn't like him as a parent.
Parental, nothing sexual at all.
Well, then
it was all
just a personality.
I wanted to
issue.
clarify that because I think that's important. You
thought he was a jerk.
Yeah, you just thought, hey, you know what? I don't like being involved in youth sports with him.
Gotcha. Him and his black belt.
Yeah,
yeah, I got you. But nothing involving these other allegations.
Nothing at all.
Oh, okay.
Nothing at
Well, let's
all.
clear-
Just the way he walked in the room, the way he greeted people, just all that kind of stuff is the reason I've never liked him, just because of that.
Well, now you
a lot of us choose senators because of that.
Yeah, I was about to say, based on that.
I got you. I understand.
But I understand what you're saying. But based on that, we may go. But what I said in the last hour, we'd have to do a do-over in Congress.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, I got to tell you, I just got to think he's a jerk.
You know, the Constitution doesn't give us really a flush option unless you take it to the extreme of the Second Amendment. But I don't know.
Let's go to Randy in the great state of Florida. Randy, go ahead.
Thank you, Greg. Forget that.
Hey, guys. Love y'all.
Love you too, buddy.
Rick, just wanted to kind of disagree, I guess, with you. I'm in Northwest Florida, so I really don't have a dog in the fight. But then again, I do.
You do? Yeah, you do. Yeah.
A senator, that's right. And just listening to all this last few weeks, I think what I would do if I was an Alabamian and a conservative, like y'all have been for years, I would go ahead and vote for Mr. Moore, knowing that when this stuff comes out, he can be removed, and I think he should be if all these allegations are true. But go ahead, put him in, let the governor put someone else in that's going to be a Republican, because y'all do not want Doug Jones in that seat.
No, I understand.
Yeah, where were you?
And I don't want you to misunderstand what I said. These things would have to be proven. Now I will tell you this, and Randy, we can still agree to disagree. If it were proven that he did to that 14-year-old girl when she was 14, if it were proven he did that, see, we're going to be held accountable before God on the things that we do. And everything, as the Lord has let us know, is a test to the genuineness of our faith. And anything that I love more, serve more, value more, or fear more than God is an idol. And so if I would not cast a vote for either immoral person, I just wouldn't do it, because I'm going to answer to God for that.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
But now that hasn't been proven, so I'm not in that position. I'm just saying, if I was in that position, I'm not going to go out there and go after somebody over an allegation, because I wouldn't want that to be treated that way myself, because that's not right. But if there were proof that happened, then I would be in a situation that I wouldn't be afraid to do what I think is the right thing as a follower of Christ.
Well, and to your point, Randy, there are a couple of circuit breakers here, if you will. If between now and the election, if something can be proven, even if that was the Republican committee can withdraw their support, which would null and void the election. And even if he got in, you can be assured when he gets to Senate day one, he's going to be under a Senate ethics investigation. Now, granted, their record on finding things is not very good, but he'll be under that scrutiny. And we're going to turn right around, and I think the natural election for that seat is in 20, right? So you'll start running in 19 again.
Yeah.
So you're going to have several chances to correct this.
Yeah, I think
if there was a problem.
And I would like to see
big if.
I would like to see Randy, and now moving off a different subject. I would like to see us do something too with the Republican Party and the conservatives. They love, and rightfully so, to tell us. I even had this happen, in a dinner one night where I got in a little bit of a disagreement and it got a little animated, and I got in trouble with Sherry when I got home. But is then, hey man, I'm voting for the babies. When was the last time the Republicans did anything to stop abortion?
Never.
Yeah.
I mean, now they love to play that in the elections, saying, hey, man, a vote for me is a vote for the babies. What have they done? Now, I do know in our state that there have been people who brilliantly cut down on them in our state by requiring the abortion clinics to let the young ladies see a sonogram.
Well, just various ways of limiting and encouraging them to make a wise choice, which it is the law right now.
And I think that has been done. But at a federal level, what has the Republican Party really done other than talk about it a lot?
Well, the problem is they can't really do anything until they have the judges that would support it.
Right, but and
then again, you go back to the importance of this seat.
Fun Zone Friday, Willa Meat coming up. The Elite Grade 8 are coming in here too. Golden ticket seats. That opportunity is back on Fridays right now. We're working our way in, and it's really going smoothly so far. Hey, Rick, come on now. Don't say things like that. All right, so as we work our way back, how about a happy 21st birthday to J.C. Wilbur?
How about that?
J.C., I'm 21.
How about it?
Having breakfast with Mama.
Yeah.
Don't
Speedy,
that my face, I'm grown. I'm a man.
Speedy, what you did, because one of the great things we love about kids and grandkids, if you got them, is aggravating them.
Oh, of course.
This one, Sherry says, why does that bring you so much joy? I just absolutely love it.
Yeah.
And so if I have this right from the kickoff hour, and I've looked at it on your story on Instagram.
Right.
So JC is showing his mama that he's learned to line dance.
He has, yes,
and he doesn't know that.
Well, you know, there's dancing in the family,
right? Well, they're all
it runs.
They're all incredible dancers,
right?
And he doesn't know that you're filming him with your phone. He doesn't know you are home.
No idea. He knows I'm home.
Please look.
He knows I'm home, but he doesn't know I'm video.
Look, the dog's
Is there
trying to
audio?
dance with him.
Do we have audio?
Oh yeah. There's audio on it. I don't know if we're set up for that right now, but I was out, I think, at the truck.
That's good.
And I'm coming back to the front door, and I hear a country song coming from the house.
So does he like a little country?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Here it is.
And,
All right, so yeah, he does.
and Terry's just laughing.
Oh yeah,
Terry is laughing,
man,
and it's really loud because the door's closed right now.
Right, and he doesn't know you're shooting.
Until right now.
Now he sees you. Now he sees you.
And
Is
so
this
that's
a class he took? Or?
No, what it is, and let's just be transparent here. A couple of his roommates love country music,
Kind of like you did.
Yeah, I really like a lot. That's probably not my go-to, but I'll listen to
I don't
it.
remember hearing that at Calvin's Playhouse.
Well,
You didn't do boot scooting boogie that I recall.
I didn't.
Huh?
I heard Rumple Smooth Skin.
Right.
All
right. And so I hear the beat, and then I'll take a peek, and I'm like, what's going on? Terry sees me, he doesn't, and so I go, how quick can I get my video going? And I just put the little video of the phone, the camera, through the window, and put it on my Instagram story as a happy birthday to him.
Hey, look
The
at
dogs.
JC.
The dogs are having a blast.
Hey, I'm 21 and I'm line dancing.
See, Terry sees me right now.
Got my hair like I like it. Got my hat just perfect.
Yeah.
I am 21. There ain't nothing cooler than me.
All right. So if you
Right
would,
there.
if you don't mind, play it again. And when he goes up front to like sway back, he even goes, "Woo!"
I know. I thought I heard that.
Listen,
I heard it.
Listen.
All right, so
was
he's
right
coming
before
back.
that.
Now he's coming right. Listen.
Hey!
And he does it again. Oh, that's the dog.
Oh, that's
Okay.
the dog.
That's
Well, the dog was
Well, the
trying
dog
to-
barked right at the.
You sure that was
Right
a
on
dog or
beat.
you?
Yeah.
Well, I stopped barking. But you hear it go woo, woo, woo.
Funny.
That's good.
So today he's 21. To start the day, he's having breakfast with Mom. They're meeting in town.
A lot of dancing.
And going to have breakfast at one of his little favorite spots.
I'm 21 and meeting Mama for breakfast.
Yeah, before I do whatever else for the
Going
day.
down there to trendy Homewood.
Yeah. Then going down to the Plains to Auburn to watch the game tomorrow with some friends.
Interesting.
fun.
Interesting. He'll see Bubba there.
Yeah.
No, he will not.
Yeah, be in here.
It's a quick trip. I think they're going down for the game, coming back or
Okay.
something. I don't
All
know.
right.
But he's got a fun little next few days lined up.
They won't have any trouble getting tickets.
So,
The day though that he's talked about when it comes to the family and stuff that I kind of throw at him is he's 21, but I keep acting like he's really, really young.
Oh, it's so good.
So it's like, hey, I
love
know you got this with your mom, and then you got to get to workouts and practice and do all that kind of stuff. But when do you want to come sit with us for a little bit? And we got birthday cake, and we can blow it out. And
so good.
Dad, what are you talking about? And then I'm
I
sure to
love
say
it.
that out loud in front of his friends.
Yes.
And then maybe send them videos of him that they
Speedy,
can throw
what
back
if you
at him.
invite them over for the cake too, and say
Yeah.
play a nice round of pin the tail on the donkey?
Yes, and Bubba, let me add to that. That's absolutely right. Go find, because you'll find it easily online, how you can do these different themed birthday parties. Go find a picture of all the things you get in the Thomas the Tank Engine package.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And take a picture of that, screenshot it, and say, hey, we're setting up at the house. We're almost done for the Thomas birthday.
I wouldn't even say just say for the birthday
for
party.
the birthday party,
And just send that.
Yeah. Now, one thing I think the staff does, the coaching staff does, where he plays is if you leave something behind as punishment, you have to sing a song in front of the team. So, like if you're leaving the dugout and there's a bat in there, there's a glove in there. If it's yours and they find out, then it's like, tomorrow it's performance in front of the team, and the team sits down and you have to stand up in front of them and have. I think I might send a message to one of his teammates to tell the coach to act like he forgot something yesterday and
This
get
is
up
all
and have
good
to sing
stuff.
So I've got a lot planned for him today.
Oh, it's so fun to be there.
Isn't it great?
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Embarrass your children. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
His birthday cake looks delicious, by the way.
Cookie Monster.
Cookie.
Hey, and this one here loves this Rick and Bubba show. It's funny.
JC does. Hey, JC.
Out of my three,
Happy birthday, buddy.
I mean, they're all in it, okay?
Yeah,
but he
understood.
is. If he
He's the only one
finds
that cares.
something with a logo on it, he's wearing it.
Yeah.
And so NIL athlete too from the Rick and Bubba
That's
show.
right.
I forgot about that.
Juliet Charlie.
Adler was just showing a picture of that. But yeah, he's found some stuff that has Rick and Bubba logos on it that I didn't even know we had in the closet.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll come out wearing it.
Well,
'cause
we call that vintage.
He loves. He's a thrift store guy too. So watch out.
Well,
and so
I
they'll go to
noticed-
the thrift
I
store.
noticed
So
that-
he considers that like a thrift store stuff.
Have you noticed that age group? They're into the thrift store thing.
Yeah.
I've picked up on that. The one thing that I don't understand that's going on with my 21-year-old, and I do not understand it, is that he is wearing my shirts, but he is not nowhere near as big as I am.
Huh.
I mean, he's tall, but
Yeah.
he's real lean, and he
Okay.
wears these shirts big on him. And I'll see, I'll go, that's my shirt. He goes, yeah, I know, I like wearing your shirts. And I'm like, but my shirts shouldn't be a selection for you.
Yeah.
And I like wearing them. So last night we had a thing at the house, and he came over to help out with it. And I had a shirt on, and he looked at it, and he goes, oh, I like that. I said, what are you talking about?
Oh, I like that.
And he goes, yeah, I look forward to wearing that one. And I was like, Nick, what are you talking about? You don't wear my shirt.
Why go shopping?
And then
when
all of a sudden I
go shopping?
realized as he's saying it, I'm like, wait a minute, that's my shirt you have on right there. And so but
You're wearing everything
Is there
I own.
something about wearing shirts that are too big for you?
Yeah, that's really in style now. In fact, I just to like have that. I'm wearing mediums now. So
Oh, that's good. Happy birthday. So happy birthday, JC, 21 years old. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Can you believe it?
And Greg's asked him to come hang out with him, and I've said no.
21.
JC,
He's an adult.
not trying to give away the surprise, but you're heading down to the train station to see Thomas.
Sir Topham Hat will welcome you in.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good weekend. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Even the judge we just put in, though, said he wouldn't overturn it. Unless they brought it before him and had him set up in a way to overturn it.
Well, I think you would get the vote you wanted in that case.
Right. Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
One more thing. I know this is jumping from one thing to another, but I listen to y'all on Sunny 105.
Yeah.
But some days I pick you up better on 107.7 in Alabama.
Andalusia.
And, hey, Andalusia, right. And I'd love to hear, what is the lady's name? Beth?
Owens?
Beth Owens, yes.
Mowens.
How about her doing a commercial with y'all for Andalusia Ford?
That's funny.
Boy, that's
Well,
a tall
they
order.
got a great deal on cars. I mean, the cars are incredible. This is Beth Mowens. And
Who's driving one, Beth?
Well, Chandler Cox. They went to Chandler College. Somebody got to get a timeout here. And I'm Beth Mowens. I have an authoritative voice. I'm doing this. I know all about it. And then the 5-4-3, and that tackle. And here they come. And there's Malzahn taking on Saban this weekend in the Iron Bowl. I could do that game if they give me a shot at it.
Talk about the game day challenge.
Well, $500 $500 for Rick and Bubba's challenge. Somebody, and if the security comes at 2, just ask for a timeout. We continue.
We want to. I really like that. You're really dialing her in.
Yeah, you're getting her.
Well, I've tried to take the Asian out. I've been called out on that.
Well, Rick, you always kind of gravitate.
Well, that's where I'm.
towards
As Bubba drifts toward German, I drift toward Asian.
Yeah.
And I'll throw in a little bit of Irish if you let me.
Yes.
866 We Be Big is the number. Let's go to Steve in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I thought it was interesting that Doug Jones said last week when all this stuff started coming out, but we're just going to stick to the issues. And this morning on TV, I see an ad where he's got all the women up there and
I saw that.
Quoting Shelby and Ivanka Trump and all this. And I'm like, you can tell it's almost orchestrated if they were ready to do that.
Yeah, you do want to ask Ivanka Trump. We talked about this when she says there's a special place in hell for child molesters, which I would agree with that if that has actually happened. And she says she tends to believe the women's story. I wonder if Doug would ask Ivanka or anybody if there's a special place in hell for people who kill babies at any time during pregnancy.
Yeah. No kidding.
I noticed that was conveniently left out of the commercial.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy. 866.
Thank you, Rick, for pointing that out.
866. Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it.
Rick, have you seen the other Doug Jones? It says, have you seen Roy Moore at karate class?
I'm Doug Jones, and I approve of this karate class ad. People
Roy
have
is also a jerk at karate class.
Roy Moore is a jerk at karate class. Ivanka Trump says, well, there's a special place. I'm just... You have to
I was going to vote for him.
Well, that karate class thing. Didn't like the way you handled karate class. Never did.
Like his position on trade, but that yellow belt thing really sit bad with me.
Didn't like the way he walked in.
Here we're trying to have karate class. He's bringing in some monument of the Ten Commandments. We'll be back. 14. A great Thanksgiving week.
Gobble, gobble.
And we'll be. It's available now at rickandbubba.com. A lot of other new Rick and Bubba items if you're shopping the Rick and Bubba store. Start on Thursday, November the 30th. So make a note of that. And then this weekend, if you're going to the Iron Bowl, if you're going to be going down there to Alabama to that Iron Bowl, you want to get your sign on ESPN. And if yours is most prominent, you could win $500 in the Rick and Bubba Challenge. Welcome back this hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Hey, how about it?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm dandy.
Gobble, gobble.
So when do y'all see us playing that?
You know, I think maybe today, just to put everybody in the mood.
Today?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
I mean, nothing says Thanksgiving like that.
So let me hear.
It's the main reason I took tomorrow off.
Let me see.
And see, I don't want Helms to miss it.
Yeah, you're talking about.
I know why you're doing it,
Bubba. You're talking about gobble gobble.
I'm talking about the gobble gobble song.
But what? I'm sorry, guys. I can't get out of this now. I just did a whole thing about Jacksonville State even in the break.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Pretty funny.
What? You look at this guy out there. I tell you who missed him is Wisconsin. But so let's so let me see what you're thinking. So if I hear it today, my stomach recovers and I'm not nauseous by tomorrow, so I can eat on Thursday. If we do it tomorrow, it could be so devastating it could affect somebody on Thursday.
I say play it today and tomorrow.
Bubba.
It's Thanksgiving. It's feast week.
But people hate it.
It's feast
Rick,
week.
I talked about this. They hate it, but they love to hear it.
But they love it.
I don't think they do.
Yeah.
Do we call it the mouth ulcers of song?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why do I keep sticking my tongue in that mouth ulcer? It stings, but I keep on doing it.
They love at the end where she goes,
I wish I would quit saying they love it.
They love it.
They love the experience.
Yeah. They love to complain about it.
from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world via all kinds of platforms. How can I get Rick and Bubba where I am located? Well, go to rickandbubba.com. Might be on a radio station, might be on the TuneIn app, might be on the YouTube channel, might be archives on the YouTube channel, the podcast channel, iHeartRadio. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to make it happen. So find all those at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Coming up this weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the Unique podcast. That happens most every week, releases over the weekend. We'll talk to Jay Pay Leitner, his book, The Next Verse, what you may not have known about 60 of your favorite Bible verses.
How about Jay was cool, wasn't he?
We had a lot
was
of fun with Jay. A lot of fun with Jay. So you'll enjoy that. It is a nice conversation, and the book is a very great resource and an easy read. Bubba, I pride myself on, trying to help others. That's.
I know you're known as Big Hearted Rick.
It's so rare when you're someone like me, C student from Calhoun County. It's extremely rare to find yourself in a position where people consider you to be the expert.
Right.
I mean, that just does not happen.
Doesn't happen.
My life does not feature that a lot at all. No one ever says, well, ask Burge, he's an expert. Well,
when it comes to animals and animal behavior, animal attacks,
somewhat,
I feel like you're probably...
I'm pretty strong there.
You move forward in that category, no doubt.
Not busy, but looking busy. I think that's
true.
You're an expert there.
Yep, very, very good.
I mean, when it comes to working out,
right.
That's what I'm headed.
Keeping things moving.
Yeah.
But anyway, Bubba, there's an area that you and I are very strong, and it happened yesterday, and I felt like I did some good for somebody. So Sherry's been hosting a lot of things lately, which really has put me under some duress, because when you're a husband of a hostess that is hosting things in your home, it as I said, it can be nightmarish, because you have to be careful on every move, and you're looking for your assignment. So yesterday, we had an opportunity. There were some missionaries that are about to head back into the field, and Sherry. Now there's all these different things that women come up with, different kinds of showers and gatherings, and so when
they have an assortment of names.
Yeah. Well, she brought up something, and when she hit me with the time that it was starting, I said, "Wow, that's a little late." She goes, "Well, yeah, because everybody will have already had dinner. What we're having for them is dessert and coffee." And I said, "What?" And she goes, "Yeah, this is where people come over in your home, and you have others come over, and all the people that are on the global team at the church and all that, trying to hear what they need and to pray over them and get them ready to go." And she said, "So we're just having various desserts and coffees." And I was like, "Well, okay.
Piece of pie.
All right." Huh. So
my weakness.
And hey, let me tell you this: Sherry Burgess. And I'll get into where I was an expert on something, but Sherry Burgess made last night for the first time ever a recipe she found on y'all know what a bundt cake is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know.
Well, but it was really a pound cake.
Right. I like pound cake.
And the pound cake was chocolate chip.
Oh, yeah, I've had that.
Hey,
that's good stuff.
Hey. Okay.
That'll make it scream like Fetterman.
There was a time last night when the desserts were everywhere, and there was another guy that was there who also works out where I do. I said, "Our trainers walk in right now, you and I are in a mound of trouble."
Yeah, really.
I mean, a mound of trouble. So anyway,
look at that right
she
there.
told me.
Hey, look at that.
She, that was it. There it is. So she told me, she said, "I need you to run some errands now that you're home from work." And I'm like, "Okay." And she goes, "Now this next one is very important." And I was like, "Oh no!"
Pay attention, Burge.
You've been married to me for 27 years. You don't give me things that make or break an event or a gathering. I don't want to be part of that.
Not a good move.
She said, "This should not be that difficult. I need you to go to a cookie place, and I need you to get me a dozen chocolate chip cookies, and then give me another dozen of assorted flavors." I said, "All right." I said, "So do I have full range of, I can select whatever I want for the assorted pack?" She said, "You can. Whatever you think is best."
Oh.
And I thought, all right. So I go there, and I get in there, and there's a guy in front of me, and I needed him to be a little more decisive. He was ahead of me, and Bubba, I heard this. And keep in mind, I'm standing behind him, so he doesn't see me. He's already been up there, and I'll come in. Now I'm standing behind him. He's looking at the people who want to help him with his cookie selections.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm standing behind him, and he kind of 2 blocks. He said, I've been sent down here by my office, but I don't know cookies, and I don't know what I should get, and I need help. And, of course, the people doing it said, well, that's kind of difficult because we don't know styles and all this. We have all these varieties of cookies. And he all of a sudden he got nervous, and he went over his right shoulder, and he saw me. And the minute he saw me, it's like when you see somebody, you've got car trouble, and they've got coveralls on and a little grease on it, and you're like,
hey, help a brother out
that
here.
guy can help.
Yep.
He saw me, and he lit up like a light, and I said, oh, I got you. I said, you don't worry. I said, you're about to go back with a box of some of the greatest cookies your office. And I said, oh, I can help you guide this, baby. And he said, really? I said, 100%. And then I became, do you remember Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man?
Oh, yeah.
And he would look at Ray to see whether it was a good play or a bad play in blackjack, and Ray was counting cards. I became Rain Man of cookies. And he would look up, and he'd go, okay, right here. They said, what do you think about this? And he looked at me, and I said, bad. Don't pick that. And then first, at first when someone's an expert, they want to know why. And once he understood my reasoning, then I could be trusted.
Right. Just give me thumbs up.
I said,
down.
never come in here and take a chance on the cookie special. He said, what? And I said, this is not a regular flavor of y'all's. And you know what she said? He's right. Oh. And I said, that's some kind of special, trying to do something for Halloween. Stay away from that. You can't trust this is our special. This is when everybody starts getting creative, but they can get too creative and give you a bad cookie. Go with things you can trust.
How many did he need? Like how big a
He needed 1 dozen assorted.
Ooh. Just 1 dozen?
Yeah.
Did a crowd begin to gather?
That's not many.
Yeah, there were people behind me.
That's not many cookies. Right?
I heard
1 dozen.
I heard one woman say.
What is that, 3 people?
Yeah, it was just a small office. And I heard one woman whisper another one in line, listen. And so is that what they said? Yeah, and then another person said, "Oh, I didn't know he'd be here." Oh, wow. And now the word gets out.
Listen to the bearded guy.
And I said 2 chocolate chip. He goes, "Okay." 2 peanut butter. He goes, "Okay." I said, "You see the Heath cookie? 3 of those."
Ooh, 3.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh man, okay." He said,
"Big fan of the Heat."
Yeah, and he goes, "Okay." He said, "So now I'm down now to I've got the 7 cookies, so I've got 5." I said, "These next 5 selections you make are very important." I said, "You see sugar cookie left, bottom left?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Often overlooked, fantastic cookie. It's simple, but it's dependable."
Right.
Now, which one was
sugar
that?
Cookie.
That was the sugar cookie.
I like the sugar cookie.
Yeah, where it's basically what's that Mark Bass's mom used to send us?
Tea cake.
Tea cake.
Yeah.
Very good, Greg.
I said you need 2.
I love tea
you need 2 of those. Now you're at 9.
Starving now. And he
2 of those.
Just
and,
ate.
and then he said,
I just felt like he needed more than 12.
And then,
even though they're cookies,
that's all he'd been ordered. He does need more than 12 of them, but he was only sent to get 12.
But that means get 24.
Yeah, well, we're getting to that, but it's as we do a tribute. But I will say this: so he looks down, and I said, "Now these next 3 you pick are important, okay? Because we're down to 9.
Mm-hmm.
So you can blow it right here by getting lazy." He goes, "Should I just get 3 more chocolate chip?" I said, please don't." I said, if you were this independent, you wouldn't have needed me. Okay, so now you think you can finish this.
Freelance.
This is where people make a huge mistake, right here.
Yeah.
And I said, and I'm going to tell you something, it's a snickerdoodle, and I said, and you need 2 of those.
Ooh.
And he goes, okay. And he got that. And I said, and we're only going to take 1 back, only 1. This is the one you eat in the truck.
Yeah.
And I said, so this,
Okay.
I said, this one is actually yours. And I said, I'm going to tell you something right now. And I said, this cookie, it can be dicey. Okay, and it can be troublesome, but I want you to go over here. Do you see over here to the far right, 2nd row in the corner? He said, I do. And I said, do you see the piece of candy corn on top of it? He said, I do. I said, see, that's almost acting like it's specialized, but it's not. All they've really done is taken one of the sugar cookies back to the bottom left, and they've put some icing on it and put a candy corn on top of it. That's your cookie. That's yours.
A good one to have.
Yeah. And then
Are people taking notes in line?
Yeah,
or?
and then Bubba, what I said to this, I said, and now we
Double it.
We now pick out 3 additional cookies for you. He goes, I get 4 cookies. I said, you darn right you get 4 cookies. Didn't you come down here and do it for everybody?
Yeah.
I'd have just
So you got him getting 4?
And
I'd have just double the order.
And I said, and what we're going to get for you, the other 3, is what we call the trifecta. You will get a Heath cookie, a chocolate chip cookie, and you'll get another sugar cookie. And I said, that's your 3. The most trusted 3 cookies in here, and you're going to take those for yourself. And he looked around at for a minute. I wish I didn't have to get my order, because I would have loved right then to have vanished in thin air.
Right.
Who was that master?
Yeah,
man?
when he turned around,
you know
you
what I
weren't
mean?
there.
I would have loved to have been I was Bagger Vance of cookies.
Who was that cookie eater?
Yeah, who was this cookie man?
All right, I need you to be honest here. Did you hold back on the chocolate chip selection because you knew you needed a bunch of them?
I needed a dozen of those.
So you had to keep him away
I
from
was
those.
working for me a little bit,
Right,
And
that's
they
what I
are
thought.
the world's most dependable cookies,
Right.
Oh, no doubt.
But all I did was I compensated with sugar cookies for where I left him off on chocolate chip.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like watching Mark Sanchez and the butt fumble.
You can't help it.
Nobody thinks that's a great play for NFL or for Mark or
Right.
the poor guy who Mark's head was, up against his butt.
It's almost like that elephant.
But there's something about it. I have to keep watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't I be as obsessed watching a great reception where somebody tiptoed the sidelines or, the immaculate reception or Joe Montana leading somebody to another victory? But I am drawn to the Mark Sanchez butt fumble. It's just something about it.
Good point.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
And if he got $1 a play from that, just from ESPN alone, he'd be a rich, rich man.
No doubt about that. You talking about Mark Sanchez?
Yes.
What's old Sanchez doing now? He reminds me of Sanchez.
Don't you know he is so tired
Baker Mayfield
of that play?
Baker May not going to play this weekend. Maybe you've heard.
For how long?
Well, I talked to Lincoln about it. He says no.
We could always do a quick
Got
poll.
emotional. No, we could if we do a quick poll, Gobble Gobble will win.
You think?
Oh yeah,
Thanksgiving
he's
Day.
sick.
Why don't you do the quick poll today and then play it tomorrow if it wins?
Buddy,
I
you're
just think
good.
that's a good strategy.
I like that. I think you want to hear it today and then play a quick poll to see if we do it again.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Because it's got to play once. I mean, you only got 2 days out of the year.
Well,
can play
you
it.
can't have Thanksgiving on this show without Gobble Gobble.
It's Thanksgiving.
It really makes you appreciate how good dressing is to
Yes.
me.
Well, I heard this thing too. I heard Hannity carrying on about his Thanksgiving meal, and hearing Northerners get excited about stuffing. It's just who can get excited about stuffing?
Well,
You don't like
I
stuffing?
don't even know what that is
No.
exactly.
Compared to dressing.
We have stovetop stuffing. Is that what that is?
What do you do? Cram it up
I've
in the
never
turkey
eaten it.
or something?
You
right
do.
up in it, right up in the old rotor.
I know.
You do
I
that.
Huh?
I don't want to eat anything that comes out of
Well,
somebody's butt.
But why? Why are you
Gosh,
putting
I
it
can't
up?
stop doing it.
Why
I
are you
know.
putting it up in the turkey? I mean, have dressing
Cooks
in a
together
pan
like
and you can
that.
get to it. Huh?
The
Stuffing is
It'll cook in a
juicy
pan.
dressing is so much better than stuffing. They shouldn't even be mentioned in the same. It was so funny hearing Hannity. Oh yeah, we have a big spread. We get stuffing out. And I'm like, if you're not, I mean,
So you put it in there to cook it. How do you get it out? That has to be a
spoon
mess.
spoon it right out there. I'm sorry, buddy.
Right to your plate?
Yes.
No, thank you. The visual alone should say no to that.
Yeah, thumbs down on that whole ordeal.
I mean, if that's where it's got to cook, let somebody in the back room put it out in a pan, and then you get it.
Mm-hmm. Elaine in Gadsden, Z93.
The people at the end of the line have to have a long spoon.
No, they do. Elaine, go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering how long that Gobble Gobble song's been around.
See if the letter there that she wrote us.
let
That's
me
the
take a look at
original.
this.
I don't know if the date's on there, Rick.
I think it's been since the Great Flood.
It has been a while. do you want to hear it, Elaine?
I don't really want to, but I guess it's one of those things you just kind of have to do.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Lane, go out to rickandbubba.com. We have a
2004.
section, Rick and Bubba intros and themes, and you can play it all day long.
Yeah, we do have it out there, don't we?
Absolutely.
2004, Elaine. Wow. We received this letter November 24th, 2004.
We couldn't believe it. when
13 years
we
ago.
heard it.
There it
And I've been calling that number ever since. and
Does
she
it
won't
say who's
answer.
singing that?
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Holly McCravey. 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Bubba, the only time I had to correct the young man yesterday when I was helping him on proper cookie selection, you know how sometimes you have to be harsh with someone if you're coaching them, if you think the situation calls for it? He actually asked me about the one that was labeled healthy cookies. And I said, son, if you speak that to me ever again.
Look, if you're worried about health, get out of the cookie department.
I said,
you know?
I said, that's nothing but a ploy. I said, you eat one of those, your digestive system will shut down.
Yeah.
I said, those things are stomach killers.
Yeah, it bypasses the stomach.
Do
It's right
not
out.
go near anything that says healthy cookie. To Bubba's point, those words don't go together. If you want to be healthy, get out of the cookie shop.
Yeah, if you're wanting to be healthy, go to the salad store.
Right, yeah, that's
And
it.
Get you a box full of them.
That's right. And,
Box full of them.
When
Yep.
those
Salads are good. I'm not anti-salad.
When they try to give you,
but hey, it ain't a cookie.
When they try to give you healthy versions of food,
You know?
foods that
No,
aren't
that's
healthy, they always tear your stomach up.
It's because they're trying to fool your whole system, and they have to put so many weird things in there.
You know what your body does? Your body rejects them.
Yep.
Think about
Outta here.
everything, you know, the plan, you know, that God had for that man yesterday.
I know.
Think of everything
I
that
felt like I
had
was part of it.
to plan out. I mean, you go home, you had no idea what
Nah.
Sherry wanted.
I thought I was home for good.
Sherry sends you on this errand. You walk in, you meet this man, the perfect time. He's standing there 2 blocks. He don't know what to do. The staff doesn't want to tell him, and then he turns, and there you are.
It's almost like God was saying, I hear your prayers.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
and
he probably went back to the office. Hey, there was this guy that showed up.
Oh, yeah. And probably was somebody way back in the back
Well,
said,
he-
once I was in a cookie shop, and I think he came in.
Yeah.
Well, he probably
I
went
saw
back.
him.
He went back as a hero.
He
Oh,
sure
yeah,
did.
yeah.
Well, he went back with the all-stars of cookies.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, it continues to come apart for Ye, Kanye, artist formerly known as Ye.
Whose world is falling apart quicker, Kanye or Tom Brady?
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you.
I'm gonna go with Kanye.
I do have
think so.
I do have a football question to ask y'all about this situation going on with Tom Brady. But let's first look at this. Teachers are quitting Kanye's $15,000 a year Donda Academy, named after his mama, right? Isn't his mama Donda?
Correct.
That's correct. Leaving it without enough staff to operate properly because of the anti-Semitic rants that he keeps going on. Now the teachers are leaving.
I think there's probably a general feeling that hey, we're in trouble, and a lot of people are jumping ship. But where is the Donya Academy at? Do you know?
I don't know where it is.
There's another story about him,
California.
About him recruiting some basketball player. Did you see that?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. FaceTime him during the game.
What's that
or-
about?
Or whatever.
What, for what?
Well,
He just
I
come
just
play basketball
I
there.
just saw the headline.
Play
he was
at
trying
Donda
to,
Academy?
Yeah, he was trying to recruit him to play, and there was some weirdness going on with that. So I didn't know they had a. I mean, are they that advanced? They have a basketball team already.
I guess
Usually
they
it takes a while to get a school going, and the sports programs kind of come along.
But
you know?
basketball's always your first one because you don't need as many people.
Right.
Yeah,
That's true.
You find 6 good players, you can go win it.
Here we go.
So the teachers now are quitting, and they're saying that confusion has reigned about the future of Kanye West's school in California's Simi Valley, wherever that is,
Yeah.
Simi.
Very
Yeah.
close to
Yeah.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, so there you go. And I know that Kanye, he may not anymore, but he had something, and at one time that's where he was staying mainly in Wyoming. He has like a
did.
ranch or
Right,
something.
right.
Yeah, so-
Remember, he was trying to do at one time make these domes for homeless people. Remember, it was like a big plastic tent kind of thing, and he was going to do those cities for homeless people. Remember, but it was out in the desert.
That was around the time he had that vehicle.
And everybody said,
that vehicle that was puffy.
Everybody said, thanks for the big expensive tent, but we're in the desert.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
It's hotter now.
By the way, I had asked about people who might have had some Kanye shoes, and I did get an email or two back, and they said they were extremely comfortable. Said they were like padded over the top.
Okay.
They were extremely comfortable.
Okay.
Would y'all like to bring him to Rick and Bubba's summer camp?
He would meet our criteria.
Yeah. Well, we tried to help Bobby Brown.
We did.
It turned out very well.
Yeah.
But that
Didn't go well.
That went south.
well, I'm gonna tell you, I think things would have been better for the people around them if they had come to our camp. Right. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know if Yee can be helped. I have a feeling he doesn't answer to preset rules very well.
He said when all else fails that he's going to forgive Pete Davidson and see if he'll start hawking some of his products.
All right.
If you want to know the state of our society and what's wrong with our society, Pete Davidson is popular.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep tuning in.
People think this guy is talented. I don't get it. What is it?
I keep tuning in thinking I'm going to see something that's really funny, and I go, oh yeah, well that's why I put. And I go, I really don't get it.
We have a generation
of the women he dates too. Good night.
We have a generation of young men and women that either A, think he's entertaining, or B, want to marry him, and he's basically a loafer.
Mm-hmm.
That's his whole
That's his thing.
character.
Is this entertaining?
I'm a slacker.
Who is this person?
I don't know.
I don't understand him, and I don't understand why we care about him. How does he have clout? But anyway, so there we go. Now the academy's in trouble because now teachers are quitting. Well, Kanye, you can have all the money in the world and all the things going on, but if people don't want to associate with you, it's really going to come down pretty quick.
Rick, he's talking about a poison pill. I mean, what money he's got, he can't find a bank that'll take it.
No.
I mean, what do you do?
Nobody wants to touch him.
I mean, you talking about poison pill? He is just falling off everywhere.
Yay is a hot potato.
He is.
Really, he shouldn't be called Yay. Everybody's saying boo.
Yeah.
They are. They actually are.
so he's. I don't know how he's going to turn it around. And then
maybe if he'll stop with the anti-Semitic remarks would be a good start.
That might help.
I mean, just as a general starting point,
Yeah, sure. That may be. Might want to keep that on the ranch. So there you go. Don to the private school in trouble.
Yeah.
Including some bizarre thing he did trying to get a basketball player.
We gotta figure out too, what is up with Tom Brady, Rick? Did you see they lost again last night at home?
Yeah, I want to ask some questions on that when we come back. And we got some other matchups, too. And we'll warn you where Beth Mowens will be coming up later.
Rick and Bubba.
Have Beth read it.
How do you talking about Holly McCravey? now she wrote a little song called Gobble Gobble. First time I heard, I laughed so hard, I got a time out. But
I thought it was Misty Lee Payne right there.
Watch
it. She loves you for that.
How do you say
breaking her heart again?
CRAVY? Cravey? So McCravey, right?
Sounds good.
It's not McGravy, McCravey. Holly McCravey from Wisconsin.
Yeah. I think we need to make Helms, I'm talking about just turn his headphones up as loud as possible.
Just got here, so I think I'm going to go back and check on him.
Hey, did we not?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we get Doug Jones and Roy Moore and put them in a room and play this over and over and see who cracks first?
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Let me say, you want me to read the letter to you?
Winner, the one with the headphones on is the new senator.
That's good. You want me to read the letter so we can all remember what happened? And we've searched for her for years.
Yeah. we can try that number again.
Where did we declare the area code 864 was?
I thought
it's Carolina, isn't it?
Somewhere in the
Carolinas? Georgia, but I couldn't remember. I can't remember.
Hello, Rick and Bubba. I don't know if this will ever reach you in time. Oh, it did. But here's a copy
South Carolina
of my Gobble Gobble song to play on Thanksgiving. If you want to, that is.
Wow, that's Greenville.
Somebody told me you might be willing to play it. Thanks so much. Have a super duper day. Super duper day is what it says.
You got the number there, don't you?
Kindest regards.
Will you call it, please?
I've called it every year, and she won't answer. We could try it live.
I think this song clearly is overwhelming evidence for our position against legalizing marijuana.
No doubt about it.
You mean dial it up, Rick, and see if she answers?
Let's try. We try it every year. Don't you think? Let's just see how it goes.
Well, there's no telling who's got that number
I
now.
know. Well, we'll talk to him. I'll say, if I say gobble, I better not say that. I'll end up being in the middle of all this scandal.
I know it.
So I will clarify what I'm doing.
This is her cell?
Trying to get in touch with the person who wrote Gobble Gobble.
Who's calling her, Rick?
Beth Mowens. Where'd you get her number at? It's on the letter. In 2004. Nope.
Has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Doggone it.
Home.
Oh, that's her.
That's her.
Shh. What just happened?
It was a short message.
Is not available.
It cut out.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Holly, this is Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. We've been playing your Gobble Gobble song for 13 years now. And every year the audience wants us to call you
Gobble, gobble.
to see if you are available, just to see how you're doing. So we're going to be playing it again this year. Everyone looks forward to it every year. And we just always try to call you and say Happy Thanksgiving.
Gobble, gobble.
And thank you for the song that keeps on giving.
Yes.
Thankful for you, Holly. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Happy Thanksgiving.
If you'd like to call us back.
Would Beth Moen like to say something to her?
Hi, Beth Mullins here. Holly, outstanding work on Gobble Gobble. Give Rick and Bubba a call, and if they're in the middle of something, they'll say time out, and they'll put you right on.
Guys, somebody has just sent me an
Gobble
email
Gobble.
She won't call back, though.
and said, here's her website. She's got a website, and it says, these are my silly songs. And
We've looked at we've
Everything
seen
out-
this stuff before.
Hey,
and she
Helms,
will not call.
anything on there about Gobble Gobble?
I can't believe she still got that number.
Mm-hmm.
And she has, I think, other songs.
So what are we doing
No, that's
next?
what she
Are we
said.
going to play it, or are we
I
gonna,
guess so. I don't know. Either a quick poll and play it, or we just play it, or we say we don't.
Let's quick poll to test where we are, and just see what the audience's current
Give it an up or down vote.
sense is about Gobble Gobble. And then if they want to hear it today, we'll play it. If they want to hear it today and tomorrow, we'll do both. If they don't want us to play it, we'll probably play it anyway.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. The great Elite Eight are here today, or actually the Super Six. We had two that did not show. We hope they're okay. They did not give us an indication that they weren't going to show. So unfortunately, we did not fill those. But there's no way to know if they don't tell us. Or they could be lost. Who knows? But anyway,
laying in a bush in the parking lot. We don't know.
We're glad that you are here. Upside.com. Have you gone to Upside.com and download that app yet? If you haven't, you need to do it. You can also get them in the App Store where they have a 4.8 rating. Upside is better than loyalty programs and cashback cards because it gets you 3 times as much back. If you use our code Bubba25, the first tank of gas you get with the Upside app, you're going to get 25 cents at least back per gallon. Or as our current president calls that, a record-breaking amount since he took office. But anyway, you get 25 cents back at least per gallon, and then after that, you just start saving on everything. The users of the Upside app last week did over $1 million in savings. That's how many people, that's money they got back, I should say is a better way to say it. And that's how many people are using it. And again, at 3 times what everybody else wants to give you back, that adds up pretty quick. So why aren't you using it? It's free. It's pretty simple. Use Bubba25. Go get the Upside app now and let the cash back start on that first tank of gas. So go there to Upside.com. Use the code Bubba25 and get the Upside app. All right, so Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Tom
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost last night at home, Rick, 27-22 to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yep.
And it handed Tom Brady his first 3-game loss streak in the last 20 years.
That's impressive. That really is impressive.
His dad was in the stands watching. However, his supermodel wife was absent from yet another game. It comes amid more reports that they have hired divorce lawyers after 13 years of saying, I do.
Can you imagine the task of dividing up their stuff? Wow.
Now, they say, and we talked about it in the break, that she apparently is worth more money than Brady is from her modeling career.
Yeah.
But they own property, in all kind of countries all over the place, and they're currently building a $30 million mansion in Miami, Florida, under construction. That'd be a little hard to divide up, won't it?
Yep, and that one, the only thing harder than things that are already finished are things that are under construction.
And apparently all of this started when Tom decided to unretire from his football career. And, Giselle did not care for that.
No, I don't. I tell you, there's a lot of things I look at Tom Brady and I tilt my head, and, he certainly is going to, when it comes to football, which is, a different deal than how you're going to fare and how you are, where will you be looked at or how will you be looked at in the way you handled yourself as a husband and a father versus how you handle yourself as a quarterback. That's two completely different things. But when you look at the situation, I don't know about y'all, it's almost like he must not really have ever been married, because I know if you really have been married and there's something that really upsets your wife, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how it could have been worth it. I mean, you've already accomplished more than anybody ever has as a quarterback.
You're the GOAT.
And probably, arguably, at least in our lifetime, I don't think ever will. Do y'all really think there's another person coming along that's going to play in 10 Super Bowls and win 7 of them?
No, probably
No, probably not.
You've got some people that have that potential, but they're a
lots
long
gotta
way
happen.
from it.
Career longevity.
Well, I'm saying Mahomes
just having a team around.
and the kid at Buffalo is really
Josh
good.
Allen?
They have potential to win a lot, but it's a big hill to climb.
Well, and and you're right about talent on all those, but like Helmsley pointed out the other day when people were talking about these home run records. But I think what we forget sometimes, you also have to have the ability to play long enough to even be able to reach those numbers.
Correct.
You got to stay in there enough seasons for that number to even be remotely attainable. You could say I was one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play too, but I couldn't keep playing as long as he did. So I won as many Super Bowls as I could, but I couldn't stay out there long enough.
Right.
You got to think about that,
how
too.
old Tom is to have set that record.
Yeah, that's the reason why I think it'll be tough to break.
Yeah.
I don't know that quarterbacks can play as long. Now, I will say this. You have a better chance to play this long under the current rules than under the old rules.
Yeah.
The current rules help Tom Brady play longer.
Yeah.
Because there was a time the quarterbacks were not protected, and you ain't going to play till you're 43 years old, not the hits you're taking. And a lot of great quarterbacks just got broken down because the rules weren't like they are now. But so the rules help, but still to accomplish this. So I just can't believe that he would come back and play just from a personal standpoint, knowing that his wife was furious about it, so furious it might cost him his marriage. To me, football at this stage of his life would not have been worth it.
You wonder if the reports are accurate. U.S. Weekly.
Maybe that's not true. Yeah.
U.S. Weekly.
He might have been running for something.
Yeah. U.S. Weekly came out and said that she told Tom either you leave football and spend time with the family or I'm gone for good. She doesn't want to see him continue to get injured and not be able to enjoy life in the future.
Yeah, he did make it.
She is doing it for her family, they say. So you just wonder if that's accurate. That's what they're reporting.
Yeah, we don't know.
Now, reports, too, that she is gearing up for a long fight. She's hired Tom Sasser, divorce attorney, whose previous clients include Tiger Woods and Jeff Gordon.
And here's one of the other things that I don't get because the team is not doing well, and it is a team thing, is when he left the Patriots, he was being very, very wise about where he would go. Yeah. And he was thinking about weather. He was thinking about what they have on the team, what's the receivers, what's the offensive line, what's the defense look like. And he made, we have to agree, a very wise decision because he won a Super Bowl with the Buccaneers, okay, at that age and at that era. When you decide to unretire, shouldn't you have done the same thing? Because it looks like this team doesn't really have – maybe they had some injuries and stuff.
Well,
he couldn't foresee. It doesn't look like this team has everything that he needs to come back and do well.
He doesn't have Gronk, which was his go-to.
Or a Gronk type person.
Yeah, and that could read his mind because I see him getting frustrated with a lot of his wide receiver core on hey, you need to be here. I'm throwing the ball here. This makes Tom look bad when really they weren't where they needed to be.
But why is that happening?
I don't know.
Didn't he kind of look at the team and say, I don't know about coming back with this team?
I don't know if contract issues
couldn't
there. He couldn't do that this time. But I look, this is not the first time Tom Brady and Giselle has had this conversation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be throwing away 13 years of marriage over one season.
Yeah.
Because that's what she's doing if this has never come up before.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
we act as if Tom is just making this horrible decision. He's probably heard this for 5 or 6 years.
She was quoted as saying, "I'm the one that's always been with the kids," and
I get that.
He agreed
Good night.
he would retire to focus on the family.
I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, if she comes out and sits down and says he agreed he was going to retire, so much so that he did, and then he came back, yes, that was the final straw for me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And
He
because
was only retired 40 days.
Yeah. Well,
that's a big change of heart in a pretty short
So
amount
now
of
let
time.
me ask you just a football question because, he's going to have to work his personal stuff out. There's nothing we can read. I doubt he's going to call and say, y'all got any advice for me?
And Al Michaels
But,
talked to
sadly,
him earlier in the week because they covered the game last night, him and Herb Street. And he said that he talked to Tom about this, and he used the word intense. He goes, I tell you, Al, it's been intense
I
around
bet
the
it
house.
has. Well, he doesn't look as healthy
So-
as he normally doesn't. I know he's old, but he looks gaunt. Like he looks like he's under stress, which I'm sure he is.
It's got to be hard, too, to go on the field and play when you know everything is in disarray back at home.
Especially with the position you're playing because your mind's got
And honestly,
gotta be right.
with him not having maybe, and I don't know enough about it, but maybe this team is so bad he may actually be playing better than he has in years. He just don't have the surrounding cast.
Who
I don't
knows?
know the answer.
I haven't seen any games, so
I watched 10 plays last night. What do
All
I
right,
know?
so now let me ask you just a football question. The Geezers, and I'm being funny, but it is true by football standards. The Geezers aren't playing well right now. Russell Wilson's playing poorly. Aaron Rodgers is playing poorly.
Yeah.
And we'll say that Tom Brady's playing poorly. It's by the performance of the team.
Yeah, team-wise.
Which one of these three do you think will turn it around and finish well?
Who are the three? I'm sorry.
Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, or Tom Brady?
I'm going with Aaron Rodgers.
I think Russell Wilson has still
I
a lot
think
of
Russell
upside.
Wilson has potential, but not this year. Are you talking about turning around this year?
Yeah.
I'm going Rodgers.
Yeah. Well, it's hard.
What
to
is
go.
their record right
It's
now?
hard- it's-
How far are they out?
We're asking. Here's the
maybe?
thing. We're
Bubba,
asking a
you-
team to turn it around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying,
because-
which one of these guys has the most potential to turn their team around?
I'm
going to
say Aaron Rodgers simply because, Bubba, the Vikings are winning the NFC North, and you claim they're going to crumble.
Yeah,
But
well,
they're-
they will.
They're
Don't
5-1, and Green Bay's 3-4, tied with the Bears.
We'll be
3-4.
lucky to have 6 wins when it's over.
Yeah, but and I'm joking there. The Broncos are 2-5. They're at the bottom of the AFC West. Kansas City's leading that. And then
what do you consider turnaround, Rick?
I'm talking
Like
about
make the playoffs?
They make the playoffs.
What's Green Bay's record?
3-4.
Green Bay was 3-4. Tampa Bay 3-5. The Atlanta Falcons are 3-4. The NFC South. Here's what you got: Falcons 3-4, Tampa Bay 3-5, the Panthers 2-5, and the Saints 2-5. So that whole
Tampa
NFC
Bay's
South,
not in that bad a shape
No.
considering the company they're in.
No, you could actually.
I don't know that any of them do.
Yeah, let me ask you then.
They could
B,
turn that around a
let
little
me-
bit
This is my
when-
question, B, and then we'll go to break and come back and take calls.
Get
B,
Gronk.
B, which one of these three has the most career left?
Give us our.
Russell
Are
Wilson.
they done?
Probably
Russell Wilson.
Russell
I
Wilson.
think Russell
Tom,
Wilson.
Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, or Tom Brady?
I think Russell Wilson. Aaron Rodgers has just got so weird. Remember, I mean, he's getting weirder. He's like going back to his California roots here and getting really
I
strange.
think he's always been weird.
Why didn't they let him do the drugs this time? When he did the drugs, they had a great year.
I think he did.
Did he-
I
did he
think
go back and
spent
do that
some
again?
time, yeah, in the off season. Hawaska.
I'm gonna change mine to Tom Brady because it looks like everybody in where that he's playing against is terrible.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get us started. Gobble gobble. Yes or no?
Yes, I've never heard it. Yes.
Never. You're one of
Thank
those.
you, Anthony.
You've never heard it.
Those shouldn't count.
Yes. Oh, sure they. Donnie in Birmingham. Yes or no?
No, rather be groped.
Oh my gosh. Adam in Gadsden. Adam, what do you think? Yes or no?
Yes, because Hamsey don't want to hear it.
That shouldn't count either.
Anonymous caller. Yes or no? This is a person that doesn't want to be known for what they're about to say. Anonymous, go ahead.
Gobble, gobble, you hear me? Sound like this song's got you hemmed up there, Rick. Play it today and tomorrow, you hear me?
Thank you, Fatso.
I think I know who that anonymous caller was.
Not so anonymous anymore.
That was good.
Will, what do you think? Yes or no?
Both days, yes.
John in Birmingham, yes or no?
Not only do I want you to play it, I'd like you to play it at half speed so it's extra long and extra deep.
Oh, my gosh. Jonathan in Hartselle. Jonathan, go ahead.
Yes.
Let's go to Don in Alabama.
Yes, please.
Mike in Fultondale.
Today and tomorrow.
Amazing, by the way. John in Wetumpka.
That's a no.
Okay, John.
Rick, think about this. If we play it today and tomorrow, that's 2 less segments we can argue about Roy Moore.
That's so good. William, yes or no?
Roll that beautiful thing footage.
Okay. All right.
It's right now 13-6.
2-1.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Brace yourself.
Helmsley's boys here.
Yep.
Has you ever heard it before? Oh, gosh.
I know. He could be in the office watching SportsCenter right now.
Well, guys, I want to prepare you. We're heading on in for the Gobble Gobble song 2017. Y'all ready?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Here's a little song I wrote about a typical American Thanksgiving day. It's called the Gobble Gobble song, and it goes a little something like this. Gobble, 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 is Thanksgiving Day. Gobble, 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 as we sit down and pray. Gobble, 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 eating turkey and dressing. Gobble, 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 and what a blessing. Gobble, 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 and if you like ham, gobble, 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 gobble. No, I don't mean spam. Gobble, 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 gobble. We show our thanks. Gobble, 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 gobble. On the wishbone we yank. Gobble, 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 gobble. And the pie for dessert. Gobble, 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 gobble. Oh, it can't hurt. Gobble, 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 gobble. And then we are full. Gobble, 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 gobble. And that ain't no bull. Gobble, 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 gobble. We turn on the tube. Gobble, 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 gobble. As we need to get lubed. Gobble, 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 gobble. To sit in the chair. Gobble, 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 gobble. Honey, fetch me a beer. Gobble, 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 gobble. Football's on TV. Gobble, 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 gobble. At least it's free. Gobble, 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 gobble. As we wind down the day. Gobble, 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 gobble. Send our families away. Gobble, 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 gobble. We're glad you came. Gobble, gobble, gobble,
We're
gobble.
inside a minute.
Next year just the same. Gobble, 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 gobble.
down.
And I say goodbye. Gobble, 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 gobble. To all you nice folks.
Minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Phone troll, any topic you want to talk about. Turn them loose, boys. And I say, hey, Mom, but this is Mr. Rhythm and Blues. All right, so all 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We get to the next caller. And, of course, meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, all of those get an instant buzzer because our goal is to keep this moving, meaning we get a lot of people in. They have comments. They have questions. We respond to the question. Still to come on the program today, where will Beth Mowins be assigned this weekend? Panic grips the audience. We will let you know about that. And also, the wonderful Wheel of Meat will spin before our day is done today as well.
That's the only thing could get worse for Tom Brady.
Right.
She did the Buccaneers game.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. We're here representing Giesel. Okay. All right. Let's go to
They're saying Bucks a lot.
Yeah. Those Tampa Bay Bucks. Bucks. Richard in Odenville.
She can talk about how much he misses Gronk all the time.
Yeah. Mick, he's really missing Gronkowski. Let's go to Richard. 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy. You're on the program.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Rich.
I don't know if this is true or not. I want to see if y'all have seen a couple of stories rolled out that in 25 days the country will be out of diesel fuel.
In 25 days, the country will be out of diesel fuel?
Our diesel fuel supply is at one of the lowest levels it's been at in a while. And that's how much we have left.
Yeah.
But they're adding to. I don't think we're going to be out in 25 days, but that's what the supply is down to if it was cut off.
Let's go to John in Indiana. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how you doing? Hey, I just wanted to extend a sincere apology from all of us YouTubers to Adler for whatever cost him to play that Gobble Gobble song during the break.
What?
Oh, did he?
It's just what came up, guys. I'm just replaying episodes.
Come on, man. What are you doing?
I started back in time, and we're moving.
You're a little out of control.
Moving forward. I'm sorry. It's just what happened.
Did the audience get on you about it?
The comments are not good on YouTube right now, but on the flashback, you guys did a quick poll to say, do we want to play it, do we not? And they said yes, so it's kind of not on me.
We take these elements from time to time. We throw it to the audience, see what you think, and once you vote, what you vote for, we go with.
That's it. Sorry.
Bo is in Louisville. Bo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Come on.
Hey, good morning, Gobble Gobble, all you woodsmen there. Hey, just wondering if anybody's getting out. Anybody getting out bow hunting yet?
Greg's been out.
Adler, you been out yet?
I shot my bow once this year, so not looking good.
I have not been out.
I've done killed 2 bucks.
Took
a 6 and 8.
How many's getting old and converting to the crossbows?
That'd be me.
Yeah, there's Bubba on that one.
I love the crossbow.
So easy.
Yep.
Richard.
Oh, so accurate.
Boy.
In Birmingham, ZZK. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I was calling in to see if y'all seen the Jay Leno's garage Biden driving an electric truck.
Yeah, I think we did see that. I think we did show that.
We saw about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And,
Okay, I think
and
he
he just did another thing with
he's
him
like a
driving
muscle car or
a muscle car because they thought it would appeal to Republican voters.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't he go over 100 or something?
Yeah, he got it up to 100.
And then he went,
But it looked like they had him driving, but it didn't look like it looked like maybe he was posing. You know what I'm saying? It didn't even really look real.
You sure it wasn't Jeff Dunham's puppet?
That's it. That's the clip right there.
John in Alabama. John, go.
Hey, I want to tell you which Muppet President Muppet is.
Okay.
He's the bald eagle with the comb over.
Oh, wow. You're right.
That's right.
You're right. I know the one you're
What's
talking
the name
about.
of that one?
I don't know the name of that
You know
one.
it's true because you heard me say it.
No, I did.
He's up. Then let us handle the comedy.
He's up.
Sam Eagle.
Sam Eagle, yeah. There it is.
There it is.
Yeah. To Bobby in
Calm
Homewood.
down.
Bobby, Homewood, listen to ZZK. Go ahead.
Gobble, gobble.
Gosh almighty.
Hell no.
Somebody stayed on hold for that.
Really?
Somebody absolutely
All right.
stayed on hold for that.
Oh, well, I'll be dang.
Right.
Y'all know we're 1 month from Black Friday. Today. Shh. Just thought I'd throw that out. If I had something to drink, I would. I'd take a
think we can
sip.
say
Would you take a pop off of it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, 1 month from Black Friday.
By the way,
do it for me, Greg.
Yeah, you got 1 month from Black Friday.
By the way, I saw an office yesterday, and I was shocked at what office it represented. Completely decorated for Christmas. Completely. The entire office. I'm talking about trees, garland. I mean, the whole thing.
Ready.
An office already decorated for Christmas. I was a little shocked by that. I even thought to myself, maybe they're having to cut some video and they need the background.
Yeah.
You know,
That's so good.
surely.
Or they might be putting up a Thanksgiving tree, Rick. You never know.
No.
Now, I did see one of the big
because I thought
businesses
that
here. I saw them carrying it, and they didn't put them up, but they were carrying in Christmas decorations 2 days ago. So I thought, wow, so y'all are starting, but they may just be bringing them in and going to do something with them later. I don't know, but it was clearly Christmas decorations.
This was set up. I was sitting outside because I had to go in and drop something off, and I looked through the window. There's some curtains, and it looked like Christmas lights. And I thought, well, it's not Christmas lights. So I kept talking, and I get out, and then the door opened to the office, and I looked in. It looked like Christmas Village in there. And I was like, well,
did it make you
October
feel-
27th.
You say Christmas Village, Rick.
Yeah, oh, boy.
Yeah, next week.
Did it make you feel like
I
happy?
didn't like it.
No.
Can't like it. It was October 27th.
Okay.
How am I going to like it?
I don't know.
Bobby.
I'm ready for Christmas.
I am too. It's just not Christmas yet.
Really want it to get here this year.
I'm ready for New Year's, but it's not here yet. Bobby, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just calling in on the Tom Brady and the marriage. What if he already figured out that the marriage was over? She may have already asked for a divorce, and football was all he had to go back on.
It's possible.
That's a good idea. It's a good possibility.
It is possible.
It's hard to imagine that him going back to football just completely.
That's what I'm saying. After
just
you're going
seems
to throw
deeper than
13 years of marriage away over a season, something else been going on.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying that you just wonder if these quotes are true that she said. I don't know. Might have been the last straw, like Rick said.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you find
Meaning it's been going. The conversation's been happening.
Oh, sure, yeah. Top down.
Rick and Bubba.
Gobble, 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 'cause you know I am gobble, 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 just all full of jokes, gobble, 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 gobble,
Break it down.
gobble, 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 gobble.
Carry it down, Otis Day.
Keep it going.
Rick and Bubba.
Glad to have them back.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Well,
Good stuff.
Bubba.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving.
I know a lot of folks out traveling today. It's record numbers. We'll be on the highway, so please be safe out there.
Yep.
We got so much to be thankful for here, even on bad days.
Oh,
I was
no
thinking
question.
about it this morning. And I know a lot of the election and politics is just ground. It just feels like it's the Jolly Green Giant with his foot on your neck sometimes. But you know what? Still better than some of these countries where they tell you what to do and what to think. I'll still take this over it.
Well, I will go this. And this guy kind of gets on my nerves a little bit, but we had him on the show, and he can be a funny guy. The loud guy that, hey, I'm funny man on the 5 on Fox. Greg, whatever's. Yeah. We had him on the show one time. He wrote a book, whatever. He's bombastic, and I'm edgy. But he said something yesterday. My only issue with him is I think he's developed a character, and even when he didn't have anything, he thinks he has to do the character, and he starts pressing a little bit. But he said something yesterday that we've said, which is good. And this absolute circus of LeVar, what's his name? LeVar Ball and the president. So I don't know if you've heard LeVar's comments yesterday. They were all over the road, and he was hollering that he said he would thank the president if the president would have sent his own plane to get his son, and then I'd be saying thank you, and I hope the president has a great Thanksgiving. Of course, now the president's fired back today and called him a fool, and and all this. And this guy, Greg, whatever his weird last name is on the 5, he said, and he goes, guys, I'm loving this. He goes, you know what? This is the signs of a country that has no problems.
Yeah, it really is. He's dead on.
He said, the fact that we're over here cutting up, one guy's trashing, talking about the president wanting his plane to come get him, and he goes, the fact that this guy can do what he's doing right now and not be like, he goes, this is a country that really, really has great freedom and really has no problems. That's what this is a sign of. You know it. So
I think LeVar Ball, and I've seen him before, when he first came on the radar.
He's a bird.
What you're dealing with is here's a guy, exactly. He knows he's got a brand that he's trying to sell. And he knows that he goes by there's no such thing as bad publicity. Just get people talking about you. Because he says things sometimes you go, there's no way you mean that.
Yeah,
now he claims the Lakers can't coach
Yeah,
his
he's
kid.
like, now he's talking about the Lakers coaches.
And then the whole deal with the I think it's by design. I think he knows what he's doing.
Well, Greg Gutfeld too, Rick.
Yeah, I never did know his last name.
But Gutfeld.
But he to me he sounds like Don King.
Exactly.
It's a very Don King thing. But the thing that's weird is, of course, we have a president now that will Don King right with him.
Oh yes.
And of course, I don't know if you've seen his latest comments. And he's told him that he needs to be thankful that he's not without his son this Thanksgiving. The son's not spending Thanksgiving in China, and
he could have spent the next 10 Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and you called him a fool and all that. And it's really like watching professional wrestling. I mean, it's like this guy, LeVar Ball, and Donald Trump were made for each other.
Yeah,
I mean, there was a time where if you had a Don King person, standing out there screaming at the White House, the president wouldn't even pay attention to it.
Right.
This president will come out and open the mic, and it's like pro wrestling. Yeah. It's like you
battle with him.
Over here, this wrestler says something about the big match coming up. Now let's go to the other wrestler, and he's going to say something.
Oh yeah.
But you forget sometimes that's the president. But anyway, LeVar Ball is an absolute loon. Now saying if there's plenty of room on that plane, he should have sent his own plane to get him. Then I'd be thanking him.
So again, that's all by design.
Yeah, I mean he was, but he's either Don King and just a promoter, or he's got a screw loose. I mean, it's one or the other.
Probably a little of both.
There's probably a little of that mixed in. So that's out there. And Bubba, my gosh, I mean, David Cassidy's dead. And you're not feeling so good yourself.
Well, no, I'm fine. I'm good. Look, David Cassidy had a good run. He lived hard, and it all kind of caught up with him. I guess
67. Wow, that's
night.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd like to see it be 80. Sure.
Charles Manson gets to 83. Keith Partridge 67.
Yeah.
So we've had Mel Tillis, Charles Manson, and now Keith Partridge in a week.
There's the three.
Well, wasn't there some more? There was several other guys, wasn't there?
Well, you never know though. You live like David Cassidy. This latest thing where if you've groped, patted, touched, or said something, everybody's coming after you. It might have just killed him.
Yeah,
he might have thought I got so much coming up. I just soon
go ahead and check out.
I just soon be dead.
Yeah, the 70s was a wild time for David. There'd be people coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm shocked they haven't already.
Well,
I mean, today you go to the news page, you have to get through 3 pages of Nick
It's
Carter.
yeah,
Nick Carter's in it today.
Every day is a new one.
Well, you said that about Keith Partridge. I guess I was his name. Rick David Cassidy in the 70s, and you would say, well, yeah, but I mean, he was in the 70s. Well, it doesn't matter now. They go back 40 years.
Exactly.
I mean, they can land right in the 70s and get you for that today.
Sure.
You can't run from it. So anyway, David Cassidy dead at 67.
And we've had another U.S. gymnast come out, so she was abused, Gabby Douglas.
Yeah, that's that team doctor.
Yeah, that's that one that was.
Now that team doctor, he seems like he's because he's in jail, right?
Yeah.
Is he?
Or going to jail. I mean, he's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, and should be.
And should be. Six minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We thank you for being with us. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and Blazing Silverman takes your phone calls from Rick and Bubba University, earning his degree in common sense, now a superpower. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Talked a little NFL, college football this weekend, looking for some interesting matchups. We've got Ohio State, Penn State. That's probably the biggest. And it's kind of shocking. That's going to be an 11 o'clock Central Time game on Fox.
You remember Penn State had kind of a poor showing against Michigan. Can they show that there's a little more to them against Ohio State, which most people think may be a better program?
Well, the Michigan, as you said, loss really took the steam out of this game. This game was set up to be a real big one.
Yep.
But it's a little less intriguing now because if Michigan did what they did to them, you kind of think Ohio State's going to step on them pretty good.
Yep.
But you never know. Some others, I'm looking, Oklahoma State, Kansas State. That's a pretty
Not
good
as
one.
many big games as there were last weekend.
Do you remember when Florida, Georgia used to fire you up in Jacksonville?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anybody think Florida's – I mean, they could be problematic, but they've really been hit or miss this year. They're all over the road.
They could really throw a monkey wrench and everything. So
you got
trap game for Georgia. For
I
sure.
think the Kentucky-Tennessee game is very intriguing.
That'll be interesting.
I think Tennessee's going to hammer them.
Watch this game. Tennessee's looking ahead to Georgia. I'm just telling you.
Watch out.
Keep your eye on it.
Watch out.
Really, one of the more intriguing matchups, just from the people involved and their personalities, is Ole Miss and Texas A&M.
Yeah.
That one, boy, Texas A&M is they're falling apart. Smoking dope in the dressing room. I mean, it's
and that's a 6:30. It'll be a night game out there with the 12th man fired up and Jimbo needing to prove he's worth his $85 million.
Ole Miss
and Kiffin taking pot shots every chance he gets.
Ole Miss came out last week. Looked like they were going to make a game of it. Second half, LSU just ran off.
LSU is, and Greg, you were warning everyone. Look, Brian Kelly, you can cut up with him, make fun of him all you want to. He's a good football coach.
He just doesn't show a lot of emotion on the sidelines. It's almost like you wonder if he's watching the game.
You need to read his lips, though.
I was going to say, he shows more than you think.
He's intense.
But he does look calm while he's doing it, but watch what he's saying. It's pretty – he has this one guy with the –
They got the week off. Alabama's got the week off, and then they play next, I think, right?
How about last night? NC State beats Virginia Tech 22-21.
Ooh.
How about that one?
Yeah.
You like that, Greg?
Good game.
That was one
good
pointer.
game.
Well, Greg, that was a pretty good one. But anyway, so that's really. Do y'all see anything that fires you up beyond that? Michigan State does. I mean that used to be a big game. But
Rick, Auburn, Arkansas.
Well, yeah, that's
the Hogs.
Yeah, that's one of those games where the people of Arkansas need something good to happen, and it's about to.
All right.
No,
it's coming at a good time for them.
Arkansas. Look, the Arkansas fans right now, because trust me, we have a lot of Arkansas. But that's what we can do at 35. By the way.
Okay. Let's do that.
But anyway, it's more cruel. I don't think anybody that I know that's an Auburn fan, I know a lot of Auburn fans, had any expectations whatsoever. Okay, that the team was going to be competitive.
Right.
Arkansas did, and Arkansas came out of the gate and they were like, "Hey, we're making the turn." But the thing about the SEC is, if you stumble just for a minute, you can lose a couple of games so fast.
Boom, games in a hurry.
Yeah. Who ends up having the worst season, Auburn or Texas A&M? And they do play each other.
Auburn.
So you do think it's Auburn?
Without question. The coach has lost the team, threatening people on red shirts.
Which he had to do. He had to do that. Yeah, I don't think he was wrong
yesterday.
for that.
Said that yesterday. He got put, but the fact he's in that situation, even though he had to do what he did, being in that situation does not look like the team is clapping, looking at each other, going, "Come on, y'all, let's turn it around."
Well, you just got to see some life. I mean, you're dead on the pavement, and people have got the paddles out. We got to see you take a breath. You know what I mean?
Now, I do think they're going to beat Bama.
You throw the record books out.
Watch out. Dickie will be calling. Now, I will say this. Preseason and when the season started, the expectations for Texas A&M was, hey, we might could win it all.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they had the #1 recruiting class, and according to Coach Saban, paid for it. But they're just honestly, they're not getting their money out of them right now. I don't think coaching our players.
They've got the money. They just don't have wins.
But they still had.
Did you see?
They've had good classes.
Yeah, they have.
The last 4 or 5 have been
yeah.
good.
Of course, it's hard
There's
to get
no excuse.
Greg, it's hard to get those recruiting classes to actually get on the field if you can't get the joint out of there.
Yeah, that's true. When they keep getting suspended for burning Big Chief.
When they smoke dope in the dressing room, I can't believe what's happened to our
Devil's
society.
lettuce.
I can't believe what has happened to our society. Is no one terrified of coaches anymore?
Yeah, who would have thought?
I mean,
even entertained that thought?
Can you imagine what if somebody had brought up on any team you play for? Let's smoke dope in the dressing room.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I mean,
if you'd have heard that this had happened in town somewhere at some club in a back room, you go, well, it shouldn't have happened. But in the locker room,
Do you think they go?
Let me smoke or I'm transferring.
Do you think they do that?
just like that?
Yeah,
probably. Probably they could. They could.
I'm out of here if you don't let me smoke.
Right.
You're out of here either way.
They said they
I'm going with you.
Our coach is smoking now.
Yeah. Greg, they said though they were easy to get them out of there. They just put nachos out in the parking lot.
As I heard one coach say one time as they were heading into a state tournament, said, leave that stuff alone. Win the tournament, I'll sit down and smoke one with you.
Well, now,
Bubba, calm down.
Now Bubba's smoking it with him.
That's
late. No, I didn't
that's
say
late
it.
talk.
I heard
Yeah,
it.
he's on the pontoon.
No, it wasn't that.
You think he's got munchies now?
No, that ain't good.
Pontoon.
Speedy's got him something here the last hour.
Hey, look, he's going non-denominational. It's all coming.
Oh,
No,
that's right.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't me.
It
wasn't me. I heard it said it was a long time ago. Pretty funny.
No, wait a minute.
No.
Wait a minute.
There comes a warning.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Who's inherited this fresh mess?
Who will get Beth Mowens in the play-by-play action coming up this weekend? Beth, where will you be? Excited. Going to be taking on a big game, South Florida Bulls.
Oh.
Going to be taking on that. And this is the one Mama likes. Houston Cougars. Mama's a Cougar. I'll be growling, sending it down to the sidelines to Bootnyani.
Does it seem
Stormy.
Does it seem like they send Beth to the game that's the most, like the furthest away from everybody that they can get, like just as far south as they can go? She's done a lot in New Orleans, right?
Oh,
now
Tulane.
she's in South Florida.
She'll call it a Tulane game in a minute.
Yeah.
Bubba, the ESPN crew distanced himself from me like the Biden administration does Hunter.
All right.
Kirk Morrison, of course, doing play-by-play color commentary. And we sent it down to Stormy Bootnyanya.
So what time is that game that Beth's in? Will she have time to
Looks like toe touches leather. 11 a.m. Central Time.
Beth won't have time to get those mimosas going.
Not 11 a.m. That's what mimosas are for. Little Bloody Mary.
All right.
For me and Stormy and Kirk.
And who they play? Where are they playing?
South Florida Bulls. Be heading down to Houston.
To play?
The Cougars. Somebody's got to get a timeout. So, kind of disappointed. Tried to get some color commentary from Chandler Cox.
It's not working out.
And I landed to Chandler Cox. Where's Chandler Cox?
Who?
Out cutting hair somewhere.
Chandler Cox. Where's Chandler Cox? Mama Cougar wants to know. So it looks like South Florida and Houston. Y'all got Beth.
Oh, boy.
What if Beth could go for a ride on Bubba's pontoon?
Bubba, sounds like the pontoon rides are party. Win the championship and roll a big fatty. Keep it down home.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, I did not know this yesterday when we did the story about Mad Mac. What's his name? Mad Mike Hughes.
Yeah, the former astronaut
is going to launch himself. I didn't know he's trying to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I saw that today too.
That was not in the story yesterday.
He had the ad on the side of his rocket, but I thought he just took money from him and put it on there to help pay for it. I don't really see how him shooting himself on a steam-powered rocket will prove the Earth is flat. I kind of missed that part. I would worry about flying on anything an engineer built who thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Can I tell you? I've got concerns.
He said, "I don't believe in the science that says the Earth is round. I'll shut the door on this ball Earth theories. What am I saying? Thesis, theory, Rick. It's theory, buddy. It's just I guess it would be a hypothesis. He thinks. But anyway, the flat Earth people believe the Earth looks and feels flat when we walk on it, so it must be flat. It's a flat disc instead of a sphere. Now, again, over here, just me. I graduated from Rickenbacker University with a master's in common sense.
Yep.
But we have pictures of the Earth.
Now they're going to say that
those are fake pictures.
Gravity is causing a distortion in that, or something.
Right. They say
that's how they get around.
The pictures are an illusion. Is that what they'll say?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay. Can you help me with that? I mean,
Rick, I'm beyond. I don't know how to. I don't know how.
You have no comment on this.
Rick, but those pictures were painted. We heard that guy call yesterday. They
admitted it's so dumb. I can't even make the argument. I mean, I just don't get it.
So the only way that you could prove that the Earth was flat, and he says he's going to put this ball theory to rest, is that you fell off the end of it. That's the only way, right? And we've never had that happen.
We've never found the end of the Earth.
Wouldn't somebody find it by this point?
And we've been a lot.
We've explored a lot of stuff.
Somebody would have went off the end.
Well, that crazy thing, we have a space station up there that's in orbit right now, and you can't orbit a flat disk.
Thank you.
Or is it?
It is. I've seen it go across the sky.
All right.
Or is it?
You know how when you walk away from what I call this is the thing when I give up on a discussion, when I realize the person is not wanting to discuss, I've run. You know how when Brian Regan said, "Look out for a me monster."
Yeah.
What I've looked out for in discussions is a yeah but. If you have a yeah but person, it's over. No matter what you say, yeah but. So hey, we're orbiting, are we? But.
Yeah.
What about the pictures we have? Yeah, but.
Listen, he's only going.
So every fact I come up with, you're just going to say yeah, but.
Yeah. He's only going 1,800 foot high if this contraption works.
And how's that supposed to prove the
Rick,
Earth is flat?
That's not even Cheehaw Mountain high. So I mean,
we can go up there and look and tell him.
Yeah, how's he going? I mean, I don't get
Bubba,
it.
I think that
he's putting it to rest, guys.
I hate to tell you this. I think this guy's crazy.
What? Mad Mike?
So his ultimate goal is to get 10 miles high.
That's not 10 miles.
I'm just saying, ultimately,
that ain't jack.
His goal is to get 10 miles high so he can prove the Earth is disc-shaped.
You can't prove the Earth is not round by going 10 miles in the air. I mean, Bubba, help me.
This weekend is the first step into him getting 10 miles high, he says.
So this is like a test launch or something.
I don't think you can prove it.
I don't know about that. That thing looks too much like what Evel Knievel tried to jump in. I don't know if that'll make it or not.
And we saw how good that went.
Yeah,
I'll never forget that.
I trust the brothers that built the Spaceship One a whole lot more than this guy.
When I was a kid, I was all about some Evel Knievel.
The Tan brothers.
And when he got in that stupid sky cycle, they called it, which was a rocket. And we sat there and we had delays and we were all staring at the TV and he'd sit there and all of a sudden the minute it comes off, the parachute comes out the end of it.
Was that not the biggest dud in Daredevil history?
I remember sitting there, because it kept delaying and we'd wait. And then finally, then he crashed in the water and they had to pick him up in a boat.
Bubba, did you see how much this has costed Hughes? Excuse me, cost Hughes?
$20,000?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. We talked about that yesterday. But I didn't hear yet. Nothing in yesterday's commentary said he was trying to prove the Earth is flat. Well, that's new today.
Well, it's on the side of the rocket.
I think these flat Earth people, I think they're just doing that to for a raise to mess with everybody.
Are they just messing with us?
I'm reading their thing here so they think the Earth is a disc, and the North Pole's the center of it.
Correct.
Right? Am I following that?
I think, yeah. How are we holding water? We got a bowl?
The Earth is a disc with the Arctic Circle in the center, and Antarctica, a 150-foot tall wall of ice around the edge. That's what's keeping everything from falling off.
Oh, okay.
Well, global warming's gonna mess it up.
Now they say we're not orbiting.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today, and we still have, a lot to cover. But right now, let the magic begin. Let the magic begin.
Ooh, if I don't win today, then tomorrow.
Wheel of Meat's got me yearning. Let's go.
Come on, give it a
The wonderful Wheel of Meat is ready to spin. It has been illuminated. More of the Friday Fun Zone for our golden ticket seats. Today, the Super Six. 2 people didn't show. Spinning today, Jeremiah, Terry, Charlie, and Miller. Right out of the golden ticket seats.
And they are ready to let that wheel spin, Rick.
I mean, Bubba.
Let her spin.
Also, don't forget harryanddavid.com providing the meat that is on the wheel. 1-800-Flowers does the flowers. Cord Buddy's on the wheel. Moultrie's on the wheel. If they're still speaking to Speedy after we had so many winners last Friday. But also all kinds of Rick and Bubba stuff also on the wheel. But there are some pitfalls. Not everybody is a winner. So Jeremiah will get started. Jeremiah, tell me about the fire. Let's go to Clayton in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Rock and Roll City is ready to go as well. Hello, fellas. All right, Clayton, what do you say to Jeremiah to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Jeremiah. Let it rip. Bubba, he's wearing a vintage Rick and Bubba shirt under that pullover from 2000.
The pride of Cleburne County, now a rocket scientist from Huntsville.
Yeah! T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it. Greg, how about a go for Clayton? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Clayton, I don't know if you know what Rick and Bubba shirt you'd like to have, but you might want to ponder it. We got some great ones. We'll put you on hold. You could be Common Sense as a Superpower. Rick and Bubba University, Jesus Loves You, and I'm Trying. I mean, we got all kinds of good ones. We'll put you on hold. Tell us which one you want, your size, and we'll send it right to you, okay?
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Clayton. Appreciate you, and thanks for the energy. Rhonda in Brisker City. Rhonda, where in the world is it Brisker City? Is it Briscoe? What city, Rhonda? Rhonda, there she is. Rhonda?
Monroeville.
Say it again, Monroeville. And it's
Frisco City. Monroeville.
Oh, you're talking about Frisco City, right?
Yes.
Frisco Kid was a friend of mine. All right, Rhonda, what do you say now to Terry? Terry's spinning next. What do you say to Terry to get him to spin that wheel for you?
I say, wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Terry.
Oh, Terry! Terry with a big spin.
Oh,
back up, Terry!
Back up, Terry! Oh, Terry!
Terry, back up!
Come on, Terry! Yeah! Flowers, 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 smell it! Help me, Rhonda. We need to know whether you want 24 multicolored roses or 24 red roses.
I'll take multicolor.
Multicolored roses for Rhonda from 1-800-Flowers.com. Thank you for listening to Rick and Bubba there in Frisco City. Or, as our intern called it, Brisker City.
Brisker.
Let's go to Jared.
That's a good one.
Jared in Pell City listening to ZZK and spinning for you, my friend. You're going to be telling Charlie those magic words. What do you say to Charlie?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Charlie, let it rip. Come on, Charlie, let it rip.
Charlie with a big spin.
Charlie with a big old spin. Let's see where this lands. Jared trying to be a winner. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah. T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it. What about a go for Jared? Go. Go. Go, 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 go. So, Jared, a T-shirt it is from the Rick and Bubba store. Do you know which one you want?
No, I'll take a look.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll put you on hold. Take a look there at the old store at rickandbubba.com. Tell us what size. Thank you, Speedy, and we'll send it right to you. All right, so up next is Miller. It's Miller time.
Here we go, Miller.
Miller time. How many times you heard that in your life, Miller? Bunch. All right, let's go to Earl Earl is out of Hamilton. Earl, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Miller is going to spin for Earl.
Earl. That's a good one.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Miller. Reverse spin. Reverse. That's a true Auburn fan, still wearing that hoodie no matter what. All right, let's see what happens. Oh yeah, baby. Henry, the horse.
He's got to come in from the back 40.
He's got to get it. Somebody holler
He's
at
been
Henry.
out grazing.
From the back 40, here comes Henry. Oh, he's dressed as Batman.
He's ready to go trick-or-treating.
Henry.
What's up, guys?
Henry,
Hey,
look at
Henry,
you.
what are you doing? You got a Batman costume on?
I thought we all agreed to dress up.
No.
Thanks for leaving me hanging.
No.
But I have recently taken the president's advice of buying some off-brand products to help fight inflation.
Like what?
Well, instead of Cocoa Krispies, my family is now eating Cow Crappies. Instead of Fruity Pebbles, we're eating Tootie Pooples. It's dark times, gentlemen. Dark times.
It's dark. Go, Henry.
There
Dressed
he goes.
as Batman. What a cape.
Henry dressed as Batman today.
Batman.
He does know Halloween's Monday, right?
Yeah, that's it. He thought it was dress up day today. I think we get one more in, Jeremiah, if you want to take one more spin. Let's go to Ross in South Carolina. Ross, what do you say to Jeremiah to get him to spin it one more time for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Let it rip.
A big spin.
Wearing that vintage Rick and Bubba shirt, rocking 2000. We still have, I think, that logo in a long sleeve shirt. It's really kind of cool. All right, look, here we go. Looking around, South Carolina. Yeah!
What do we do for that one? I forgot.
Hat, wear it! They call it the 94 hat. It's got the Rick and Bubba 1994 on it when the show was established. Really cool hat. We'll put you on hold and get all your information, Ross, and we'll send that thing right to South Carolina where you can wear that thing with pride, okay? Or with
awesome, thank you.
Or with shame. We don't care why you wear it.
How about a go? How about a go?
How about a go for Ross, Gregory? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! There it is. Yeah. There it is. Let's give it up for Jeremiah, Terry, Charlie, and Miller.
Good job, guys.
Great job. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations on that. Rock and Roll City for the YouTubers. In the break, they will be playing for you. Enjoy that, and the Rick and Bubba Show will be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check, check, check. Get it going, Greg. In Rock and Roll City, all we have is off-brand. Instead of the Gap, we got a store called Crack. Instead of Old Navy, we got a store called New Army. And Greg's gonna do a drum solo for you today. Welcome to the city, Rock and Roll City, that is.
Keep going across the sky every day. I'm a little gray on that. Something's moving.
Wait a minute. I got to stop here. Are people seriously? I mean, this is something we laugh about in history. Are we now coming back and say, well, I'll tell you one thing.
Rick, we're going back in every other
aspect
of life.
I think we're de-evolving to some degree.
No, so they honestly think there's a round Earth conspiracy by NASA?
Straight up.
And what would be the gain of that? I'm convincing you it's round when it's really flat. I'm gaining how? So NASA can keep going up and flying. You know what I'm saying? What is the end?
Yeah.
Why am I keeping this secret from you, and how am I benefiting by doing it?
Greg, you make a great point. So I want to tell everybody the Earth's round.
Even though I know it's flat.
So for what?
It's not that I'm wrong about it. I know it's flat, and I'm lying to you.
How about this? Saying the Earth is round, that's more profitable than saying it's flat. I mean, what's the who's out there going, we need a fake Earth theory?
Just for giggles.
Yeah.
Let's say it is flat, and we finally discover it. It doesn't change anything as far as, I mean, we've been around a long time, and, okay. I'm just saying.
It must be a big one, because we sure can't find the end of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you.
Nobody can get to the ice
said
wall.
it's Antarctica. In Antarctica. But
we
have people down there.
We should be able to look at the big sheet of ice.
Yeah, we've had people go on tours down there.
Well, why has nobody walked up to the wall of ice and looked over and said, dang?
There it is.
I mean,
because clearly a plane could fly over the edge of the wall, right?
Yeah.
And
where's he going?
What about when a plane goes, hey, wait a minute, I'm out here in the middle of nothing?
Look, here's the problem too. If you're just a disc and you're not in orbit, then what's holding us up?
We're
not falling.
Do y'all realize how far we can fly?
Oh, I know. It's just that makes my head hurt. It really does.
Is that next? Next? I really didn't go to South Africa.
We can,
you know what I mean?
we can.
I sat in a plane for 18 hours and they were messing with me.
We can even bounce radio waves one way and catch them coming back the other way. I mean, there's just too much proof.
Watch it.
Bubba. Bubba, listen at you. We're actually having a conversation.
I know.
As if the world's not round. What?
I mean, what next? They're going to come out with a cancer treatment that you let leeches pull blood out of you? Is that next?
It's a great nuclear we've come up with.
Bubba, don't. I mean, the police don't think that's a possibility. We're going backward on everything. We're just returning. I mean, I fully expect to look around one day and we've all clothed ourselves in fig leaves.
Have you got to look over some of the other pages at a close up of this thing? He's gonna get in.
Yeah, I did. I looked.
Yeah, we're showing.
He ain't gonna make it.
How about that,
y'all? Would you get in that?
No.
And light the fuse?
Yeah, look, John Denver.
It's got a trailer hitch on the back of it.
John Denver wouldn't get in that.
Yeah, I've seen experimental aircraft that I would fly in twice before I got in that thing.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't get in that. They ain't no. Look, if Mad Mike wants to take his flat Earth theory and crash this thing into the desert, I don't care.
The fact is,
I hate it for his family, but they probably dread him at Thanksgiving anyway.
Rick,
they're probably tired of it.
Oh, you think you want to hang around this guy? You think everybody's like, Uncle Mike's not coming, is he?
It went
that rocket.
Is he going to talk about that stupid?
It
flat
went
Earth
from
again?
him modifying your cars and fixing them, and making some diesel fuel out of French fries to this.
Oh yeah,
what
right.
I mean?
Yeah.
It was kind of cool to begin with.
Yeah.
Now he's way out there.
Let's go. 35 minutes past. Thank you, Johnny Donovan. Cook's Pest Control, part of the Rick and Bubba Show. Loving them. Sometimes you wish that they could do for human pests what they can do for insects, but they can't. But they can help you with all those little critters that try to make life miserable for those of us that prefer not to live with bugs and rodents.
Yeah.
They put them to work. Termites destroy property. Their Centricon system is outstanding. Nothing is better. It's like a fortress. It's like if we had continued to build the wall on the border. So you put it around your property, and it keeps the termites out. Sometimes the approach of trying to deal with them once they're in, not the best approach. Best approach is to keep them out altogether, and that's what they do. So find out what they can do for you by going to cookspest.com, cookspest.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and they'll give you a no-obligation, very thorough inspection, and then they'll evaluate your property and say, here's what we need to do. Then you decide if you want to use them. But if we can save you some time, go ahead and use them so you can sing like us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Past country. Bubba, I love parody commercials. I know you do too.
Yep.
We're going to roll through some videos here that some will comment on, some will. The audio may work for itself. Now, I want to tell you, these are going to go back to back. This is some comedy group that they've done parody commercials, and we've made fun of some of this ourselves. As we approach the midterm elections, they're basically doing a parody like this is what a candidate always does type of commercial. Yeah. Vote for me as your representative. And then there's a vote for me for your senator.
Right.
And I thought they were pretty funny. I don't want to oversell them. But I think if you go listen to these and watch these with low expectations, they'll make you chuckle. if you get your, but it's
don't expect a lot.
Well, it's the kind of humor that sometimes you go, well, that's what I like, because I think this is pretty clever. They didn't get, sometimes people get too corny with it. This is if you really listen to what they're saying, it's some of the stuff that we've made fun of for years about how these politicians think there's certain elements that should be in every political ad.
I got my shotgun.
Yeah, for you to vote.
Well,
for
it depends on what state you're campaigning.
Yeah. So here we go. Here comes first of all the representative commercial right into the Senate commercial. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Clint Webb, and I'm running for Senate. I have a short cropped haircut, a pretty enough yet accessible looking wife, and a newborn baby that I've dressed in a suit to prove to you that I mean business. For the last 15 years, I've lived my life in such a bland, uncontroversial, and repressed manner that it's almost unnatural. Why? Because I've been preparing to be your representative since I was a child. Most well-adjusted, sane men would be hesitant to take a job where their decisions would so drastically affect the lives of so many. But not me. I possess a sort of sociopathic narcissism that makes me think that I should be in charge of everyone. But all of that needs to start here at home, in this beautiful state that I've grown to love since I moved here 18 months ago. Together, we can piggyback some of our state's legitimate needs onto my unquenchable lust for self-glorification. And that's a promise. Here's an unflattering picture of my opponent. Here's a quote of his taken out of context. Oh, and one more thing. I have a dog. I enlisted in the military for the minimum amount of time in a position that would never see combat. Why? Well, because it would help me be your senator. I don't make friends. I make acquaintances. All of my motives are ulterior. I'm self-involved to the point of psychosis. My soul is terrifying. And that's leadership. So this November, let's send Washington a message. And what is that message? Hey, me.
And there it is.
That's pretty good.
So representatives and senators and Early.
That's funny.
My soul. So and sadly, there's more truth to that than we wish there was. And now Bubba was telling me about this next video, which I guess we'll have to talk about, because this is when tasing and explosives go bad.
Yeah, there's a couple of stories, Rick, that we probably need to look at quickly. Some very disturbing video. We have a guy on a motorcycle who has been evading police. They've tried to stop him several times. He's been going as fast as 100 miles an hour, and they finally get to the point where they can tase him, and he explodes when they tase him. He's carrying a gallon of gasoline in his backpack.
Oh, my goodness.
So you see him pursuing here. There's all kind of footage of them chasing him through town.
Right. What do y'all think on audio?
I have not screened this audio.
I don't know. I haven't screened it.
Okay.
So he's running.
So he's running. They're after him. Watch when they tase him.
Oh, my goodness.
He's yelling. He's on fire.
What the world?
Wow, he's on fire.
I mean, he's really on fire.
Why, guys, he's in a big fire.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, now
wow.
There he goes.
Yeah,
Really
rethinking
running
things.
flame.
Yeah, right. Now.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Yeah, now he really
Guys,
wished.
They got the fire extinguisher pretty quick.
Yeah, I have seen that
engulfed.
video, Bubba. I didn't know where. All I saw was the fire part. I didn't know what happened prior.
That's a really.
So what? And you said he had
How about damage on that?
what was in his backpack?
A gallon of gasoline.
Yeah, and
That rolling ain't gonna help you.
Why do you have that in your backpack trying to flee police on a motorcycle? I mean, it doesn't even make sense. Who knows?
Shot me.
Guys, I got to tell you, the last officer that walked in to the left, did y'all see how tall he was? I don't know if that's just he was.
I was looking at that running flame.
Guys, he
Yeah,
looks,
it was hard to miss the running flame.
By the way, am I the only one that was looking at the wrong fire? The body was actually over to the right.
Right,
I actually thought
got
that was
rid of the so much.
God, that was like a bomb went off.
Much fire.
Tremendous amount of fire.
Yeah.
Adler, you are a motorcycle person. Would you do that in case you ran out of gas, or why would he have gas in his backpack? Do you have any idea? I mean, why he would do that?
No, never do that. And in fact, you're not even supposed to ride with like tools in your pockets of your jacket because if you get in a wreck, that screwdriver could impale you.
Right. Oh my gracious, alive!
He's definitely on fire.
Yeah, I'm confused. What was that? His backpack, the bigger fire?
Wow! Now the bigger fire's him.
Okay, here he comes.
Watch how tall this dude is coming into the left. Don't you miss this?
How about they got the fire extinguisher pretty quick?
Right.
Yeah, that's a real tall guy.
I wish those officers ran better.
Yeah, that last
they
one
didn't look very athletic.
The tall guy had bad form.
Right. Now, look at the real tall guy now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Oh,
talking
that
about.
guy.
Yeah, the Nephilim.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
coming
that
into the
is.
left.
I mean, the
I love the one guy.
And that is not the most disturbing video of the weekend. I hate to.
Bubba, don't do this one. I don't know about this.
Adler, do you have the other one? I just sent you.
Second. Yep.
We have a grandma, 68 years old. She is pushing a toddler on a stroller in California, crossing the street at 5:40 p.m., and a Mazda vehicle comes through and never hits the brakes.
Oh, no.
She's in critical condition in the hospital. The baby is recovering.
Good gracious.
Watch this come up. You don't see they stop it before it runs
Yeah.
over, and then shows you her. This was a security.
Is this
camera.
person not even looking up?
I don't know.
I mean, at a
I don't know.
crosswalk. I mean, it's
Isn't that horrific?
Probably texting.
you know, honestly, yeah, probably so. Probably looking down.
Speaking of motorcycles, I don't feel good riding my motorcycle.
Look at this.
Very much these days.
I bet.
Rick, that is so bad. You know,
Golly.
Oh man.
can you believe that was caught on camera too?
Yeah, well, we got security cameras everywhere now. Everybody's got a cell phone too.
Guys, I've got something developing right here that is so funny, text wise, with my son and my wife, and I have to share it. And I'm gonna get in trouble for sharing this, but this is so good. We were on Braden last night pretty hard about studying for a test.
Yeah.
Because he had spent like 5 hours with me, and
Yeah.
we were having a good time gang, and he was getting the pressure to study. And he claimed he studied. I don't know when. Okay.
Right.
He said he studied. So he chimed in this morning to let us know how he did on the test. And it was a really good grade, and he put that. But he sent us the wrong emoji that he was wanting to send.
Oh, no.
And he sent us the bird emoji.
No, he didn't. He gets that from his mom.
And it looks like
and
that
it
he's-
looks like he's saying "in your face."
Right.
Are you
Yes.
sure he sent it by accident?
Well, I have yet to chime in because I'm just waiting. I'm just letting it
Letting it breathe a little bit.
The minute he did it, I guess he realized it, and he said, "Oops, wrong emoji." And then Amanda chimed in and said, "That better have been by accident." I mean, what do you say? She said that had better been an accident. Good job on the test.
You just need to respond with
And
a number
so-
one emoji. And that's
so-
all you need to do.
But I had to share that with y'all.
Well,
That's real life, real thing going on
That's
right
right.
now.
Yep.
Well,
And,
I get his first initial.
Can I tell you what?
well, because we were on it. That's what makes this better. We were on him pretty hard last night. But that was the last thing I said to him last night. Hey, listen, you claim you've been studying. That's fine. But that test is coming in the morning, and you need to be prepared for it. I don't care when you do. If you've done it, great. If you hadn't, make sure knock it out.
And then
so he gets us the bird emoji with hey, I aced it.
Isn't there some extra irony too?
That's
Isn't there some extra irony to the fact of what happened to his mom with that same emoji?
Yes, there is.
There is. And she thought she was telling everybody number one.
She was telling everybody, but she was pointing. She thought she was pointing to different things she had attached, and it was the bird finger the whole time.
Yep.
That's gold right there. But he said no. I meant to
He
say
said,
number one.
"Oops, wrong emoji."
I meant to say number one.
He said, oops.
Look, when my kids are in school, I would be so thrilled by a good score, I would overlook it.
That's me. That's why I hadn't responded, Rick.
I'd send one back.
I'm celebrating the win.
When we come back, your phone calls to wrap up the hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So big travel day out there today.
Huge.
So a lot of people will be moving to go see family, or you're in the boat that we've been in several years, but we are not this year. That you're the host family, and so this year, and you think not being the host family would take away some stress until you are assigned the turkey anyway. So I got to get the turkey to Mama's tomorrow.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it was funny watching my sons discuss that last night. Where are we going to put the turkey? And I'm like, well, we'll just have to work that out. And
right in the middle with a seatbelt on it.
Boy,
right between the boys.
I talked to Mama yesterday. She gave me the menu.
Good stuff.
Really.
I think I'm the only one in my immediate family now that loves giblet gravy. So, I'm becoming an endangered species.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean someone doesn't love giblet gravy?
Who
doesn't love that?
I know. I was embarrassed when they said it, but not as much as people who think the world's flat, but pretty embarrassed.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's that. I mean, that's.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's.
I
Let's
thought,
get the giant net out almost.
I thought this we just having a little fun. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
That, I mean.
Well, we're we will have Thanksgiving at home. Hunter's back from school, so it will be our immediate family, and our extended family's got a little thin over the past few years. So it'll just be us probably. We may have a friend or two come over.
Really, that's cool. So what would these be people coming from somewhere else, or you talking about friends like?
No, just that are in the area. Friends that may come by and eat. But I don't know. That's kind of hit and miss. But it'll be us four. But that'll be fun. We haven't with Hunter being off at school, it'll be good to visit all together again.
Oh yeah, that's always a blast. I've got we've got I think pretty sure, and it's so fun because when you have them. When they get a certain age, from what I've gathered, the oldest son is bringing a lady friend.
Uh-oh.
So we'll feel so bad for her.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's tough when you're thrown into that situation.
Yeah, I said, really? Interesting.
Now, we talking about Atlanta oldest or local oldest?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, we're talking about Atlanta oldest.
Yeah.
Oldest son bringing in, said I'm going to bring a lady friend Thanksgiving.
For some reason, when you said that, I just thought of Brooks. I don't know why, but it just popped in my mind. So I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, there's the one that's old enough to do it. Then there's one that would like to do it will be turned down.
Right.
And that's you don't go pull somebody's But this is one of those where they live and their family's in different places.
Yeah.
And,
Oh yeah.
all that stuff. And then he went to see her family during during the death in the family. And that's big to be asked to come to that.
Oh,
wow. Oh yeah.
So we'll see.
We're traveling and going. Oh,
we'll see.
Rick.
Yeah, of course.
And I know Blake. He knows that he's bringing her into the Burgess den, and I know he's probably warned her.
Well, he said something
on what to experience, right?
He said something that I thought just almost didn't make sense. He said this: "I want her to meet my family." And I thought, really, who would say that about our family? I mean,
sometimes the state line's a good thing.
Yeah, I wanted to say, don't you think it's early for that? Right. So let's
FaceTime.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes, and the hens of the family, of course, will be on high alert at that point.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Here come the hens.
So Speedy, I know you're traveling.
Hey, there's
right?
corn on the ground. You think they're not going to be pecking around?
Yeah.
And you're headed to you're headed over to Mississippi State, right?
Yeah. Reg and John Ed are hosting.
So are y'all going to Starkville or Gula?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Starkville.
So they live in Starkville.
Yeah.
Okay.
They.
But is their yard
first...
big enough to have a football game?
I don't know the Willie Bowl. I don't know if it's in jeopardy. I'm not really sure. And I'm in a big handle with the Willie Bowl, and I think, and I don't know if you guys would agree with this. Is there a point where we can kind of have a redraft? Because now little JC is leaning on 6'2", 190, and I'm going to have to face him and Tyler and Mark.
I got Reg,
and I got.
But
Reg
you got
Reg.
Reg.
You've been practicing.
You got Reg on your
possibly.
side?
I mean, could there be a restructure where now I get JC and then you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Speedy, what
I don't know if
do,
they're free agents. If
what
I can
would
do some trading here or what?
Speedy, you can claim over state line. Now that Reg's married, all the family thing is different, so you have to have a redraft.
I would trade Reg for JC.
I think that would be fair.
That now you got fair teams.
That's better.
Because and there's another factor too. And Bubba, you hit all over.
Because Reg's gonna drag his team down. So
No. Well, he's a good. Well, he's like a little Energizer buddy. He's gonna.
I mean,
he's got the.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Here we go. Bring them in here. Lines are open. 866-WE-BE-BIG. For a lot of you, our last time to chat this week. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up this weekend. Really think you'll enjoy our interview with author Jay Payleitner. The book's called The Next Verse. Some of the most popular Bible verses from Scripture that are crocheted, bumper stickers, tattooed, run-through signs. But have you ever read the next verse? Are you using them appropriately? So anyway, check that this weekend. Think you'll enjoy that wherever you get podcasts. Golden ticket seats. The Super Six, because we had 2 no-shows today. Terry Haas is here.
Terry.
Oh,
Back up, Terry.
Or as we call him, Sundrop. Jeremiah McElroy. What up, Jeremiah? Miller Albers. Charlie Sanders.
Charlie.
Veteran Penny Miller. Her husband, Paul Miller. All here today. It was interesting to watch Bubba's disappointment when there were no sausage balls.
Well, Penny usually brings in sausage balls.
She said she felt guilty, almost like maybe in an indirect way she put you in the hospital. So
Penny, good news, I'm fine.
Give me a number between 1 and 6.
1 and 6. Gosh, what about number 4?
Number 4, Charlie Sanders.
Charlie.
Attaboy, Charlie. Charlie. Hey, my name's Charlie. Look at me.
Charlie gets a $50 American Express gift card from our old friend Thomas Dudney, who was here this week.
Hey, Thomas Dudley.
So you got $50, Charlie.
He buys lunch today.
As we always say, it looks like that lunch is on Charlie.
Yep.
So there you go, $50.
Miller is sure happy of that.
Yeah, he is. Boy, Miller's glad he brought Charlie.
Yeah.
To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Jared, this is about, I want to say, either this same Jared keeps calling, or we have set a record on Jareds today.
We're huge with Jareds. Everybody knows
we
that.
are, and if it's not, if these are not new Jareds, I will be taking a note. So, Jared, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Not the same Jared.
Okay, good.
But yeah, I was going to say that the person who hit the people crossing the road on security camera to get the same penalty at a 1-week suspension like the Dothan head coach.
Whoa,
Jared.
we
got a little bitterness from Dothan.
Jared.
Wait a minute.
Like, easy. So, Jim in Florida. Jim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey there, guys. I was reading an article on Yahoo the other day and saw that Hillary Clinton is now claiming the Republicans are going to steal the midterm election and that there will be voter fraud. Just want to get your all take.
Yeah, we actually saw that video and even talked to Dinesh D'Souza about it this week. And he said what she's really saying is we must do something so the Republicans can't go back to the Constitution.
Right.
So
she was talking about 2024 that Republicans were gearing up to steal the presidential election, which it's strange that it would be so easy to steal since the last one was the most secure we'd ever had.
Right.
Yeah, and if you want to know what Dinesh D'Souza thinks about it, you can see it now back on Twitter.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Welcome back. The bird is free.
Amy out of California. Amy, go ahead.
Yes. Me and my husband are on a business trip in California and haven't listened to the Rick and Bubba show in a week. I want to know what's going on back in Bama.
Well, you're not going to believe this. Alabama got beat again. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Rick, you're too cruel.
Nothing big. Nothing big, Amy. Since you
rained.
Yeah, we did get it. Well, not for long. For about 5-10 minutes.
It's just some of the folly of the upcoming election has become more and more evident.
Yeah. So yeah, not nothing. Amy of any consequence.
It'll be here when you get back.
Helmsley's boy made a good grade on a test.
Yeah, and flipped everybody off about it.
Yeah. Hey, J.C. Wilburn turned 21.
Yeah, hey, how close,
And
Amy?
line dancing.
Amy, how close were you to the earthquake
trailer
out
park
there
driver.
this week?
So we're actually in Thousand Oaks, which is like north of L.A. So probably about 400 miles south of San Francisco.
So you didn't have any.
So
You
what
didn't
is
feel
it?
any of that.
Amy, do me a favor on behalf of Greg, if you love the show, ask them who counted them, because Greg wants to know.
What's
Is
that?
there really 1,000 Oaks here?
Yeah, because I mean,
Right, who counted
that
them?
seems like a big number.
Yeah, who counted them? That's a big number.
There's clearly like
Yeah,
750.
Who counted them? I don't know.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
well,
You
Amy,
know
thanks.
what? I don't know.
I know. Well, thanks for checking in. I helped a guy pick out cookies.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So thanks for checking
So
in.
be careful and get back home soon.
Greg was nice to somebody.
Okay.
Speedy still hadn't bought lunch.
Yeah. Still waiting on Speedy to buy lunch.
Yeah.
Yep. Tom Brady's marriage is in trouble.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Are they going to be done today? you
Yeah,
said?
that's
what
it.
that
That's
article
today.
said.
Today's the day.
Out.
That's out.
Settlement has been is happening.
Done.
Amy, I guess we gotta go. Thanks for calling.
Watch him now. He'll go on a tear and play better than he's ever played.
Oh, of course he will.
yeah.
We'll finally
He
get
got
that
that
on.
old lady chewing on it.
I love it.
Joey, Scottsboro 1017. Joey, go ahead. Greg's still going.
I'm down in Scottsboro, and I was wondering what you guys thought about how our president is giving grants to Ukraine, and they're buying weapons and paying their military to defend Ukraine, which is okay. But then they're turning right around and draining our strategic oil reserve just to keep the price of gas down, and we can't defend ourselves with aircraft carriers out of fuel sitting out there. Well, we'll come help y'all in a couple of weeks,
Yeah.
and we'll get some oil wells drilled and some refineries cranked up to refine it, because you're shutting them down because of the pollution.
Well, I don't know. I think Biden's doing a good job.
According to him.
Yeah. He's doing great. You know, when
Gas prices are down.
he first took office, gas prices were $5. He's got them down $3.30.
That's what he said.
That's right.
Yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous. I mean, the whole oil thing to just if more supply will keep the price down, then why did you shut it all down that we had going when you went in?
I know. So there
fool
you go.
me once.
Yeah, fool me once. Shame on you. To Chris in
Y'all
Montgomery.
stop.
I know.
Can't take my eyes off of it.
Y'all are making it worse.
Greg, that's what Bubba liked when he tried to sing the national anthem as a kid. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about the border control down there, how the cartels controlling the drugs and all that stuff coming into our cities, killing our people. And I think the Republicans that are running for office need to say, if y'all want this to continue problem about all this drugs coming into our cities and killing all our people, y'all need to talk about that more during your campaign speeches and stuff.
I don't know. I kind of like open borders. It's
a problem.
Yeah, I mean they are talking about all that. That it's just you got to find people to care. I mean, the open border thing's been talked about a lot. And you got people who seem to care about it and people who don't. And if you care about it, vote for the ones that care.
That's right. We the people. Time to speak.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Sound like a bumper sticker.
It does. And that's it. I'm out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.